Yesterday was a long day. Not to complain. You all have. We'll have a long night tomorrow. Yeah. So buckle in for that.
That should also be the conference. Do we have the?
Good evening. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to end, finally, the Democrat-induced Chuck Schumer-sponsored shutdown. It has been over 40 days since we last sat in this room when Republicans advanced a responsible, nonpartisan, clean CR, and all but one Democrat voted to shut the government down. The amount of wild rhetoric we've heard from Democrats ever since they shut the government down is astounding. They have bent over backwards and contorted themselves to such a degree that they've deluded themselves into believing that they're somehow doing right by the American people. But don't take my word for it. Listen to what Democrats in the Senate who voted to reopen the government are saying about the absurd position that their own party has taken. Senator John Fetterman, it should have never come to this. This was a failure. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, I've consistently voted against shutting down the government because I know the pain it is causing working families. And Minority Whip Dick Durbin, I cannot accept a strategy which wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. The Democrat government shutdown that has lasted over 40 days did not have to happen. It did not have to be this way. Our work in service to the American people did not have to be interrupted. Service members, Capitol Police, air traffic controllers, and countless others did not have to miss their paychecks. SNAP benefits did not have to lapse unnecessarily. Airports around the nation did not have to scale back their operating statuses and leave millions of travelers in a lurch. The list goes on and on. Now we'll be voting on another iteration of the CR that does not contain any of the hostage demand that Democrats made. So all that bluster and showboarding for over 40 days on their part led to a big fat nothing burger, and they're walking away empty-handed. As the ranking member once said during a debate on the floor this year, wow, what a victory. I anticipate we'll hear a lot of lecturing and blame cast at Republicans for everything under the sun today. We'll hear a lot of bottled-up angst with a lot of exclamation points and raised voices to boot, directed at the president, too. Not surprising. What we won't hear from our colleagues across the aisle today is they're taking ownership of the chaos they've unleashed upon the nation. We won't hear them apologize to the American people for gaslighting them incessantly. And we won't hear an admission that the only reason they shut down the government is to cover up for a policy failure that they themselves concocted and stamped an end date on. But it's a new day, and maybe they'll have a change of heart, see the light, and come clean. We'll just have to wait and see. With that, I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, hello, Madam Chair. Welcome back.
Hello, ranking member.
Long time no see. I hardly recognize you guys. Where the hell have you been? It's good to see you back on back in the Capitol building. We've been looking everywhere for you guys. I mean, seriously, we were worried. We actually started handing out missing person posters. Nobody has seen you for 8 weeks. But hey, I'm glad that you're okay. I'm glad that you survived your nice 2-month paid vacation while Democrats stayed in Washington to try to end this shutdown. But here's the deal. Most Americans think that what Republicans did, skipping town in a shutdown, has been one of the most disgraceful, embarrassing, pathetic eras in the modern history of the House of Representatives. For 8 weeks, Speaker Johnson let you all stay home while Americans missed paychecks, skipped meals, and watched their costs explode. Republicans quit their jobs. They disappeared. And they can argue all they want that the House did its job and that's why they went home. It's just BS. The House didn't do its job. If Republicans had done their job, we wouldn't be here right now voting on a different bill than the one that they passed. But instead of working with us on trying to end the shutdown, they all just left. They abandoned their offices, but more importantly, they abandoned the American people. And just so people know, while Republicans sat on their couches waiting for someone to tell them what to do, House Democrats were here. We were here working. We were meeting with regular people, talking with folks about next year's skyrocketing health insurance premiums. I've been back and forth to my district almost every weekend. People showed me the letters that they got on their premiums. They're doubling and they're tripling, not because of Democrats, but because Republicans are failing to act. They extended tax breaks for billionaires in like a nanosecond. That got done. They wasted no time helping out the well-off and the well-connected. But when it came time to help regular people, to extending the health care tax credits that 24 million people depend on, they didn't just say no, they shut the government down over it. Republicans skipped town for 8 weeks because Democrats had the gall to ask you to do something to help regular people. And you know what? It's a real shame. Republicans are selling out middle America, selling out working people at a time when affordability is the #1 issue, and as we see record levels of inequality in this country, Republicans are selling out working people, all so they can do the bidding of the billionaire class. I mean, look what's happening. Trump's reckless tariffs continue to wreak havoc on the economy. He says food prices are way down. That's coming from a guy who dines on caviar at Mar-a-Lago. He's never shopped for groceries a day in his life. He doesn't have to pick between plastic or paper. But his tariffs are costing the average American household over $1,200 this year. And next year, it will be $1,600. That's money for groceries, for bills, for rent, taken out of the American people's wallets. And he's not even hiding it. He's rubbing it in. Trump is literally renovating his bathroom in marble and gold and posting about it on social media, while regular people are getting letters saying that their health care premiums are going up by $1,000. People are struggling to stay afloat, and this guy's golfing. He had Air Force One fly over a football game. How much did that cost? He shut down the airspace while regular travelers are stranded all over the country. The administration is funneling $40 billion to bail out Argentina. Republicans are literally subsidizing an entirely different country instead of keeping families in North Carolina or Minnesota or Texas or Indiana from going bankrupt if they face emergency hospital bills. And then giving your donors a fancy new ballroom at the White House while moms and dads can't afford to put food on the table. And speaking of putting food on the table, Trump illegally withheld food assistance from 42 million Americans, kids, veterans, seniors, working families. 2 federal court orders demanded that he pay out these benefits in full. But he would rather appeal to the highest court in the land to starve people out than to simply provide them with the food assistance that he is legally obligated to send to American families. Like, who does that? I mean, that's the Republican policy position. We'll give you your food if you let us take away your health care. I mean, who the hell thinks like that? And I know Republicans don't care. I know your donors have private doctors and insurance CEOs on speed dial. But could you at least pretend to do something about the 20 million Americans who are about to see their health care premium soar? Or the 4 million people who could lose their coverage altogether? You don't even have a health care plan. You've been promising one for over a decade, and we've never seen it because it doesn't exist. Or maybe it's simply just hiding behind the missing appropriation bills that this Republican majority hasn't passed. I don't know. But what I do know is this. Republicans have been in charge for 292 days. That's 292 days to do something, anything, to lower costs, to bring down prices, to make America more affordable, to do something about health care, tariffs, grocery prices, rent, or heating bills. And what did you do? You handed out tax breaks to billionaires and took the longest paid vacation in modern history. Even your own colleagues called it out. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene says you guys messed up. When Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks you've gone too far, you might want to rethink things. And by the way, you also refused to even swear in our new colleague, the duly elected representative from Arizona's 7th District, Adelita Grijalva. Why? Because she will represent the 218th signature on a discharge petition to release the Epstein files. Oh, we didn't forget about those either. Don't worry. We won't forget that the Speaker of the House refused to swear in the first Latina ever elected to represent Arizona because he was more concerned about protecting pedophiles than getting the truth out there for the survivors. But that's just the perfect metaphor for the Trump economy. If you're rich and powerful, you get ahead. If you're a regular person, Republicans will not lift a finger to help you. And I want to be crystal clear. House Democrats represent something very different. We refuse to accept a government that moves at lightning speed to give tax breaks to billionaires, but then goes home for 8 weeks when it comes to ensuring health care is affordable for working families. We've said it from day one of this shutdown. We will sit down with any Republicans, anytime, any place, anywhere, in order to find a path forward that would reopen the government and finds a solution to Republicans' health care crisis. But we're not just going to roll over and accept your way, your my way or the highway approach to governance. If you need our votes, you need to work with us. But you refuse because you're more interested in extremism than governance. But here's the thing. The beautiful thing about politics is that you don't really lose until you quit trying. And Democrats are going to keep trying because people are counting on us to do something about this health care crisis. And when their health care premiums double and triple, and they will, and they're your constituents, I'm sure you're getting the calls, Republicans will own it. Every premium spike, every family forced off coverage, every life put at risk, you own it. And good luck going home to your constituents to explain why you sold them out in order to appease the millionaires and billionaires. Extending these tax credits is the right thing to do. It is the moral thing to do. 13 House Republicans have said it needs to be done because soaring health care costs will devastate our constituents, whether they live in a red state or a blue state. So I want people to know that we will keep fighting. I will keep fighting. My colleagues on this committee, on the Democratic side, will keep fighting for a government that puts the working class first and for a Congress that actually shows up and does their damn job. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. And I want to welcome all the members. I should have said that. I'm very pleased to see everyone. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. And now welcome our first panel, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro from the Committee on Appropriations. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Cole, I welcome your testimony and welcome you back to the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and esteemed members of the Rules Committee, I thank you for your warm welcome and your kind invitation to testify today. As members of this committee are all too painfully aware, for the last 6 weeks, the federal government has been shut down. Millions of workers have gone unpaid. Air traffic control functions have slowed to a near halt. SNAP benefits expired, forcing millions of Americans to either find assistance from food banks or else go hungry. Seniors saw telepath resources suspended, and Head Start education programs for children have been closing. These are just a few of the examples of the harm being inflicted on our nation, yet it didn't have to be this way. Nearly 2 months ago, the House passed a continuing resolution that would have kept the government open and operating. This would have allowed Congress time to keep working on the FY 2026 appropriations process through regular order, but instead, Senate Democrats blocked its passage. The result of this political temper tantrum has been the longest government shutdown in the nation's history. For 42 days and counting, Democrats have held the country hostage. Make no mistake, all the pain, all the suffering, and all the difficulty Americans have endured in these past 6 weeks could have and should have been avoided. Instead, the hardship and damage caused by an intentional choice made by Democratic leadership. Minority leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer led their caucus to shut down the government. And for 42 days, the American people have borne the brunt of that decision and have been mere pawns at the partisan hands of the Democrats. At long last, reason has prevailed, and the measure before us will finally end this pointless shutdown. Today's bill will not only reopen the government, but it will also move the FY 2026 appropriations process forward, representing a return to regular order. This legislation includes 3 bipartisan, bicameral, full-year appropriations measures covering the military construction and Veterans Affairs, legislative branch, and agriculture, rural development, and food and drug administration divisions. These 3 bills have been negotiated between the 2 chambers and reflect a final, full, and bipartisan agreement. With passage of these 3 divisions, we will have full-year funding in place for many of our most crucial programs. Military construction needs will be met for a full year, as will medical programs for our nation's veterans. The legislative branch will be fully funded, including critical funding enhancements for the Capitol Police and for member security. The Department of Agriculture and Food and Drug Administration will also be fully funded, as will the WIC program, to ensure that pregnant women and young children will get the food and nutrition they need to survive and to thrive. Importantly, the agreement encompasses community project funding in both the military construction and agriculture divisions, reflecting Congress's clear control over the power of the purse. Inclusion of these projects was a high priority for the Appropriations Committee, and it accomplishes this goal while holding the line on overall spending levels. We also break Senator Schumer's beloved end-of-the-year holiday omnibus habit. No more 1,000-page spending behemoths at midnight. Republicans have restored an open, line-by-line process. As we continue to make strong progress on full-year FY26 bills, we've included a continuing resolution to fund the remainder of the government through January 30th, 2026. This extension supports our ongoing work on this front, especially given the time lost during the Democratic shutdown. The simplest truth today is this: reopening the government will put an end to the chaos Democratic leadership has inflicted on Americans. It will also ensure that SNAP funds are made available to ensure that no American goes hungry. It will reestablish control of the skies, keeping our nation's air traffic moving during the holiday season. It will pay federal workers and American military personnel, and it will ensure that the government can continue to provide critical services for our constituents like roads, parks, child care, water projects, infrastructure improvements, scientific research, job training, and countless others. I look forward to continuing the FY 2026 appropriation process in the coming weeks, and I hope that, having seen the consequences of this historic shutdown on the American people, it's not a political stunt that will be repeated in the future. I thank each of you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member DeLauro, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm so glad to be here alongside my fellow appropriator, Chairman Cole, whose partnership I appreciate it. If I can just say, first of all, welcome back. And one point about the shutdown. It's been several months where Democratic leadership has called for an opportunity to sit down, whether it has been with the House and Senate leadership or with the President of the United States, where there was just that one meeting. He reneged on the first meeting that he was involved, so that we could sort out a bipartisan agreement in trying to move forward. And that the offer was there to meet anytime, any place, anywhere, so that we could really try to move forward. As I said, rebuked at every turn. And so the shutdown stands firmly in the process of the president, who rather shut down the government rather than negotiate. I'll just give you two quotes, and you can check on the quotes. He first said, it's a waste of time to meet with Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer. The second thing he said, and he admonished his Republican colleagues and said, you need to jam the Republican continuing resolution down the throats of Democrats. I don't make it up. Those are his words. Anyway, I want to talk about why I oppose this bill. I oppose this bill because it does nothing to address the Republican health care crisis that will send costs skyrocketing for more than 20 million Americans in a matter of weeks. No, nothing has changed since yesterday's Senate vote. Healthcare costs are still poised to double or even triple for some folks practically overnight, worsening the cost of living crisis manufactured by President Trump. There is no restoration of premium subsidies, the tax credits. This bill is an empty promise, as is the promise for a vote in the Senate and as the Speaker said, no guarantee of a vote on premium subsidies in the House. All across this country, families are struggling to navigate an affordability crisis that President Trump refuses to address. As a matter of fact, I think within the last 24 hours, he talked about affordability as a con job. Get out there, talk to the people of this nation, Mr. President. Energy prices are up, grocery prices are up, housing costs are up. Everything is more expensive, and now on top of that, the Republicans plan to squeeze families even harder. The report today came out that talked about families in the U.S. living paycheck to paycheck. And really, the president went to the Supreme Court to deprive kids of food, unbelievable, and now wants to deny their parents health care. This is a point, I've heard it twice already this evening here, that whether or not the government was open or shut, there was $6 billion in a contingency fund passed by Democrats and Republicans for food stamps to be used in the event of occasion like this. It was the administration, President Trump refused to let those monies flow to the people who need it the most. It was not a question of whether or not the government was open or not, and let's stop aligning the two of those efforts. In my district, a mother of two named Renee Shalis, she will see her annual premium costs go up by $24,000 next year. She got her letter. That's $2,000 more per month. On top of caring for her two children, she is primary caregiver for the children's father, a brain cancer survivor who is physically and mentally unable to work. She is working tirelessly to do the right thing by her family, but she's already stretched thin. She literally cannot afford this. I'll just read you a couple of headlines from the Connecticut Press, New Haven Register. How much more can we cut back? Connecticut families brace for soaring health insurance premiums. The Connecticut Public Mirror, for middle-income Connecticut residents, sticker shock looms with ACA health subsidy set to disappear. Channel 3, Connecticut, Richfield couple faces tripling health care costs as cancer survivor needs continued care. That is a reality. And Renee's story is not an outlier. This is going to make life significantly harder for people all across this country, in every state, and yes, in every district. There are some 24 million Americans who get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. The Republican plan puts us on a path to destroying the Affordable Care Act, which, quite frankly, they have been trying to do unsuccessfully for 15 years now. Some of you may not think that health care is related to this continuing resolution, and I beg to differ. Take a look at the authorizing titles in the continuing resolution. There are more than 50 pages worth just dealing with health care. We can solve this problem in this bill if we choose to. And isn't the continuing resolution in the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee? You know, the entire House was marginalized in this process. Senate Republicans abruptly called off talks in the middle of negotiations, made their own bills public before reaching an agreement with all four corners. Unprecedented in the modern era. And yet, they made the House constitutionally impotent in moving forward. In one of the most egregious examples of something the House was not even aware of before the bills became public, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee secretly added language in the legislative branch bill from the Senate Majority Leader without the consent of the chair or ranking members of the subcommittee or the full committee. That allows Republican senators to sue the government for their involvement in the January 6th insurrection. And regardless of anyone's opinion on what happened on January 6th, it should be unacceptable to every member of the House that the Senate can secretly add language to a bill without even notifying us. The result, legislative branch bill that includes a provision to give senators who may have participated in the insurrection as much as $1 million payout each, while they excluded a provision to hang a plaque honoring the police officers who put their lives on the line to defend our democracy from that same insurrection. The Military Construction Division excludes $51.7 billion, which was in the House bill, for advanced funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund for 2027. This is a fund that helps victims, I'll wrap up, and victims of burn pits and Agent Orange get the care they deserve. In our markup in the summer, and the Chair Cole will remember this, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, Chair Carter negotiated a compromise to include this funding. The Senate took it out before abandoning negotiations altogether. Simply wrong. We have provided advanced funding for the medical care for veterans for the last 15 years. It's Veterans Day today, and this bill doesn't even meet the funding level that President Trump and OMB Director Vogt restored. Reason why we're here, I have one last point to make. Chairman Cole and I, is because the power of the purse belongs to the Congress. This package fails to protect that authority. Democrats fought to prevent President Trump and OMB Director from stealing from our communities, withholding funding that was approved by Democrats and Republicans, blocking the issuing of illegal pocket rescissions, preventing President Trump from unilaterally reneging on any appropriations bill. It does nothing, this package, to address these problems. You can't honestly expect Democrats to go along with any bipartisan funding proposal that can be rescinded with a party line vote, not after trust has been broken in this process. The main reason I oppose this bill is because it does not address the health care crisis that President Trump created, serious concerns with appropriations divisions. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. Chairman Cole, with respect to the agencies that would operate under a CR, this bill keeps the government running at the same level it's been at since early 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was President Biden who initially signed these funding levels into law. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
This bill came out of the Senate with bipartisan support, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, passing this legislation will take away any ambiguity about pay for America's war fighters. It'll bring certainty for SNAP payments. It will guarantee that air traffic controllers, federal law enforcement officers, and other federal workers will receive back pay. Is that correct?
That too is correct.
And there's no other solution on the table that has the bipartisan backing of the Senate. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So voting against this bill would be a vote to continue that uncertainty to our military SNAP recipients and federal workers. Is that not the case?
That is indeed the case.
One more question. I have been astonished to hear our colleagues say that this Republican health care crisis was manufactured by President Trump. I mean, I'm sure if I asked the clerks to read that back, that's what they say. Would you refresh our memory as to what created the Affordable Care Act and how did we get here as a result of what happened during COVID? Would you mind doing that? President Trump was not in office in either of those cases. Is that correct?
That too is correct, Madam Chair. You know, I'm trying to limit how much time I use, how outrageous some of the statements I've heard are. The reality is, goes back to a fundamental defect in Obamacare itself, which is constantly driven. You know, the Affordable Care Act has made health care unaffordable. It's been doing it for 15 years. The basic subsidies are in law. Our friends on the other side during COVID decided we've got a crisis underway. We're going to add a subsidy on top of a subsidy.
The subsidy to what was called the Affordable Care Act, which was never affordable because we taxpayers who pay for our own insurance were subsidizing, correct?
That is absolutely correct. So again, it's a subsidy on top of a subsidy. Our friends added it during COVID. COVID is over. They set a date certain that these subsidies would run out. They chose the date.
And the date certain was?
December 31st of this year. So they chose that date. By the way, they did it without any Republican votes, without any consideration of reforms, without any effort to hold down the price. I mean, they literally are the big insurance companies' best friends. They funneled hundreds of billions of dollars into these things. But again, this is their legislation. They wrote it. They extended it. They added a subsidy to it. And they set the date at which that subsidy was to run out. President Trump certainly wasn't president when either the original legislation was created or this additional subsidy was added. So to blame it on him instead of looking in the mirror and blaming it on yourself is the height of hypocrisy. Yeah, this is a Democratic manufactured crisis that they're blaming on everybody but themselves. And at the same time, well, as they're doing that, they've decided, well, I guess we don't need to pay our men and women in uniform that are defending us. Thank God President Trump twice has pulled rabbits out of a hat and made sure that didn't happen. Or we're not going to pay our air traffic controllers, or our meat inspectors, or our Capitol Police that they celebrate so constantly and rightfully. So, I mean, come on. This is a totally manufactured crisis by Democrats. They've kept the government shut down. Finally, in the United States Senate, 8 of pretty courageous people said, I'm not going to be part of this charade anymore. I'm going to vote to open the government. We can negotiate on these other issues. Majority Leader Thune, our own speaker, made it clear we're willing to do it. We're not going to, by the way, sign off on something that has been an utter disaster. And what the Democrats basically have asked for here is like $1.5 trillion over 10 years in exchange for a 4 or 7 week CR, or now one that will go a little bit longer since they've wasted most of the time. So, I mean, we shouldn't have any doubt about who created the crisis, who's perpetuating the crisis, and who's trying to capitalize on it politically. So I hope that answers your question.
That answers my question very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, so I just, you just made me think of something, Madam Chair. You said that this is merely an extension of the January 2024 spending bill, that basically it's the same, everything's the same. I think that's what you, and the chairman just agreed with that. Does that mean that all the federal workers that were fired have been put back to work?
And this, under this bill, yeah, people that you know were let go or rifted. And by the way,
from the beginning of the
you
year,
created, my friend, the crisis that caused that to happen.
I just want to know whether all the people that were fired from the beginning of the year are put back to work, whether or not the cuts in the consumer
there are provisions made to rehire people, but again, let's be clear
Mr.
about
McGovern,
who's put
please
people
let him
out of
answer.
work.
Well, I can't get my question out, so I will let him answer if he lets me ask the question.
I thought I did. I apologize if I did not.
I want to know whether or not the cuts to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau are restated, or the cuts to NIH, or, I mean, I go right down, all the DOGE cuts. I mean, have they been put
The
back?
provisions that Democrats asked for in terms of firing in the Senate are in the bill.
No, well, that's not what this, that's not my question.
And look, if you want to be against the bill, that's perfectly fine.
The chairwoman just said that basically this is the same as all the funding that we voted for in January of 2024. I'm just asking you, the stuff that we voted for in January 2024, some of it is no longer there. And some of it, I think, has been illegally cut by the president. Ms. DeLauro, do you want to give me a straight answer to that question?
Absolutely. This is really quite remarkable. Since January until now, and the number may have gone up, over 220,000 federal employees have been let go. They have, most of them let go, some who took a buyout. The other fact of the matter is, it's not the same budget, because And we have a tracker. I can give you documentation that showed you $410 billion that we appropriated. Democrats, Republicans signed into law by the President of the United States. And that money has been terminated. It has been delayed. And it's $410 billion. I'll give you the tracker. It's about 25 or 26 pages. And you can go down and take a look at every appropriations bill, and you can find out what program has been terminated, what's been gone. And that since January has nothing to do with this crisis that the Republicans have initiated and shutting down the government because they don't want to negotiate on health care costs.
So thank you for correcting the record. It's not the same that we voted
No.
for. But in addition to that, was this slush fund for senators who might have been involved with January 6th?
Right, they snuck that in.
Was that in
No,
January
it was not
23rd?
in it. It was not in, and I will just say, in all fairness, that was done by the Senate. They snuck it in, and apparently there are 2 violations attached to it. We could be losing about $8 million.
So, Chairman, let me just ask you this question. Do you think the House should have been here these last several weeks trying to pass appropriation bills?
No, we had to wait until the Senate acted on what we sent them.
Right,
It took the Senate a long time, largely because our Democratic friends used the filibuster, which they claim they opposed, to force us to get to 60 votes.
Well,
We finally did, or they finally did in the Senate. So, no, there wasn't much for us to do
we have 9
until
more bills, don't we?
Can I finish my
Yeah.
answer? There wasn't anything for us to do until the Senate acted. And the only reason it didn't act more quickly, under their own rules, the filibuster requires them to get to 60. The Democrats withheld their votes. So, I mean, it's Democrats that have kept us out of session. We sent this over in plenty of time. It's not like it was a last-minute emergency thing. I think, as the chairwoman pointed out, we passed this on September the 19th, well ahead of the time, sent it to them, and they couldn't get anything done.
How many
They couldn't get anything done
how
because
many
no
appropriation
Democrats
bills do we
would cooperate.
How many
I'm
more
sorry.
appropriation bills do we have to pass in the House?
We have passed every one out of committee.
Right.
We have passed over 60% of the funding across the floor. We asked to have additional time. That time has largely been wasted. You know, we in this bill actually passed 3 bills across the floor, if we're able to do that later this week. So we were making actually pretty good progress. The difference is my friends on the other side in the Senate and here decided they would add things to appropriations that are not in our jurisdiction or our expertise. Look, we don't deal with Medicaid. That was actually done in the big, beautiful bill. We don't deal with that in Appropriations Committee. We do not deal with subsidies for Obamacare. They're not within our jurisdiction. So you added things that were
We're talking about 2 different
unconnected.
things.
Can I finish my answer? You were
Yeah,
added
filibuster.
things that were unconnected to appropriations, and then were shocked when they weren't dealt with in appropriations bill. They belong somewhere else. It's my understanding both the Speaker and the Majority Leader, and frankly the President, have said, we'll negotiate with you when you reopen the government, but we're not going to sit here and negotiate after you shut down the government and threaten us. Nobody does that. You didn't do that when these
maybe you
roles
can
were
answer the
Let me
question.
just say
How
that-
many appropriation bills? have
9
we-
are left to go.
have we-
9 are left to go.
We
Nine.
We could have done them
passed every
during.
Well, they're
one-
in committee,
Can
but
I
they haven't been
finish
to
my
the floor.
Answer
just
without
asked the question.
any interruption. We've
You
passed
just
every
interrupted
one
her.
across the out of committee. We've passed 3 across the floor. They collectively add up to over 60%. By the way, a far better record than the Democrats in the Senate had last year when they were in control. They didn't pass a single appropriations bill out. So, yeah, we're moving
Well,
pretty
listen, we
well.
have 9 bills to go.
Let me just ask.
We have
the que-
nine.
The question, I just want to make sure, the question I asked that doesn't get answered is, how many do we have left to do on
We
the
have
floor?
9 bills to
And
do
could we
across
ha-
the floor
I'm
that
talking to Mr.
are
Lauro.
about 40% of federal spending.
Madam Chair, I mean, I'm asking Mr. Lauro a question, and we can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was directed to me. I
guess,
apologize.
Yeah, and I just want to know, the question I asked Mr. Cole, which he didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you, couldn't we have been doing stuff on the floor?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
right.
There has been so much wasted time, even in the process of the appropriations bills. And we did pass them in committee. And hours and hours and hours about poison pill riders that were done. These were unilaterally partisan bills that we were faced with. And when, not maybe, I don't know how many weeks ago, when the Four Corners, Chairman Cole, myself, Chairman Collins, and Ranking Member Murray, we sat down, the four of us together, and this is what we said we would do. We talked about these three bills, and we wanted to deal with the top lines, and we did. We got that, and we working through the bills. The staff worked through the bills. The second thing that we said, and there was consensus in that room, consensus, that what we would do is have a bipartisan continuing resolution. And that bipartisan continuing resolution would consider what Democratic priorities were and also deal with the power of the purse. We said that in that room. The next thing that we know, we were slammed with a partisan continuing resolution bill that did not take into consideration any Democratic priorities, nor did it address any of the issues of the power of the purse.
But let me just say, I think what Mr. Cole won't say, but I think, you know, I'm not sure he really believes this, but the bottom line is, I think in answer to the question of whether we should have been here doing other work, the answer is, of course, we should have been here doing other work. By not being here doesn't make things go faster. I have another question here, and that is that according to the Congressional Budget Office, extending the ACA enhanced premium tax credits for 1 year would cost between $25 and $35 billion. And I just want to know how you guys were able to find $4.5 trillion in tax cuts in your reconciliation bill, with more than $1.4 trillion in tax cuts for people with incomes over $500,000 per year, but choose not to extend these health care tax credits that working people rely on. I mean, that's 56 times more on tax cuts for the wealthy than it would have cost just to extend health care tax credits for a year. I mean, I think in your district, Mr. Cole, I think there's like 48,000 of your constituents rely on the ACA for their health care. And they're getting bills like my constituents are, like Mr. Laura's are. I have 37,000, you have 48,000 in your district, and in my district, Massachusetts, I've got 37,000. So kind of comparable. I mean, I'm getting calls from constituents who are, you know,
Crying.
out of their minds trying to figure out how they're going to pay for this. I mean, this week I received, this is one of them wrote me, this week I received the Massachusetts Health Connector open enrollment paperwork. The cost of the plan I'm currently on is going up by 62%. Another person said, I just received my letter and my monthly cost has gone from $1,287 to $3,026 for the next year. As a working family with a daughter who has an autoimmune disease, we're struggling. I'm working 50-plus hours just to pay the insurance. Another person, if I continue on the same plan I am on now, it will be 2.5 times more and be unaffordable. $15,000 plus a month is incredulous for one person's health premium. When I calculate my net income, not gross, it is beyond sustainable. I mean, I can go on and on and on. I know, but how do we reconcile the priorities that give us, you know, tax cuts for people who are well off, but when it comes to health care, and we can argue about whether the system can be better, I would prefer a different system. I would prefer Medicare for all. We did a hearing when I was the chairman of the Rules Committee on that, and it was a very good hearing. But nonetheless, this is an immediate crisis. And I think people can't understand is how you can find in a nanosecond the money for tax cuts for people who are well off, but we can't find a way to just help middle-class working families get through this really difficult time. I mean, yeah, I mean...
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Well, the most immediate crisis in my district are the thousands of workers that you and your colleagues have put out of work that aren't getting a paycheck. That's the calls I get. I have thousands of them. They're the ones that keep the airplanes flying. They're the ones that do the National Weather Center.
No
They're
calls on
wondering
healthcare?
why they're not getting paid.
So you get no
when
calls
there
on
was legislation, we could have had these debates, we could have had these arguments. Why are they being held hostage? Why are you not willing to pay them? That's the calls I get.
So nobody calls you on
Why is the
healthcare?
government shutting down? Why do men and women in uniform who are deployed have to wonder whether or not their family at home is going to get a paycheck? That's on you. Look, this is the stuff you said you would never do.
So the 48
We would never shut down the government. We would never do
So
that.
of-
That's exactly what
of the
you've
fo-
done.
so of the
So you're
48
putting thousands of people out of work.
of the
The
48,000
health care issue you're
No one-
talking about
no one-
is a subsidy that you passed on your own, on top of other subsidies you said was COVID-related. You said it would run out. We've said, okay, let's sit down and talk about fundamental changes here. But no, it's like we have to have our way. We have to have a guaranteed spending of $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years to exchange for you to pay people for 4 weeks in your original proposal.
So you-
We actually asked for 7.
You've tried over 50 times
No,
to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
The most
Right.
immediate crisis in my
come
project
on,
you've
Tom.
created.
Well,
My people
so-
aren't getting paid,
so no-
thanks to you and your colleagues.
So nobody in your district is complaining
I
to you
didn't
about the
say,
health care?
hey, people complain everywhere about everything.
we have a chance to do something about
But you asked me
that.
what the most important calls I get is, why am I not getting paid?
And we have a chance to do something
Why am I
about
being forcibly
this.
furloughed? There's important work for me to do.
Here's the thing, we have a chance to do something to help millions of people afford their health insurance, and what you're all telling me is you're not interested.
I thought that we had affordable health care.
We-
No,
we
I am
did.
interested.
When you
I
extend-
have a
when you guys
whole
ex-
series of them,
when you
but
guys
they
ex-
have nothing to do with
When- when- you
appropriations
got-
bill. They have nothing to do with the work of my committee. We
You-
do not do that at my
You
committee.
all extended.
But you're
you all
willing to
voted
hijack our
You all
committee.
voted to extend tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, make them permanent, but you could not extend these
you got-
for people. Mr. Laurel.
I'm just to say you got 13 members, 13 Republican members of the House who have said allowing the tax credits to lapse without a clear path forward, there is no clear path forward, would risk harm to those we represent. These are 13 members of the Republican conference who are scared to death that that's what's going to happen in their districts. You've got, and in the chairman's district, a 60-year-old couple that makes $82,000 is going to see insurance premiums rise by $17,000 unless the Congress prevents it. Now, if that's okay, and you've got other members in the same situation, we can go down district by district and let you know what it is that is out there for this. And members who serve on the Appropriations Committee as well.
All
And it is-
13 of those members voted to pay people.
Yeah.
They voted to keep the government open.
Well,
None of you did, except for one member in Maine who's now retiring because he's
You
being
control,
beaten
you
up so
control the
badly
House and the
for
Senate. and
paying
everything.
people.
Madam Chair,
Exactly.
with all due respect.
Right.
When we debated the ACA, you controlled over an hour at a time. And you want to cut me off, that's fine. My constituents are getting screwed by what is happening here in this Congress or what is not happening in this Congress.
And every member-
they send me
members
here to
effort.
fight for them because they're going to lose their health care or they're not going to be able to afford their health care. This is a big deal. And the indifference on this shown by the Republican majority in this House and by the guy in the White House who's remodeling bathrooms and building,
$40 billion
Taj
to
Mahal.
Argentina.
I mean, it is ridiculous. But I'm just saying, I want to point for the historical record. I'm not getting the same courtesy that the chairwoman received when we did the ACA.
Just
And
listen to the American people. Last Tuesday, they made their voices heard on these issues. And you ought to take heed with what happened last Tuesday.
Mr. McGovern, what Mr. Cole has pointed out, and I've pointed out, and others have pointed out, this was put in place by the Democrats. The cutoff of the subsidies was put in place by you, and I think we have debated this point.
Why?
Ms. Fishbach,
Oh, I knew, okay.
Ms. Fishbach, you're
It's
recognized.
useless.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, before I go any further, I just want to recognize, I think you mentioned, it is Veterans Day, so I want to wish all of the veterans
Right.
happy Veterans Day.
We should pass the,
and all of us, I
Advance
think.
funding.
I'm speaking.
I know
Okay.
you are.
But I think,
Thank you
that,
very much.
you know, all of us probably to be here had to miss events that we were going to be at. And so I just wanted to say thank you for being here, and sorry that we couldn't attend those veterans events to commemorate Veterans Day for them. So just for that, but I am, as the discussion goes on, am amazed at this, because this Democrat shutdown is all over a simple, clean, continuing resolution.
Not clean.
6 weeks. 6 weeks
Not
clean.
clean.
Well, the Democrat alternative, ma'am, was $1.5 trillion worth of spending. So this was a clean 6-week CR. We could have had all of those discussions you're so concerned about.
Not
We
clean.
could have been doing that. And the simple fact is, there was a vote on September 19th. If you voted yes, you voted yes to keep government open. You voted yes to pay people. You voted yes to keep things moving along. You voted yes to continue the appropriations. If you voted no, which the Democrats, with the exception of one, voted no,
voted yes.
that shut down government.
You voted yes
So,
to allow it to
ma'am,
be money
ma'am.
was stolen.
Ma'am, I am speaking.
I hear you.
Okay. And I just wanted to say, you know, there's questions about whether or not we were working, and with all due respect,
You're not working.
you were looking in the wrong place, because all of us were working. I was in DC. You looked in the wrong place. I was meeting with constituents. I was in my district part of the time, meeting with constituents. So to imply that we were on a vacation is ridiculous. It's just ludicrous, because our constituents know we were working. I mean, my staff, you know, I came, met with constituents here, met with constituents in the district, and I think pretty much every single one of the Republicans did. And so I find it just ridiculous, and those kinds of statements are just pure not accurate. I'll say it that way. But Mr. Cole, Chair Cole, has pointed out that the appropriations process is so incredibly important. It is the way we should be doing things. The Appropriations Committee was doing it. Just needed 6 more weeks on that clean CR so that we could continue to do it. We're going to pass the 3 that are going to be on this bill. We have some more. We're going to continue to do that. But that's the way things should be happening here. It is absolutely, it's regular order. We should be doing it. And I just had a couple of questions just for clarification for Mr. Cole. And so does this bill provide funding for SNAP?
Yes, it does.
Did the bill that we voted on September 19th provide funding for
Yes, it
SNAP?
did.
Yes. So if we had voted way back in September 19th, we would have taken care of that. So,
Worth noting,
Lack
too,
of
a majority
understanding.
of both houses voted for that. 55 senators voted for that, and obviously a majority in this body, because it passed here. So it's just simply a Senate rule that's been perverted and taken advantage of. A majority of Congress has voted consistently to keep the government open while these other issues can be dealt with. It's Democrats that decided to shut the government down.
and like I pointed out, simple fact, September 19th, you can check the record. Who voted yes, who voted no? Yes to keep the government open. And I've pointed that out repeatedly over the last few weeks, while we've been shut down, because it's a simple fact. It's not the rhetoric. It just, you can prove it by checking the record. And Mr. Cole, I was going to ask you about if both of those bills, so the September 19th bill would have paid the troops. The September 19th bill would have kept the government open. The September 19th bill would have kept the funding for veterans. And so we had that, and they chose to shut the government down. So, but, and so this bill is going to reopen. We're going to get our troops paid. We're going to get the Capitol Police paid. We're going to do what we need to. We're going to get back pay. We're going to, for the federal workers, and we are going to make sure that folks get their SNAP benefits. And so I appreciate that this has come forward, and so I would ask the other side to join us in opening the government back up, so then we can have these discussions that you've been so concerned about, that you want to make sure it gets done. And I don't think that the proposals that you have actually solve the issue of increased health care insurance. It doesn't do it. We need to have more in-depth discussions about what's really going on about it. And so please join us in opening the government, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her time of questioning.
Thank you. I would first yield to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, we are happy to join with you. We want the government open. We just don't want millions of people to get screwed over on their health care insurance. So if you join with us, this is a crisis, by the way, that's right now. It's not 3 months from now or 6 months from now.
Right.
It's right now. People have gotten their bills. People are making decisions whether they're going to forego their health care. So that is it. And the idea that we can't get well, there are 13 Republicans that at least have said that they support us on extending the benefits. We'll see whether, they did it for show or whether it's for real. But I think if you let the House work its will, I think a majority of Democrats or Republicans would vote to extend that tax credit. And millions of people won't lose their health care, won't get screwed over because of the indifference and the inaction of this Congress. You found it, you found the time, you found it acceptable to extend the expiring tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, but you couldn't find it within your heart to extend this. So we're happy to join with you, but join with us too. If you want our votes, then, we want to help working people afford their health insurance. I yield back to Ms. Scanlon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. As we're convening here for the first time in months, our nation's healthcare system is buckling under the combined attacks of over almost $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid that were rammed through in the big ugly bill this summer, the White House's unilateral cuts to congressionally approved spending for NIH, medical research, including pediatric cancer, and now the Republican refusal to extend the ACA tax credits that help millions of Americans afford their health insurance. And they're already seeing these health insurance premiums go up. As Mr. McGovern said, this is not something that can wait because families are enrolling now for next year. And the Republicans have refused to address this issue all year, not just since the shutdown occurred. They've refused to address it at all. And none of this is an accident. It's all by choice. Just like it was a choice by President Trump to defund SNAP benefits this month for the first time in history. For more than 60 years, through recessions, natural disasters, and even previous shutdowns, and including previous shutdowns under this president, the federal government has never missed a SNAP payment until now. And why? Because President Trump and congressional Republicans will pick their billionaire buddies over American families every damn time. So once again, with this bill, they're choosing to let health care premiums skyrocket and causing families to lose coverage. Look, there have been 2 big tax provisions set to expire this year, and they've taken up a lot of attention. One was tax cuts for billionaires, and the second was tax credits for American families. This summer, Speaker Johnson called us back to D.C. when we were supposed to be home for the 4th of July weekend because it was an emergency to pass this big ugly bill which extended tax cuts for billionaires. But when it came time to extend tax credits for millions of Americans to help them afford health care, Speaker Johnson sent the House home for almost 2 months. And he won't commit to having a vote on those health care credits even after the government reopens. And again, that's a choice. For the last 42 days, while the Speaker has made clear that he has no interest in negotiating with Democrats to produce a bill capable of passing both houses, his job isn't just one house. It has to be able to pass both houses. While he's been refusing to do anything, the White House has been working overtime to use the shutdown to inflict as much pain as possible on the American people, particularly the most vulnerable of our neighbors. And again, that's a choice. The White House chose to try to fire more than 4,000 federal workers. That's a choice. The White House has threatened to withhold back pay to federal workers despite a 2019 bill that would prevent that. That's a choice. This White House chose to withhold SNAP benefits for 42 million Americans. It has pressured states not to advance those benefits. It has threatened grocers with penalties. if they offer discounts to struggling SNAP beneficiaries. It has defied court orders to fund SNAP benefits, and it has appealed every one of those decisions every step of the way. Those are all choices, and again, never before has an administration blocked SNAP benefits. They have always tried to make sure those go out because the funding, in fact, is available. But this is what happens when governing becomes a game. And games are exactly what this Trump administration has played with SNAP and with the American people during the shutdown. Millions of families have spent a couple weeks struggling to feed their kids because of this White House's deliberate choices. The human cost of this Republican shutdown and this budget proposal are staggering. And behind every number are kids and veterans and seniors all across America who are going to pay for these choices. Ranking Member DeLauro, I had a couple questions for you. First of all, just to go back, the chair and Mr. Cole have said that this CR funds the federal government at the same levels as during the Biden administration. Does that mean that it fully funds the Consumer Protection Finance Bureau?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go back to USAID.
Okay.
I can go chapter and verse on programs that are not there. $410 billion terminated, delayed.
Okay, so it doesn't fund the
No,
Department of
it's not.
Education?
No.
No, and it doesn't fund USAID?
You got it.
And it doesn't fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting?
No way.
And it doesn't fund all those NIH research grants that have been
But
cut?
cut, absolutely
Okay.
cut.
How about the
CDC,
the-
FDA,
Okay.
a whole 9
So
yards.
it is not the same bill?
No. And they have allowed for the president and for Russ Vought, an unelected bureaucrat, to really steal appropriated funds, and the CR does nothing about that. It gives them carte blanche to continue to do the same thing, which anybody who serves on an appropriations committee, quite frankly, needs to understand what role we have.
Well,
That is our role. And if the president wants to take it away from us, we need to fight like hell to make sure that they're done. Any president.
some would say that is something else that Congress could have been doing over the last 2 months, is protecting its right to allocate funding. With respect to the SNAP benefits, does this CR that they're pushing through now, does that guarantee reimbursement to the states for funds they may have advanced?
No, it does not.
Okay, and the White House is fighting them about those funds.
That's right.
is that
Well, the White House is saying, take back the money that you've given to people. My state of Connecticut, when the court said, get it all out, we did it.
Right.
And now they're telling Governor Lamont that he has to go back and get that, go get that money. It's really
We saw the same
extraordinary.
thing in
Right.
Pennsylvania. Has
Right.
any administration before this ever
Never.
tried to prevent
No.
states from helping their?
No, it's happened in the past, and they
constituents?
have been reimbursed.
And they have been reimbursed. That's what I
It's the
thought.
first time that really food and it's been used as a political weapon to deprive people of food, which is actually what's happened here.
Okay. Would the bill under consideration here, would it make SNAP payments mandatory in the future?
No, well, in the agriculture bill, this is, let me just take 1 second to explain. We passed the last go-round where we had money for SNAP, which is mandatory funding. We then do a contingency fund there, and the president, actually President Trump, he signed the bill into law in March, which provided for $3 billion for the contingency fund. Biden had done it, before, so there's $6 billion in the contingency for an emergency. So to say that the government had to open before those is really misinformation, and quite frankly, it's a lie. It's a lie. But in the bill that's there, the agriculture bill, there is the money for SNAP, and yes, there's a $6 billion contingency fund.
Okay. Whenever we have a big bill like this, there are things that crop up in it, and one of the corrupt Easter eggs in the text of this bill is that it would allow certain senators to get payments from the federal government because a special prosecutor got a warrant that allow the special prosecutor to investigate whether or not they participated in illegal efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Is that an appropriate use?
Well, first of all, it doesn't
appropriation
belong.
funds?
Speaking of things that don't belong in an appropriations bill, this certainly doesn't. But as I mentioned in my remarks, that this is really egregious. This was the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee saying, taking the word of the majority leader and putting this piece in the bill without anyone knowing about it. Leadership, I didn't know about it, and I will just say my colleague, the chairman of the House Committee, didn't know about it. Mm-hmm. And the issue here is what the results of that is to allow, there's 7 or 8 people involved here that, and again, whether or not you believe what happened on January 6th, my God, how the heck can we just airdrop this stuff in the bill with no one knowing on? But the price tag is potentially $8 million to pay off senators.
Okay. Look, I think the American people are smart enough to know who's fighting for them and who's fighting to line their own pockets and those of billionaires. Mm-hmm. This is a bad deal. It fails to extend the ACA premium tax credits. It fails to guarantee a vote to address the Republican healthcare crisis. It even fails to guarantee that states are reimbursed for stepping up and providing SNAP benefits that have been illegally blocked by this administration. We need a budget that protects all Americans. That's what governing and leadership is supposed to be about, and that's what Americans deserve. So I can't in good faith support this deal to reopen the government because it doesn't meet those basic standards. And I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Thank my friend from Virginia. Good to see everybody back. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. A couple things. There's been a lot of conversations here about the federal employees. Real quick question for the Ranking Member. How many employees would depart through attrition, whether it was under Biden or President Trump?
Yeah, well, overall, we've got, that's almost, I think it's now over 220,000 federal employees that were either fired, some took the voluntary buyout, which maybe is what you're talking about with the attrition piece, but over 220,000 federal employees. That started in January. It has nothing to do with a government shutting down and people furloughed, et cetera. These people were gone in a nanosecond here.
So question to Mr. Chairman, what I was getting at here is, for whatever the numbers are, 220,000 or variants, Mr. Chairman, would you agree that a very large number of those go every year by attrition, say over 100,000, that there was in fact this deferred program, right, where they were basically offered the ability to leave, which represents another large chunk, I don't know, 60 or 70,000 or some significant number. And then there are questions then of additional employees, whether it's RIFs and so forth. And in the question of the RIFs from October, which are post-shutdown, post-Democrat caused shutdown, that those RIFs are reinstated under this legislation, correct? To the ones post-shutdown, is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of the prior folks, we're talking about the vast majority are those that are either left through attrition or those who went out under the deferred program. Is that true?
That's correct.
So I think a lot is being made of that, and I think then the question becomes, well, what is the right number of employees, right? I mean, so you've got people who are leaving under attrition, you have people who were then, they took a deferred program, they left, and the administration is trying to act, and then with respect to the RIFs and the decisions they were making in October, is that not the prioritization authority that the administration has during a shutdown to manage what they've got to on a cash flow basis to manage the functions of government?
I think that's correct. Let me add one thing, just an interesting wrinkle on this, and I just speak for my own district. We had people that wanted to take the buyout,
right,
that they literally, the government said, no, we're not going to, you're not going to be able to because you're mission critical. I mean, over 1,000 at Tinker Air Force Base wanted to take the buyout, but they were too important to keeping bombers in the air, tankers in the air, AWACS in the air, and the decision was made locally by the commanding general. No, we can't afford to lose you. I mean, you can leave, obviously. Any Americans can resign their position, but we can't give you a buyout. We really need you here. So, yeah, I mean, these numbers are a lot more complex than simple, which I think is the point you're making, than just stating a number and saying these people are all driven out. That's just not the case.
Well, and importantly, I think if you go from that to then the second area of concern, which we're talking about with respect to just the shutdown generally, true or false, on September 19th, we passed legislation that would have continued funding at current levels through November 20th.
That's true.
And on October 1st, the government entered shutdown because the Senate, by virtue of decisions by Senate Democrats, refused to take up and pass that bill, which undeniably would have continued to fund government at the current level beginning October 1 through November 20th. And instead, we entered a shutdown.
That's correct, although I always think it's important to note 55 senators, majority of the Senate,
Correct,
did actually vote to keep the government open.
And so important for the American people to understand that was a choice. And so I think when we talk about a shutdown, the question is why? Why? Why do it? Because here we are, and we've got legislation in front of us that Democrats have now supported in the Senate that return us effectively to the status quo ante, where we're going to have government funded out to another now date certain, now extended into January, because we're now into November, so we had to extend the date. We managed to move 3 appropriations bills through some degree of regular order, 3 bills in the House and the Senate. But by virtue of now passing this bill, we're going to restore where we would have been had we just done our work on October 1. So the question is, what was the last 45 days all about? Could it have been potentially the intervening political elections? Could that possibly have been the cynical motivations of the, not right now, I won't.
I was going to ask you a question.
Could it have possibly been the cynical motivations of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? Just a rhetorical question that I'll leave floating out there to say, what were the reasons? We know why. Because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have nothing to run on. And our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want something desperately to run on, so they're trying to manufacture a healthcare crisis that they created. That's the actual truth. And with respect to health care, the question that I would ask is this: should we be putting forward legislation that will continue to fund the insurance companies at the level they're currently getting, where 85% of their revenues are coming from the federal government? Because that's what's happening. Or that $35 billion are going to insurance companies last year to go to people that weren't even using their plans. Is that what we should be doing? Is that the healthcare system that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying that must be addressed by virtue of subsidies to insurance companies? Because President Trump had it right last week when he said, well, if you're going to do these subsidies, which is not how we would prefer to do business, then shouldn't it go to the American people to be able to go into a market and go be able to get the doctor of his or her choice, or get direct primary care, or be able to figure out how to take care of their family rather than call an insurance bureaucrat who's pocketing the money through a system that our colleagues designed and broke, and for which not one single Republican ever voted, including the subsidies that no Republican voted for, that were created to be temporary by our colleagues' own voice. They were to be temporary during COVID. And we are now to extend the very subsidies that my colleagues are laying bare, the broken healthcare system that they created. I remember all too well in 2013 being on the floor of the Senate with Ted Cruz when we were raising the questions of what would happen when this system were implemented. Because the debate then was whether we should fund the implementation of a system that would end up bankrupting the average American family, as this system has done.
But you shut down,
What I'm talking about is the reason. I'm talking about the reason that one would go to the Senate floor and say maybe we shouldn't do the very thing that right now is causing the American people pain.
15 years.
Because we talk about the constituents who are having pain. Yeah, How about my constituent who died last year, who couldn't go to MD Anderson because Obamacare doesn't cover it? Is that coverage? Is that the kind of health care system that people deserve? While insurance companies are pocketing extraordinary profits, off the
15
charts
years
profits.
and you haven't come up with a plan for health insurance.
And health insurance,
15 years.
health insurance executives are minting money.
Oh, God.
Minting money on the back of dollars coming from federal taxpayers and the federal government. And then our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have the temerity to come here and complain about the system they broke. That's what we're actually dealing with here.
It's about repeal of the Affordable Care Act. That's what this is all about.
Or the extent to which you've got
With no replacement.
Is it our time? The extent to which we are here because our colleagues know full well that this was a political exercise. To the chairman, we heard about SNAP. True or false, if we pass this legislation, will SNAP benefits proceed immediately?
Correct.
They could proceed.
So if we pass this legislation tomorrow,
Now.
Yeah,
SNAP funding will continue immediately.
correct.
While our friends at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue are trying to manage the funding of government, while our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have shut it down,
They're at the
correct?
Supreme Court trying to end that. Big,
Mr.
beautiful
Chairman,
bill.
one last question. So our colleague brought up the big, beautiful bill. When we created and set out the big, beautiful bill, and we put into it components to deal with border security and defense, where we had $150 billion for each in that legislation, was that not beneficial for the executive branch to manage through such a moment as this, where our colleagues have shut down the government and they've now had additional flexibility with respect to dollars? Not all, it's not appropriations, I realize that, but they had additional flexibility to manage through it so that we could continue to secure the border and secure to defend the nation.
I wouldn't presume to speak for the administration, but that would be my opinion, that has given them the ability to make sure that we've been able to pay our troops twice, which would not have happened had they not had that flexibility and the president not made some tough decisions. So, yeah, I point out, I know everybody here is concerned about SNAP and WIC, and the president directed additional resources into those programs to the extent that he could during a government shutdown. So, I mean, the president's done everything he can to mitigate, I think, what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have done. They haven't been able to do it in the House. I do stress this is a Senate deal. It's been the minority position in both chambers. But I appreciate what the administration's done to try and make sure the people that needed help got it, the people that deserved to get paid did get paid insofar as they could do it. But, yeah, again, they can't do it indefinitely, and they can't do it for everyone.
Mr. Roy?
I think, Chairman, one last point that I want for the record. The Obamacare 2026 premiums, there's a great report that puts out that shows that only 3.3% of those premiums are affected at all by the COVID credits, that 97% of the premiums in 2026 will continue to flow as normal, and I'd like to insert that in the record. Thank you.
Mr.
Yield
Roy,
back.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Roy.
Roy.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you. I just have to start. Chairman Cole, I have a number of probing questions, but before I ask you some questions, I have to address some of the comments made by the gentleman from Texas. I'm just going to read a quote. And I do this because I actually don't think I could find a quote like this from Chairman Cole. So in some respects, although I disagree with much of his testimony, but he certainly has more clean hands than some of my other colleagues. Quote, "Let's not fund a government that's going to be exacting tyranny over our American brothers and sisters." Full length of the interview is available here, and some key quotes are below. This is from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy's website, November of 2021. Should any Republican vote to fund an executive branch? In other words, should Article 1 Congress, which has the power of the purse as the founders gave us, should we give any dollars to the executive branch for President Biden to issue unconstitutional and unlawful mandates that are causing people to have to choose between their livelihoods and getting a vaccine which they don't want? Let's stand united. Let's not do what these 13 Republicans did last Friday and go side with Nancy Pelosi. Let's not fund a government that's going to be exacting tyranny over our American brothers and sisters. This is from Mr. Roy. Spare me. Hold on. No, Mr. Roy, it's my time. It's my time. You certainly made that clear with the chairwoman. Spare us. Mr. Cole, perhaps, I think, as I said, can have some clean hands to talk to us about this particular set of circumstances we find ourselves in. You cannot. There might be other colleagues of yours, I think, who might share Mr. Cole's worldview, but I don't know. I thought I've heard everything in Congress, but to hear my colleague from Texas, his indignation about the government shutdown as he instigated and tried to instigate shutdown after shutdown, just 3 years ago, 4 years ago. This isn't distant memory. In any event, I digress. Mr. Cole, how many days has the House of Representatives been in session since August 3rd?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
12 days sound about right?
Something like that.
I can represent to you that the House, since August 3rd, has been in session for a total of 12 days. I don't know if you're familiar with Steve Bannon. I suspect you are, yes?
Never met him.
Never met him, you know of him.
If you read the newspapers, you know of him.
Yeah, it's not a trick question. You know Steve Bannon exists.
No,
all right,
sir, I know who he is.
Okay, there was a report recently where Steve Bannon compared the U.S. Congress under Speaker Johnson to the Duma, allegedly. You think that's an apt comparison?
No, I don't.
No. Would it surprise you to know that the Duma has been in session longer this fall than the United States House of Representatives?
I don't know that the Duma sessions make very much difference.
Well, I'm not so sure they make much difference here, given the way in which Republicans are capitulating to every demand that President Trump makes. I think it is shameful that the House has been in session for 12 days since August 3rd. 54 days out of session. You cannot possibly, Chairman, you've been in Congress for some time. You can't possibly defend a 54-day recess, the second longest recess in the modern history of the Congress. You would defend that?
You should probably direct that sentiment toward the United States Senate.
The Senate decides when the House is in session?
No, if you'll let me finish my
Well,
my
no,
point.
because I don't.
My point is, we sent a bill in plenty of time over to the Senate to keep the government open functioning. All these other issues you're concerned about could be addressed, could be debated.
Why not pass these bills?
Whatever.
Why not consider the bills on the floor?
But we're waiting for the Senate to get back.
Why wait?
The Senate has now finally acted.
Okay, Mr. Cole.
Wasn't the Republicans that kept it from acting?
I understand that. I understand. You said that
That's
in
my
response
concern.
to Mr. McGovern. My question is, and this was what I think he was trying to glean from both you and the ranking member, there are plenty of appropriation bills that were passed out of committee. The House could have met the last week of September, any week in October, last week, yesterday, any time over the last 54 days. The House could be convened to consider these appropriation bills. John Thune doesn't get to decide when the House of Representatives is in session. Mike Johnson does. And I'm trying to understand from you why you've decided to take this position.
I don't make these decisions.
I'll finish and then I'll let you answer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Why you've taken this position that the House should effectively stay out of session. I mean, I guess this is your position, that if the government is shut down, the House of Representatives should not convene. Is that your position?
If we can open it by ourselves, which we had done.
Sure.
We had passed legislation, clean legislation, to keep the government open.
You've said that.
It went to the United States Senate, and you wait until they send you something back.
And do nothing else. That's my point. Do you know how many bills have passed out of committee this year that are sitting downstairs at the floor, the desk in the House? 150. 150 bills that have passed. Many of your colleagues here on the Republican side of the aisle, they have passed bills out of committee, along with bills that I've passed on veterans' health care, on issues of foreign policy, you name it. The House has refused to consider any of those for the last 54 days. I'm trying to understand why. Why not just say to the Speaker in October, you know what?
Call us back.
Speaker Johnson, it's time to bring the House back. We'll wait, the Senate, you're right, the Senate's considering the bills that we sent them. They're considering the CR that you mentioned, right, that you've made clear, you passed it, I get it. But while we're waiting, maybe we ought to consider other matters, including the appropriation bills that you are so proud of that you moved out of your committee.
I am proud of them. I would be much happier if the Senate would just open the government
But you don't
and
have
we
to
can
wait for
proceed.
them. I don't understand.
Look,
I mean, honestly, I think I've got an answer to that question. I think you've answered it. And
Okay.
I think the answer is effectively that John Thune is in charge of the House calendar from here on out. That basically the position is, I mean, Mike Johnson has given his gavel. I thought he gave, I didn't ask a question, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry.
not, so
I thought you
I
did.
thought Mr. Speaker Johnson had given his gavel to the president. But it appears as though, at least based on your answers, that he gave it to Senator Thune. Because there is no excuse for the Speaker's decision to keep us out of session for 54 days. And by the way, this is
no excuse for the government to be shut down.
Mr.
You
Cole,
and your colleagues
that
have
wasn't a
voted for that
question. I'll ask you.
repeatedly.
I'm happy to ask you a question because it seems like you are very comfortable with the House being out of session for extended periods of time. Is that a fair?
I am comfortable doing my job, and I've been here quite a bit, my friend.
I understand.
And working on these issues, quite frankly. But we didn't vote to shut down the government in the House.
Okay, you mentioned you've been here a long
and
time.
to be fair, my Senate colleagues didn't vote to shut down the government, and
Got
a
it.
majority of the United States Senate,
you've made that
including
position clear.
members from your party.
You've made your
did not
position
vote.
clear, Mr.
So
Cole.
I think the people that shut down the government
You said
can take
you've made your
responsibility
position
for
clear.
shutting down
As
the
you
government.
said, you've been here a lot longer than I have, and that's certainly true. I haven't been here for long. I found an article. This is from 2007. You've been in Congress for some time. The headline: Cole, quote, "Now is not the time for a vacation," end quote. This is when Democrats had the majority in 2007. Congress must work through Memorial Day recess to produce a clean funding bill. U.S. Congressman Tom Cole today joined nearly every member of the Republican conference in sending a letter to then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling her to keep the House in session until Congress sends then President Bush a clean funding bill that he will sign into law. This was effectively, I'll just say, the letter was sent to Speaker Pelosi 8 days before Congress is scheduled to adjourn for the Memorial Day recess. Legislative business is not scheduled to resume until June 5th. I mean, you all were clamoring, demanding that the Speaker reconvene the House and not take a 10-day recess. And now, what, we're in week 8 and we're finally here? And you won't say a word of criticism about the Speaker's strategy in keeping all of us?
I reserve my criticism for the people that shut down the government of the United States.
I
and
think
have
it is
kept
rich.
it shut down for 40-odd days.
I think
and
it
have
is-
made sure recipients didn't get it. I've
I
made
think
sure
it's
people
rich.
didn't get paid.
Mr.
That's who
Chairman,
I
I think it's
criticize.
rich. Again, I would just simply say that if the shoe were on the other foot, I don't think, honestly, I don't think you would hesitate, to call the Speaker's actions disgraceful, to keep us out of session for 54
No,
days. But in
not
any
quite.
event, that's fine. Let's talk about the last 54 days. So the Speaker, he said something that was fascinating. I thought it was a really interesting quote. If I can find it. Here we go. Yeah, that was interesting. So the quote is, "House Republicans are doing some of the most meaningful work of their careers. They are in their districts. I don't want to pull them away from that." You agree with the Speaker's comments?
I don't speak for the Speaker, but I don't disagree with him. Look, we're waiting for
No,
the
no, no,
Senate
that's
to
not the
do its
question.
job.
That's not the question.
No,
You answered it. You answered it.
I don't
Okay, so Chairman,
disagree with the Speaker.
it sounds like you're saying that you agree that with the Speaker. Republican members were doing some of the most, quote, meaningful work of their careers during that 54 days. I assume you were here in Washington and back in Oklahoma,
Yeah,
right? Did you have any in-person town halls?
no.
None. 54 days?
Did several teletown halls.
Teletown halls. But you've done in-person town halls before. I know that to be
Mm-hmm.
true. Why not? 54 days is a long time. Not one town hall?
No.
Did you visit any of the federal facilities?
Oh, I
in
visited
your
federal
district?
facilities. I've done multiple meetings with chambers of commerce, Rotary clubs. been highly visible.
I don't know if you heard my colleague, Ms. Fishbach, she took great umbrage at this notion that, that Republicans were somehow on vacation. Did you make it down to the Mar-a-Lago Halloween party?
No.
You didn't get the invitation to the Gatsby invite? I don't know. It would be interesting. I don't know if any of her colleagues here on the other side of the dais made it down there. It strikes me that it would be hard to describe the last 54 days, at least from what I've seen, as meaningful work on the part of my colleagues in the House Republican Conference. But, again, those are, that's something you'll have to defend, and folks will defend to their constituents.
I can defend myself a lot easier.
Well, that's
having
fine.
not voted to shut down the government.
Mr. Chairman, you've answered the question.
Thousands of people
You've answered the question. Let's talk about, Mr. Chairman.
That's what I would worry.
Madam Chair, regular order, please. So I want to talk to you about the
I want to ask the members of the Rules Committee not to interrupt the witnesses, please. And I hope, Mr. Neguse, you do have some questions, and yet you just don't want to harangue the chairman.
I'm far from haranguing the chairman. I'm giving the opportunity for the chairman to explain the meaningful work that he's been engaged in, and I suspect that he welcomes and relishes that. So I want to talk to you about the provision that my colleague from Pennsylvania noted earlier. And this is the provision that essentially allows specifically 8 Republican United States senators to reap upwards of a $500,000 payday with respect to the phone record notice provision that they've added into the bill. You support that provision?
I didn't have anything to do with it, didn't have any knowledge of it.
Not asking if you have knowledge of it. Do you support it?
Yeah. Do I support the bill? Yes. Do I support every single provision of the bill? No.
You don't find this provision repugnant? I think most American people are going to find this pretty repugnant.
I was surprised to see it in the bill. I was unaware of it. It was not.
Why not work with us to remove it?
Let's see what you do.
Well, we've got an amendment.
I will tell you this. I am very concerned, and actually Democratic senators said this. I think particularly of Senator Coons. I am very concerned that anybody, whether they're in the House or the Senate, is singled out and not notified that their records are being subpoenaed. That concerns me a great deal.
And does that justify?
Now, did I know about this provision in the bill? No. Do I think it needs to be in a funding bill? Not particularly. But do I think getting the governments open is important? Yes, I do. But I was unaware of the provision, so.
Well, there's an amendment that will be introduced I'm not asking a question. Mr. Chairman, not asking you a question. Let me finish my statement, and then you'll have an opportunity. Yeah, there will be an amendment proposed to remove what I think is a deeply insidious provision. I think it is outrageous for these Republican senators to effectively guarantee themselves $1 million paydays. Retroactive provision in this bill that very clearly applies to them. The removal of all relevant immunity defenses on the part of the United States government. This is insanity to allow this provision to go forward. And I would hope that my Republican colleagues would join us in supporting the removal of this provision. At a minimum, we ought to be able to find common ground on that. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, like all of you, are here in Washington today instead of celebrating the incredible veterans in our district and across the country. But as members of the Rules Committee, we begin the important process here in the House that will finally end this shutdown madness. I honor the veterans every day, and especially today. But the work we're doing here tonight and starting that work, and we'll finish tomorrow, will begin to end the turmoil that has made their lives and the lives of millions of Americans harder for more than 40 days. For over 40 days, the American people have endured a completely unnecessary and entirely avoidable government shutdown. Not because Congress couldn't find common ground, but because Senator Schumer and his allies turned governing into political theater. And you've heard a lot of political theater already here tonight. You've chosen performance over duty and outrage over outcomes. From day one, the House did its job. We passed a clean continuing resolution, a straightforward measure to keep the government open while the appropriations process continued, and I think Chairman Cole has really articulated that very well here tonight. It's the same kind of measure that Congress passed repeatedly in the Biden years. I voted for every one of those CRs, despite disagreeing with virtually all of the administration's policies. Because governing means putting your country before politics. And it keeps the lights on for the American people. We pay far too much in taxes, every American, for the government to not be responsive when they need it the most. And that's what responsible leadership looks like. And I'm sure if we dug into all of the tweets and the statements from all the different shutdown cliffs and crises that we've been in over the years, I mean, we would see all of my colleagues on the other side of the dais swearing up and down how it was the end of the world to shut down the government. But White House switches hands, and then they did what they probably said was the unthinkable, and they shut down the government. But this time, you know, even though we passed the bill in the House, the Senate Democrats refused to act responsibly. They saw an opportunity to score political points and to appease an angry faction within their own ranks. They decided to shut down the government, not out of principle, but to please the loudest voices on the far left. Now, let's be clear. This debate wasn't about spending. This shutdown is not about health care or any legitimate policy disagreement. It was an exercise in power, a stunt to divide and distract and delay. And while they were busy playing politics, it was the American people that paid the price. The hypocrisy has been staggering. We've all seen members of Congress, I've seen some in my own region, standing at a food bank, lamenting that nutritional assistance was lapsing and was interrupted. Then, in the very same press conference, they vowed against ending the shutdown.
Nothing to do.
How can you have it both ways?
You can.
How can you want to be seen as an honest human being where you stomp and you stamp and you have your temper tantrum and you say, my way or the highway. You acknowledge people are suffering and doing without. But then you say you won't vote to make that pain go away. How? If you want to present yourself as an intellectually honest individual, how can you try to have it both ways on this argument? The American people have suffered long enough. You've called it a Republican shutdown. Now you're furious that the shutdown is ending. It's not leadership. It's hypocrisy at its very worst. You're trying to say this is a health care bill about a policy that Chairman Cole has articulated about 19 times tonight is not involved in the funding levels of this government. There is plenty of time for a robust discussion to work together through the natural process where it belongs. Our VA employees have gone without pay. Our border agents, our Coast Guard, they've missed paychecks while still serving this country. Families depending on SNAP and WIC have been left wondering when they'd get food on the table. Air traffic controllers, by God's grace, we had no air disasters during this. A system that is already overstretched, that we are trying to modernize and fix and recruit more of. They've worked without a paycheck, and the American people have fortunately been kept safe. These are the real-world costs of the political games. Real people, not anyone in public office, paid the price. Now, after weeks of pain and posturing, the Senate has finally discovered a breakthrough. But let's be honest, this is the same bipartisan agreement they could have passed 40 days ago, 30 days ago, 20 days ago. This deal could have been on the table any time they were ready to come to that table. But the only thing that changed was political timing. The only thing that changed. And that timing should not be lost on anyone. Anyone watching, any members of the media, as to how all of a sudden we get to this epiphany that now is the time. Because Election Day was a week ago. And some of their colleagues have said the quiet part out loud on TV. And they've said, we couldn't back down before our base turned out in blue states like Virginia, New Jersey, and in New York. And you're watching all of their colleagues get barbecued by that angry mob. But let's also be clear, this was never about health care. This was about another talking point and another distraction. And we can and we will have that full and honest debate about health care during the final appropriations process and throughout the budget year. But this shutdown was about one thing. It was about power. It was about Chuck Schumer and Democratic leaders trying to hold a government hostage for their own ambitions, to satisfy their angry mob that wants them to come back with a pound of flesh from President Trump. If Democrats want to let their angry fringe burn their party down, that's their choice. But we are not going to let them hurt the American people any longer in this process. We are not going to let them hold anyone hostage in the name of political chaos. And I want to thank senators on both sides of the aisle to coming to their senses and working together. And I specifically want to mention Senator Fetterman, who has said from the very beginning that you can support the health care policy efforts that many in this room are talking about tonight. But you could also do what's right and fund the government and take care of the people, which we swore an oath to do. He was the most plainly spoken, honest broker on the Senate side. And that's what courage looks like. So as we take up this measure here in the Rules Committee today and the House tomorrow night, we're doing what should have been done weeks ago. We're restoring order, we're reopening government, and we're putting the country first, because that's what the American people expect and they deserve. To the veterans who have waited for benefits, to the workers who have missed paychecks, to the families who have worried about how to make ends meet, this should have never happened to you. You deserve better from your government, and politics disguised as principle. So today we will act, and tomorrow we will finish the job. We will bring this shutdown to an end once and for all, and we will send a message loud and clear that governing is not performance, it's a responsibility. Because this was never a shutdown of the government, this was a shutdown of common sense. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you so very much, Madam Chair. And it's so good to see everybody. Bienvenidos hace tanto tiempo. It has just been way too long, right? But it's been so long that, following up on my colleague, and I will now say friend, Representative Langworthy's comments about what is this about, let's remember how we got here. Because it has really not been that long for the American people, because we were here. Remember, in the middle of the night, just 5 months ago, while Republicans were jamming through a bill that caused a health care crisis. And now we're here because they refuse to solve a major part of that health care crisis, which is those enhanced premium tax credits that are rising, and they're doing it now. The reason we needed to act and act now is because people opened those bills, they opened those notices, and their premiums are going up. I mean, anybody watching, I don't know why people watch Rules, but people do watch Rules. Raise your hand if you are seeing your health care premiums go up. Because everywhere I go, people are seeing their health care premiums go up. And it's not just because they're letting them expire. It's what you did back in the dead of night, where you rushed through. We had to rush to make sure you gave those billionaire tax credits that are permanent. Those are permanent tax credits, which we had to pass before July 4th, but you couldn't bother to extend the tax credits for working families and businesses before the end of December. And you did it all by raising the deficit. Mr. Roy has passed, he's always talked about that darn deficit, $4 trillion. $4 trillion. You raised our, not just our health care costs, or everything, right? Insurance premiums, groceries, utilities, everything's going up. And you know what's interesting? Is that those tax credits that Democrats are fighting for are especially important for folks who live in rural and Republican-held districts. And it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene's adult kids that will see their health care premiums double. It's across everybody's district. Nearly 6 in 10 marketplace enrollees, people who benefit from these tax credits, live in congressional districts represented by Republicans. Chairman Cole, do you know how many folks in your district will see their premiums?
I think I've been educated about that tonight, actually.
And do you remember what it was?
It was about 48,000.
48,000. But you know what's interesting is your Health States Insurance Commissioner actually thinks that 100,000 Oklahomans could no longer afford health insurance by the end of the year. I'm sure you know Glenn Mulready.
Mulready.
Glenn Mulready. You know what he
Mulready.
said? Mulready. So Glenn Mulready, your insurance commissioner, said he tried to talk to his delegation about how it's not a great idea to have these all just disappear, but maybe do it more gradually or do something. He said, I like this quote. He said, they weren't listening at that time, though. Did you talk to the commissioner?
I have not talked to him about this. We actually talk pretty frequently.
Okay.
He calls at least once a year to every member of the
Once a
delegation.
year.
Again, I know
Yeah,
him
once a
quite
year.
well.
What's interesting is right now, we're in this moment where once a year is not enough because those health care premiums are going up. The president of the Oklahoma Hospital Association, he thinks it's even worse when you take into account everything. He said 300,000 Oklahomans will be affected. This is his quote. It's been a long time since we've seen individuals faced with the real challenge of deciding whether or not to take advantage of health insurance for themselves, their families, or go bare. And that's a close quote. And that's the thing about this. These are not just in Democrat districts. And what I love is that we are fighting because we don't care whether you're in a Democrat district or Republican district. What we care about is health insurance. And that's what this fight has proven, is that we care about whether or not you're going to be able to afford your health insurance. And you know what? When Representative Roy was talking about being a cancer survivor.
I wish you cared not as much about whether or not my people get paid.
Right.
You know, whether or not the people that are working at Tinker Air Force Base,
Mr.
I wish you
Chairman,
cared
I really
about them
respect you,
getting
but I didn't ask
paid.
you a question, Madam Chairwoman.
Well,
I didn't ask
I
you a question.
apologize, but
Thank you.
you were talking about my district, so
Yeah.
I thought I would
Well,
express myself about my district and
but
what they
we've
think.
We've heard you talk about that before, and I have 30,000 people in New Mexico who are federal employees, and I've been meeting with them as well. But I wanted to go to the fact that, you know, Representative Roy, who came and left so quickly, he was talking about cancer and how he's a cancer survivor. I'm a cancer survivor. And he was talking about how the Affordable Care Act is so bad, but you know what? I'm a cancer survivor. And so if it wouldn't have been for the Affordable Care Act, I would not be able to get insurance because there was a pre-existing condition. You know what else I am? I am a woman. And because I was a woman and could have had babies, I would have also been a pre-existing condition. And these are the benefits of the Affordable Care Act. And the list goes on and on about why that Affordable Care Act makes sense. But what we also need to make it be is affordable. And we had a hearing. I'm the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus. Together with members of the Policy and Steering Committee, we had a hearing. Well, Republicans were on vacation. Well, Republicans were gone. If you don't want to call it vacation, let's be honest, you were not here. But we were. And we held a hearing. And one of the most compelling voices, I mean, they were all compelling. We actually had to take out our tissue because we were crying so much. But one of those voices was Brick from Utah. Brick from Utah, who has a condition that he needs infusions. And the only way he can afford those infusions is through because he gets those tax credits. And he said, I want to work. And he went and talked to his representatives, and he tried to meet with his senators. And he did get to talk to Representative Kennedy, and Representative Kennedy's answer to him was, well, just go on disability. That's not an answer. That doesn't save the American government anything at all, because he wants to work. But you know what? We're going to have an amendment from Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark, I see her here, that's going to have a 3-year extension. And I'm supposing you wouldn't support that amendment. Is that right, Mr.
I don't have a vote on that amendment unless you get it out of here, so.
Right. But we could vote, and we will vote later, on a one-year extension, right? Just a one-year extension, because we've heard the ranking member talk over and over again about that there are Republicans who want that one-year extension. So we could do that as an amendment. I'll offer that as well. It's 14 of her colleagues. Do you know, what would a one-year extension cost us, Chairman Cole?
I have no idea. We have no
Representative Ranking
jurisdiction. This is
Member,
not,
Ranking Member, what would it
with all
cost?
due
Is it about
respect,
23?
can I finish my answer?
Sure.
With all due respect, we don't deal with this on Appropriations Committee. This is not our jurisdiction, it's not our issue. That's part of the problem here. You're trying to raise it on appropriations bills. This is a Ways and Means or an Energy and Commerce issue. It's not ours. And so to hold up the funding of the entire government over something that belongs in another committee, not ours, and you're basically holding our bills, not you, and frankly, not the House, and not even a majority of the Senate. But our bills have been held hostage over something we have no jurisdiction over.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. You made that point earlier, but as we were here before, when you all passed it, this bill has tons of stuff that's not appropriations. And Ranking Member, I've heard it's about $23 billion for 1 year. That's about what it costs for 1 year. Is that right?
For 1 year, but it was 1 year.
I've asked Ranking Member, sir.
And setting up a bipartisan commission, a bipartisan, to look into this and to address the issues that people may have some concern about. But a 1 year extension, give some relief to the people who are out there. And I quoted Connecticut, you quote your district, and we can quote everyone's district and what's happening to people out there today. And the notion that we can't take this up because the continuing resolution is what the Appropriations Committee does. Exactly. And we've got 50 pages of this document that deals with health care. If there were the willingness, the political will to solve this, we could do it, and we could do it very, very quickly. And let's not bifurcate continuing resolution to appropriations bills. It is all of one package. And it's incredible to me that we would watch people suffer everywhere to see what's going on with their rising health care prices, or their kids that are not going to be able to get the treatment that they need, and that just say, hey, figure it out another way. No, that's not what we're about. And that really is what is so outrageous about the conversation and what is going on. Go ahead.
So, Ranking Member, I think that you're right on point. It's like, we can do this, because we do it all the time. This bill is full of things, and we'll get to that whole idea of the payola for those senators in a moment, right? But I'm also struck by the contrast of priorities. The contrast of priorities. Democrats have been talking about the need to address health care, and it's not just since the shutdown. It was in that big, beautifully bad bill of theirs. Health care was key, and they could fix it now, but it's the priorities. $40 billion, I would think that's what is proposed to be sent down to Argentina.
Yes.
Chairman Cole, is that,
right.
Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
It's $40 billion.
$40 billion.
$40 billion. So that seems to be a priority. They will send $40 billion to Argentina instead of spending $23 billion to provide health care to Americans, and all we're getting is a pinky promise that they will address that, but they won't even support a 1 year extension, a 3 year extension, or a permanent extension. But let's get to the stuff that's not. Let's get to the stuff that is not probably appropriation, but what has been stuck in this bill that would provide those senators. It's like a payola. Like, what kind of bribe is that? Who gets 500,000 of violations? And that's why we're saying it's maybe $8 million. Senators are gonna get $1 million, a couple of million, $500,000, and we're not gonna give money to help a father pay for his health care? Is that what's going on here, Ranking Member?
Speaking of what doesn't belong in an appropriations bill, this doesn't belong in an appropriations bill. It's really, we have a review by an ethics committee that says that they can be paid off. We had it's just outrageous what's happened here. But in terms of the process, what it so violates what appropriations has done. It normally is the process where you get the 4 people involved that are the chairs and ranking members in the House and Senate, and you have a sign-off on the bills. First of all, that did not happen this time as well, and my Republican colleagues, the Senate, the Senate chair, they just went forward and posted the bills without having sign-off. Then this is secretly put it in the bill at the last hour with no one, including the House chair or ranking member, or I don't believe the ranking member on the Senate side. This was a sweetheart deal that was put in there that rips off the government and the people of this country.
And Americans think that the system is stacked against them.
And
when
is.
Republicans support giving payouts to senators in the millions of dollars, they can see why. But I'm going to give my Republican colleagues on this committee the opportunity to say this is not right. I will be offering an amendment to strip that entire section from the bill. We'll see what kind of courage the Republicans on this dais have. Now, I am the last Democrat to be able to ask questions, so I wanted to just give the ranking member an opportunity to see if there was anything else she wanted to raise in response to some of the other issues that...
No, I thank the gentlelady very, very much. It's really been really incredible. And first of all, you know, everybody here is supportive of our veterans and so forth, and to, if we really wanted to do something about taking care of our veterans and their health care, we would have, and you would have, dealt with the $51.7 billion in advance funding for our veterans through the Toxic Exposure Fund, which was done, by the way, in the Fiscal Responsibility Act several years ago, which we've done, and the ranking member of Milcon VA is here, and yet there is advance money. There is advance money for medical care, but for the Toxic Exposure Fund, the answer is no. Why? You want to help veterans? This leads to me, when I see that there's no commitment on the Toxic Exposure Fund. And what we do and what we have done in the past, it really is, we have done advanced funding over the years. And we did, and as I mentioned earlier in my comments, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, Chair Judge Carter, a full day of negotiations. Quite frankly, it was one of the bright, shining spots of bipartisanship we had in going through the appropriations process, but that has been left out of this bill. Do you really care about veterans? Let's make sure they're taken care of, because they get caught in the crosshairs of this madness that we are currently involved in. I would also like to just say that I'm really tired and, quite honestly, fed up. It is a lie, it is misinformation that we had to reopen the government in order for there to be SNAP benefits to go to families. $6 billion in a contingency fund, which we voted for. Read the bill, understand what you did in the bill, and know what you did. You passed it. And it was the president who decided he did not want to spend that money to feed people. He's taken it all the way to the Supreme Court to deprive people and kids. It's 16 million kids. It's 8 million seniors. It's 4 million people who are disabled and 1.2 million veterans. You want to care for your veterans? Care for your veterans? Make sure that that money in that contingency fund is outflowing tonight and going, and not let them claw back, telling states, get the money back that you have given out. What is wrong with this picture? And I just say, if Mr. Roy were here, I would tell him, which he needs to understand. he needs to understand, he talked about a buyout. The buyouts were offered using money that government simply did not have. They signed contracts, buyouts with money that the Congress had not yet appropriated. That is unlawful. There is a lawlessness about this administration, and particularly where it affects the Appropriations Committee. They have been doing it from day one, and I love being on the Appropriations Committee as chair, as ranking member, and I, by God, am not going to give up one single bit of power that the Appropriations Committee has in order to be able to carry out our mission, and that is the $1.7 trillion that we deal with every single year for the services that the American people depend on. That's what we should be doing, and the power of the purse. Talk about a clean bill? No clean bill. They took back $410 billion from that earlier budget, and nothing is said about allowing them to continue to get away with this. An unelected bureaucrat, Russ Vought, who has the power to take that money away, which Tom Cole and myself and the other appropriators said we were going to pass because it makes a difference to our constituents. It is really unbelievable lawlessness that has been pervasive since January here, and that's something that we ought to really take back for the Appropriations Committee, but for the good of the American people. And the health care piece is absolutely the center of what this shutdown, yes, has been about, because that is a priority and it needs to be. Why? The last point I will make to you is, why now? Why now? Because the enrollment period is underway. It started November 1st. Why now? Is because everybody's got the letter in their hand saying $2,000 a month, my insurance is going up. I can't afford $24,000 a year. Why now? Because by December 15th, they must make the first payment so that they can have health care insurance on January 1st. That's what we are fighting for, and I'll continue to fight that battle every step of the way, despite what the United States Senate did yesterday.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member, and thank you for allowing me to ask that last question. And it is indeed a contrast in priorities, prioritizing ballrooms and your bathroom, and whether you have marble or gilded gold, or providing the food that people need.
Food and health care.
To not distribute the money that Congress already sent over. And we should have had every Republican yelling at the White House to release those funds, and I did not hear them.
This is
and I don't
true
know,
colors
Chairman,
coming out.
I don't know, Chairman,
Food and health care.
if you went to your food banks, but we did, and it wasn't performative, Mr. Langworthy. It was because people are hungry, and that money was there, and Trump refused to release it, and that is a disgrace. It is immoral. It is against every principle of faith and clarity that I have ever learned. And with that,
Thank you,
Chair,
Ms.
I
Leisure
yield back.
Fernandez. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too intend to talk about the Senate provision that they put in last night. I found out about it sometime around 9 o'clock. And I'll just be honest with you, Mr. Cole, I represent a lot of people that work for the federal government, Robins Air Force Base, Moody Air Force Base, USDA, I could go down the list. And I was very excited about coming back to Washington, D.C. to vote to open the government back up. And then when I saw what the Senate did last night, I'll be honest, I had a hard night. And I've been struggling with what the right vote is because of what the Senate did. And I want to just tell you, because I want the American citizens to be able to read it, you can start at page 217 of the legislation where it says requiring Senate notification for disclosure of Senate data. And there's a lot of with respect to's and other things in the first pages. But when you get over to page 223, you'll see where they've created a private cause of action, specifically for them. And it goes on and it says that cause of action, and this is on page 224, any senator whose Senate data or the Senate data of whose Senate office has been acquired, subpoenaed, searched, accessed, or disclosed in violation of this section may bring a civil action against the United States if the violation was committed by an officer, employer, or agent of the United States or of any federal department of agent or agency. Relief. If senator prevails on a claim under this subsection, the court shall, not may, shall award for each instance of a violation of this section the greater of, not the lesser of, the greater of statutory damages of $500,000 or the amount of actual damages, reasonable attorney fees, cost of litigation. And it goes on from there. Now, there's other language in here, waiver of sovereign immunity, no qualified immunity. And there's other language in here, too, that indicates that each line would be an additional payment. And so most of us as members have a campaign phone, a campaign email, a personal phone, a personal email, and then a business phone and a business email. That's 6 violations the way they count them. If they went for all of them, 6. Minimum of $500,000 apiece. Now, I don't think, and I've been asking questions on this since last night, and I'm going to tell you, I don't think that Senate leadership shared with the leadership of the House what they were doing. Now, I want the Democrats to know this. My understanding is that Chuck Schumer was very much aware and signed off on this particular language as well. So just, y'all might want to ask questions about that. I'm just telling the truth on, this is, as soon as I found out about it, I started asking questions. But they're saying, well, the executive branch shouldn't be checking up on the legislative branch. Well, there's some truth to that. There's a lot of truth to it. I believe in the separation of powers. And they talk about it being good governance. The thing that I can't get past, though, and this is, again, I mean, for the American citizens, if you go to page 227 of the bill, limited retroactive applicability. In general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to any acquisition, subpoena, search, accessing, disclosure of Senate data as defined in Section 10A of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2005, and to any failure to disclose such an acquisition, subpoena, search, accessing, or disclosure occurring on or after January 1 of 2022. So it's given them the ability to retroactively go back. We know, you literally know who, at least, we may not know all of them, but we at least know the list of some of them. In this paragraph, the term violation section 10 is the meaning given to the violation section. It goes on from there. But there's also language in there where it indicates that each account is a separate payment. Now, this language did not go through any committee markup. This language was not shared with the House of Representatives prior to it being put in the bill. And I personally agree that it should be removed. The problem is, if we remove it, the Senate, it has to go back to the Senate. And then you're right back to where you were 40 days ago, where all of a sudden you're trying to get a piece of legislation out of the Senate. And so, I mean, I've struggled. I want you to know that, Mr. Cole. I want the American citizens to know. I've struggled with what the right course of action here is, because what they did is wrong. This should not be in this piece of legislation. And they can say it's about good governance all they want to. When they made it retroactive, then all of a sudden it was no longer about good governance. There's actually a list of people that know they will get paid as soon as this thing is signed. At least they've got the coupon where all they have to do is go file at the courthouse and get paid. And I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do. My gut is, because of the way this place is so dysfunctional now, that the right thing to do is to get the government cut on as soon as possible and make sure that the American citizens are watching what those senators do and hold them to account for what they did. And at the same time, the House put legislation out that actually reverses what the Senate has done. They should vote on this in the light of day. If they think this is the right thing to do, then they should have a committee meeting and a straight up or down vote on it. Don't hold my people who work in my district at Robbins Air Force Base paycheck any longer than it's already been held. And so I want you to know, Mr. Cole, you're our chair. I respect you tremendously, as much as I respect anybody in this House, and as much, I mean, I can take everybody I ever met. I have tremendous respect for you. You are a man of integrity and honesty, and when you tell me you didn't know, I trust you. And when Mike Johnson, when I'm asking questions about it at 9 o'clock last night, I don't think our side knows. I do think I think the Dems and the Republicans in the Senate knew, though. I do. I want you to know that. And, but this is, I mean, American citizens just need to read it, and they can figure it out for themselves. It's not that hard. It's big letters. It starts on 217. It ends on 228. It won't take you 10 minutes to read it, and you really can pretty much start where the private cause of action is discussed. But that would never pass if that was a standalone piece of legislation, and it is clearly authorizing an Appropriations Act.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to yield to Mr. Roy.
Yeah, I just want to add that I share the concerns of the gentleman from Georgia. I do not think that this provision should have been inserted. It certainly shouldn't have been inserted at the 11th hour without deliberation and back and forth. I do believe that the gentleman was correct. There were Democrats and Republicans involved with it. But I think there's going to be a lot of people, if they look and understand this, are going to see it as self-serving, self-dealing kind of stuff, and I don't think that's right. And I understand that I think some of the motivations were to try to target a DOJ that I think was fairly obviously abusing its authority and targeting United States senators, separation of powers concerns, all the things. We can debate all that, but we think it was pretty egregious, so I have no problem with the prospect of going after and trying to empower, even through private right of action, a way to go, because we do it in other contexts, consent decrees and other things, but the retroactive, potential to have dollars going to United States senators, when we've got American citizens, whether it was J6ers, whether it was people from the FACE Act, whether it was others that have also had the full force of the federal government through the Department of Justice targeting and coming down on them, and they're going to see, oh, but you can slide in a provision in here for United States senators? Like, it is beside my comprehension that this got put in the bill. And it's why people have such a low opinion of this town. I am torn also, the gentleman from Georgia, because we need to fund the government and we need to get this passed. And I'm trying to figure out what we can do to force the Senate's hand to say you're going to repeal this provision and fix it without amending it here to then delay the funding of government, which we want to proceed to go move forward with. But that provision needs to get fixed. And we need to find a way as a body to get it fixed as soon as possible. And I'm continuing explore the options tonight. I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Scott, would you yield?
I just want to point out it's $500,000, and the way it's written, it is a minimum of $500,000. It is per line. It is and Ms. Ledger Hernandez, I'll give you 60 seconds, but I think it's time to move on. I just don't.
I truly appreciate your very careful consideration and review for the American people of this. As you know, I do have an amendment to strike the whole thing, and I think it would send a great message if you would actually say, I'm going to vote for this amendment.
And this is why I didn't want to get into this debate. The problem is, if we could take it out and send it to the Senate and know that the gamesmanship wasn't going to be played over there and the government would get cut back on, I'd be glad to. But the bottom line is, if we amend this bill with anything at all, we risk extending the shutdown, air traffic controllers not being paid, law enforcement not being paid, our staffs here not being paid, and that's a risk that I don't trust.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I don't trust just the Democrats. I don't trust the system to work where we could fix it with what probably a supermajority of this committee thinks should be done and not delay the government coming back on. And with that,
I would only point out that it's not, if you would, I just wanted to finish, will you give me 15 seconds?
Yes.
So it says each violation, and so the violation isn't just each telephone, it's each time it's requested. So it could multiply much higher than that, because it's by violation.
That is my read as well.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? I just want to state for the record, it's another reason why the House and the Senate should be in session during a shutdown. Maybe this could have been avoided.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am very concerned about those sections. I will tell you, I've already made the decision that I will vote for this bill and not vote for any amendments because the shutdown needs to end. It's been going on too long. Too many of my people are hurting, and we got to get it done. There's some other issues in here, not as egregious, but at least it was done in the light of day with a vote. But the hemp issues, that was a fight between the gentleman in the Senate from Kentucky, both of them fighting each other. I don't agree with the solution they came up with, but I'm voting for it because I've got too many people that need the government to open. And therefore, notwithstanding, we're going to hear some great amendments, I'm sure, but I'm not voting for any of them because we need to get this thing done, and then we can start negotiating on other things. Now, Mr. Cole, Mr. Chairman, you've said this a couple times. I want to underline it because it's exciting for me to hear it coming from the Appropriations Chair. Because one of the things, as now a longtime member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, that drives us crazy is that people want to airdrop. This didn't just happen. This happens when we're here in session. It didn't happen because people weren't here. It happens all the time between the House and the Senate on bills that come out of appropriations. And you haven't done it, to the best of my knowledge, but they create programs that are never authorized by the authorizing committees. And you're absolutely right. When it comes to the premium enhanced tax credits or the enhanced premium tax credits, that's the jurisdiction of Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Ed and Workforce. They overlap. Different pieces of it belong to each of those. And of course, the bill that they keep talking about, that they claim took all this money away, that came out of the Budget Committee. That didn't come out of appropriations either, the reconciliation bill. And I just appreciate that you're recognizing that's not the proper jurisdiction. And before we had the shutdown, I wrote a whole column on how we could reach some kind of an agreement on a glide path. But I also pointed out in several, and I've had several columns where I've talked about this. I do a weekly column, that we have 20% on the enhanced premium tax credits. We have what is pretty darn clear, 20% shadow enrollees. Now, if you will bear with me, Mr. Chairman, tell me if you disagree with this. What we see is normally in an insurance plan, you have 15% of the enrollees don't use their insurance in a given year. That's been for decades, and some years it may go up 0.2 or down 0.2, but it's right around that 15%. With the enhanced premium tax credits, we see 35% not using it. And here's what I believe is happening, and I think most experts agree with this. You tell me if you have any disagreement. Jump in, Mr. Chairman, and tell me if you disagree. What happened, because it was an emergency piece of legislation during COVID, because they wanted to help people that were having a hard time, they didn't put in all the checks and balances. So you don't have to re-enroll. It's an automatic re-enrollment because it was only going to be a 5-year program. And what could happen, and the theory I use and the example, the hypothetical I always use is, if you live in North Florida and you happen to go to a grocery store or a mall and you get enrolled, and then 6 months, 8 months, 9 months later, you move to South Georgia and you go to the mall or the grocery store and you get enrolled, most citizens of the United States would think, well, I'm enrolled now in Georgia, so they've canceled my program in Florida. But that's not happening with the enhanced premium tax credits. And my frustration with this argument for the last 40 days has been, open up the government and we can figure this out, because as the Health Subcommittee Chair on Energy and Commerce, I don't want us to continue to waste 20% of our money that we're spending. It's billions of dollars. I don't want to continue to waste 20% of that money that doesn't go to help a single enrollee. It goes to the insurance companies, and they're getting the money. They don't know whether the people really exist or not either, because there's no way to check, and it keeps rolling on. If we do a 3-year extension without some way to check, or a 1-year extension, which our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have recommended to us, either a 1-year or a 3-year extension, we're going to continue that 20% waste. We're going to waste the taxpayer dollars. That doesn't mean I don't want to help people who are trying to struggle. And even for some of those, Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that 10% of the people are receiving these benefits are over the 400% poverty level, which means they're making $106,000 a year. And maybe in some of the rich districts in the country, that doesn't seem like much money. In my district, where the average household income is just over $50,000, we haven't quite reached 51 yet, that means they're making pretty good money, and yet we're not even looking at doing that. Now, I'm not saying we take that away 100% the first year. We've got to take a look at that. That's what needs to be negotiated. But that was never part of your bill. That was in my jurisdiction. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And to the gentleman's point, just go back, a totally separate bill, but you'll remember toward the end of last year, we were working hard. A lot of our fellow Americans were hurting from hurricanes. We're doing a disaster relief bill. The Appropriations Committee did a little over 100 pages and spent about $100 billion, I think 110 because we added $10 billion for ag. That bill was 1,500 pages long when it hit the floor. None of us were consulted on the Appropriations Committee about this. And honestly, it had some stuff I probably would be for, like PBM reform, and it just didn't belong with us. And matter of fact, we caught a lot of grief on the floor from both sides of E&C because what were you doing? We didn't. It blew up because people look at a bill that big and they go, "What in the hell is in 1,500 pages?" And again, my committee didn't have any. Now, in the end, what we passed was what the Appropriations Committee did, which was a little over 100 pages. But all the rest of that stuff was loaded on us. This is, so it's not like they even come and ask us. So I've had some pretty stern discussions with our leadership about this, but it's true on both sides, and it's true with other committees. I mean, other committees use us as the I don't recall anybody carrying an appropriations bill to help us out on E&C or Ways and Means or anyplace else.
Don't give us any ideas, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so believe me. So I agree with the gentleman's point. I would prefer these things go to the committees that have the expertise, and they move the vehicles, not us. Not because it's a must-pass, we got a fun deal. If it's a good bill, and if it's bipartisan, like PBM reform, I guess was, from everything I heard, then why couldn't it trot out there on its own? Why did it have to be part of ours and confuse everybody about what we had in the bill that we'd had no hearings, no jurisdiction on, or anything? So that's an institutional problem. And I would say I see it on both sides of the aisle.
Yep.
It's something that we're trying to stay away from.
And I appreciate you working on that because, as you know, and it's part of why my colleague, Mr. Scott, is frustrated with the way this place works, because we have rules and then we don't follow those rules. And if we follow the rules, I don't think we'd be in this spot, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are correct. We've dumped all kinds of things before in appropriations bills, but that doesn't mean it was right. And in this case, you gave us a bill that dealt with appropriations, kept us open for 7 or 8 weeks, and I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, I think at least on the part that was, I don't know about the part with Ways and Means and Ed and Workforce, but the part that was in Energy and Commerce, I think we could have hammered something out. But the number one concern that I have about just doing this blanket and claiming, oh, we're saving health care, is the 20% that's going to the insurance companies. It's not a question of, which side of the aisle you're on. We're giving 20% of the money that we're spending on the enhanced premium tax credits directly to the bottom line of insurance companies, because they don't know whether it's Joe Smith or Jane Doe or somebody else, but they know pretty much based on statistics over decades that there are 20% shadow enrollees, and if we don't fix that waste, we are not doing a service for the American people. We are not keeping track of the dollars, and it's a shame that it got wrapped up into this. It was fake from the beginning, in my opinion. We could have worked on it. We could have passed the CR, and while some people say it wasn't clean, and technically it had some other stuff in it, but none of it was stuff the Democrats opposed. Telemedicine, federal qualified health centers. I mean, there was some good stuff in there that belonged in an appropriations-style bill. And it's all in here, is it not, Mr. Chairman? All of that stuff we had in the original CR is still in here.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as those programs are concerned. And yet, because some folks wanted to make it all about health insurance, which was not what this bill was about, was it?
No, sir.
And didn't actually want to deal with resolving the issue in a responsible legislative manner, working through the proper committees, we've been shut down for 40 days, and that then ties my hands tonight. I can't vote for amendments that I might otherwise think are appropriate, and I can't vote for amendments that I think are not only appropriate, but are truly justified, not just marginally, but by 2/3. I cannot vote for them because I want to get this shutdown over. There are too many things being impacted in my district, and I'm sure in other districts too. I can only speak to my district, but having one of the most economically challenged districts in the country, I heard somebody say something about suffering. I'm just going to tell you, I looked it up, and that individual said we had to have a little suffering. They're like 29th. I'm 409th out of 435 on household income. I got enough suffering without the federal government adding to it. So I will be voting no on all the amendments, and yes to get this thing across the finish line.
But the gentleman yield 1 second.
I will yield to
1 second, which is this. You made a stat I want to make sure everybody understands. You talked about 15%, a number that you said was an historic number.
It's over the decades. It's roughly.
As it relates to enrollees who don't file a claim, right?
That's
so you're
correct.
about 15%. That is for private plans, but that was also the number, give or take a percentage point, for Obamacare plans prior to the COVID subsidies, when they then bumped from 15 to now 35 to 40%. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yeah. And the other thing that drives me crazy, I would say to the gentleman, is that everybody talks about these subsidies, and a lot of my folks are afraid that their basic Obamacare or ACA subsidies going away. That was never threatened. That was never in question. The only thing that's in question is the emergency program that was put in for a 5-year period that is the enhanced premium tax credit, not your basic ACA subsidies, the enhanced premium tax credit. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And as the last thing between this panel and the amendment panel, I recognize that I will be brief. But I will say just from the outset, first I want to commend my colleagues' comments, and I want to commend the chairman's testimony. I also want to note, and I'm proud that Congressman Langworthy noted that it is Veterans Day, and I want to note from the outset we have 79 veterans serving in the House, Republicans and Democrats, some of whom are in the room. We thank you for your service, and we thank the millions of Americans who served in our uniform for your service on this important day. Chairman, in closing, if you could just tie everything together from this hearing, the vote tomorrow, it's a binary choice to open the government or to prolong the shutdown. And we've talked a lot about what this bill actually does, and we've heard the other side comments on what they think it does. I want to give you a chance to close out and remind everybody what this bill principally does tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and I appreciate the attitude. And honestly, I won't say tonight's hearing made me miss the Rules Committee, but it does remind me how grateful I am to all of you on both sides of the aisle for what you do here. And I mean, that's true. Look, I think it is a pretty simple choice. Tomorrow, there are parts of every bill that I don't like. If I got to write everything, then I'd love everything in it. And if I didn't have to get things through the Senate, I'd probably, but basically this is about reopening the government. You know, we got 3 bills that we broadly agree on. We don't agree on every single thing in them. There's certainly some things, but they were negotiated out mostly by the subcommittee chairs and ranking members. There were relatively few issues that went up to us. They're all either flat spending or slightly reduced. Those are three good bills, and in those three areas, they'll protect us from disruption of service for SNAP and WIC. They'll take care of our military construction. They'll make sure that the Capitol Hill Police and our staffs and people get paid through September 30th. So that's actually a good start on the appropriations process. The CR buys us back the time and then a little bit more that I would argue we've wasted in the last several weeks. Gives us to January 30th. We'll try and negotiate another package of bills, maybe 2 or 3 more. I mean, that's something the four corners have to get together and decide, but we're ready to negotiate on all 12 bills, with 3 across the floor, all of them out of committee. We literally, once they're out of committee, we can negotiate. We know we didn't write the final version in the deal, and if you look at our bills, they're a lot different than sometimes characterized in the press. We're not as far apart from the Democrats or from the Senate as you might think. So we'll try and get those things done. We've got some really important bills there. Defense and labor age, probably the 2 most important to get done. But this will give us the time to do that. I would say we've gone through this process, in my opinion. Others would have a different, because we're trying to deal with things have been dumped into the appropriations process that have nothing to do with it. I mean, we do not decide Medicaid. That is not our business or our wheelhouse. We do not decide the subsidy issues. Like everybody here, if you're on the relevant committee, then you're hands-on, and the rest of us have a vote when you produce a product and we go to the floor. So I'm going to have a vote on those things. They're dealt with. But you shouldn't be holding up. Neither side should. Both sides have done this over the years. So I don't, it's not like anybody's got clean hands here, but we've seen this enough. It doesn't work. You don't hold up the funding for the government to achieve an unrelated objective. We tried to do it with the repeal of Obamacare. It crashed and burned. Now, we were smart enough to get out of it in 16 days. I didn't think anybody would ever be dumb enough to go beyond 16 days. We're at 42 now. And then we tried to do it, really the administration tried to do it, over building the wall in 2018 and 19. Democrats tried to do it over DACA, didn't work. They're trying to do it now. Not going to work here either. This is just a bad strategy. Shutting down the government to achieve an unrelated objective is not likely to be successful. It has not been successful. If we pass this tomorrow, and it comes out of committee tonight, obviously you guys have the first decision, I think that hopefully puts another nail in the coffin, and we don't do this anymore. Let's just make the government run. The people that I care about, they may care very much about what my friends care about on the insurance, but some of them undoubtedly do. Most of them just want to go, if I go to work, can I get paid? If I'm doing important work for the government, keeping airplanes flying or, helping our guys train for drones or whatever, I just want to get paid. Or I've got a uniform on and I'm willing to go to really bad places for my country. I'd like to know my family at home is going to get a paycheck. That's really bad. This is the day-to-day functioning of the government. And that's the choice before us. And again, you can be for these other things. I still think Obamacare was a mistake. If it had never happened, I don't think we'd be in this mess on this insurance issue. But it did happen. It passed. It passed both houses. The President of the United States signed it. We tried to repeal it. We repealed it multiple times in the House. Never could get Senate, never could get a president when we had the Senate to get it done. We came close, got to 1 vote in President Trump's first term, but we didn't get it done. But the point is, shutting down the government is just a bad thing. So I think we have a chance here to restore some regular order, get 3 good bills through, not perfect, but good, buy some time to get the rest, and then hopefully these other matters, which, again, the president has said he's willing to negotiate once the government's reopened. The majority leader and the speaker said, but it's not going to look exactly like it does now if it's a real negotiation. You have to remember, this subsidy wasn't negotiated in a bipartisan sense. It didn't have a single Republican vote. And again, my friends had the power to do that. They did it. Okay, fair enough. I'm not saying it was enacted by the rule or in some way contrary to the rule, but again, tomorrow's question to me, and I agree with a lot of the comments on various things here by both sides, is simply, I want to make sure that the people that go to work for the federal government get paid. I want to make sure that the government is open and functioning. I want to know when an American buys an airline ticket that that airline plane is likely to leave on time and travel safely and get there. I want people that are inspecting meat, not the most glamorous job in the world, so that my family can have a good Thanksgiving, are doing that job and getting paid to do it. This is just about operating the government and then giving us a chance to do it for the other 9 areas that we have to do. So again, I appreciate the work you guys do here, but to me, this is a binary choice, and it'll have some things in the bills that I don't like or I didn't agree with, or in one case, didn't know anything about until it was posted. Is what it is, but, you know, where I'm from, my folks want to go to work, want to do their job, and then want us to work out these other things in the appropriate way through the appropriate committees. They don't want government held hostage, you know, and, you know, they'll get mad at me over something, but it won't be because I voted to shut the government down. I've never done that. I've never been in favor of it. I argued we were making a mistake when we've done it. I think my friends on the other side and certainly in the other chamber have made a mistake when they've tried to do it. And again, I just think we want to get the government up and running.
Well said. I appreciate that, Chairman. Madam Chairwoman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. I'm sorry, Mr. Laura.
I thought you might be sorry.
Thank you. This ends the first panel. I thank the chairman and the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee for being here for almost 3 hours. And I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Chairman.
We'll be back on January
3rd. And you are excused.
Thank you
We
very much,
appreciate
Madam
it.
Chair.
Thank you.
Take care.
Leader Jeffries and Democratic Whip Clark, you're invited to the witness table. Leader Jeffries, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our ranking member, Jim McGovern, for the opportunity to testify before the Rules Committee on behalf of an amendment that Whip Catherine Clark and I are introducing that would extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years. Millions of working-class Americans all across this country are struggling from the high cost of living that exists in the United States of America. This country is too expensive. Now, Donald Trump and Republicans promised all throughout 2024 that costs were going to go down on day one. But costs aren't going down for the American people under Republican complete control of government. Costs are going up. Housing costs up. Grocery costs up, electricity bills through the roof. And now, because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some cases, everyday Americans, working-class Americans, middle-class Americans are going to see their premiums go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. We have an affordability crisis here in the United States of America. and Republicans continue to bury their heads in the sand. During the longest shutdown in American history, the Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen repeatedly from our Republican colleagues who here in the House were on a taxpayer-funded vacation for more than 7 weeks, welcome back, is that Donald Trump has done everything but try to actually make life better for the American people. He somehow has found $40 billion to bail out his right-wing wannabe dictator buddy in Argentina, putting Argentina first, but not the American people first. And so Whip Clark and myself, on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, believe that this amendment to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of hard-working American taxpayers is actually designed to put the American people first. And we're hopeful that our Republican colleagues will join us and abandon the reckless policies that you all have pursued in creating this Republican health care crisis, including but not limited to what Republicans did in your one big ugly bill, largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripping health insurance away from at least 14 million people. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics all across the country, including in rural America, are closing because of Republican policies. And now, because of the refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of people are going to suffer, will be unable to see a doctor when they need one, in every single community in this country. And so we respectfully urge all of our colleagues to support this amendment to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits and support the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Ms. Clark, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. Thank you for having us. I am proud to co-sponsor Leader Jeffries' amendment and to be here in support of this urgent lifeline for the American people. To my Republican colleagues, welcome back. I don't know what you've been doing the last 54 days, but I hope you've spent some of that time talking to your neighbors, hearing from your constituents, and I hope you've heard the same stories that they have been conveying to us. I hope you realize just how anxious they are, how desperate they are as they scramble to figure out how they are going to afford health care under this Republican budget. And I hope you got a chance to hear from the people who traveled to the United States Capitol trying to secure meetings with their Republican members of Congress. Americans like the farmer I met, Ann, from Minnesota. She's a soybean farmer, already suffering from the market disaster caused by Republican tariffs. Then she found out her local hospital was closing because of the Medicaid cuts in your budget. And now you're going after her ACA coverage. And by the way, 1 in 4 out of our farmers get their health care coverage through the ACA. You have sent her premiums skyrocketing, and I have heard this same story from small business owners, from gig workers, from parents, from people who live in your states. So what are we doing here today? You've already voted to dismantle Medicaid, the largest health care program in America, a program that covers 40% of all births in this country, 40% of children in this country, 40% of disabled people in this country. But you couldn't leave it there. Now you're going after the millions of families who get their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. And let's be clear about what that actually means, specifically to your own constituents. Let's take a couple making $88,000 a year. In each of your districts, that couple currently pays for Silver Plan $623 a month. It is by no means cheap. But here's what that couple will pay in 2026 if you vote yes on this budget. In Pendleton, New York, this couple will go from paying $623 to $1,160 per month. In Tifton, Georgia, they will pay $2,134 a month. In Greensboro, North Carolina, they will pay $2,300. In Rock Hill, South Carolina, they will pay $2,600. And in Fredericksburg, Texas, this middle-class couple will pay $3,000 every single month to get themselves some halfway decent health insurance. This budget will raise costs on people who voted for Donald Trump, people who believed him, who believed their Republican members of Congress when they promised to lower their cost of living. And instead, they're being asked to spend up to $3,000 a month for ACA coverage. That's $36,000 a year before their deductible, before their copays. What a betrayal of a straightforward promise. But this is not a given. This does not have to happen to the American people. This is a choice. Democrats have been presenting off-ramps all year. We've been giving you a chance to reverse course day after day. Well, here's another. Here's another chance to do right by the people you represent, who believe in you and voted for you. I urge you, for the sake of the American people, to make Leader Jeffries' amendment extending the ACA tax credit for 3 years in order and bring it to the House floor for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to defer my questions until the end when I see how many things need to be corrected that are being said. Mr. McGovern, I'll recognize.
Well, I need to correct the record for some things that have been said, Madam Chair, with all due respect. First of all, with regard to the claims that my Republican friends can't vote for any amendments because somehow that will mean that the government shutdown will be prolonged, the Senate basically took a day and a half for them to do what they did. If we were to pass make any amendments in order in the Rules Committee, like getting rid of that slush fund for certain senators, the Senate Majority Leader Thune could call them back tonight. They'd say, be ready to vote tomorrow night. They could take care of that right away. So that's number one. Number two, my friends keep on talking about a Democratic shutdown. I want, in case anyone's watching here, I want to make this very, very clear. And I'm going to make it clear to my Republican friends, you control everything. You control the White House, you control the House, you control the Senate. So Democrats did not shut the government down. Republicans did by refusing to negotiate. And the third thing I want to correct for the record is I got to be honest, I am shocked by the indifference that my Republican friends are showing towards the impact of not extending the ACA tax credits. It is stunning to me. I don't know whether you don't talk to your constituents, but if you do, people are getting bills where their premiums are skyrocketing. I mean, it's astronomical. And you knew about this well before the shutdown. You chose to do nothing. You chose to do nothing. You knew about it during the shutdown. You chose to do nothing, not even to want to sit down and negotiate. And now you know about it. I'm going to tell you right now, you refuse to act, you own this. You own this. And it's a cruel thing to do to the American people. Leader Jeffries, I want to get to the substance of your amendment, which I think is so important. But first, I want to ask you about something one of our Republican colleagues said in this hearing room just before you came in here. Earlier, I asked Chairman Cole a simple question. I said, do you think the House should have been here these last 8 weeks trying to pass appropriation bills? Because as you know, as Appropriations Chair, he still has not passed 9 out of 12 bills that need to pass by the end of the fiscal year, which was in September, by the way, to keep the government funding. So I pointed that out. And he gave this long, meandering non-answer. And he said something that stood out to me as odd. And it kind of shocked me, to be honest. And I went back and I looked at the transcript, and he said it was okay that we weren't here because, quote, there wasn't anything for us to do until the Senate acted, end quote. And I got to tell you, I'm shocked by that Republicans would say there wasn't anything for us to do. And can you talk about what the House should have been doing for the last 8 weeks on affordability, on health care, on grocery prices, on rent, on what looks like a war that might occur in the Caribbean, on the many things that people are looking for us to take action on? What would Democrats have done if we were in charge here?
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and it's an incredible question. It was a stunning answer, given all of the problems that the American people are confronting right now throughout the country, beginning with the affordability crisis. The cost of living in America is far too high. The American people throughout the country just made that clear last Tuesday across the country, that they want to see action. Yet, for 7+ weeks, House Republicans saw fit to be on a taxpayer-funded vacation, missing in action, part of the witness protection program, doing nothing to make life better for the American people. That's extraordinary. And you got to wonder whether this was an order that was given by Donald Trump, who apparently has said that he's got 2 jobs. He's both the president and the Speaker of the House. His words, not mine. Donald Trump apparently doesn't believe that there's an affordability crisis. Said it himself. There is no affordability crisis in the United States of America. That's what Donald Trump, top Republican in this country, says. So I guess it's no small wonder that the Republican chairman of the Appropriations Committee would say that there's nothing to do, because Republicans apparently don't think that there are problems in this country that should be dealt with, such that the House of Representatives should be in session. But as Democrats, our view is that we've got to lower the high cost of living. We've got to make life more affordable for everyday Americans who are suffering under crushing Republican policies. Costs haven't gone down. That was the day one promise. Costs have gone up. Inflation going in the wrong direction. Far too many people across this country working hard, playing by the rules, but cannot get ahead, are barely getting by, can't thrive, and can barely survive. This is in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And Republicans have been out since September 19th. That's extraordinary. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Apparently, House Democrats are the only ones committed on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis to do the people's business. And our commitment remains to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken health care system, starting by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits to prevent tens of millions of people from experiencing unaffordable health care premiums skyrocketing through the roof that will either lead to medical bankruptcy or prevent them from being able to go see a doctor when they need one.
If I could go back to the issue of health care, just for the record, I mean, has Speaker Johnson promised a vote to extend the ACA tax credits to either of you?
It's extraordinary that he hasn't indicated that there will be a vote one way or the other to address the Republican health care crisis. Now, our colleague from the great state of Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, found it laughable that there's a Republican health care plan. She said she couldn't find it. She can't find it because it doesn't exist. Now, we know what the plan has been in the past. In terms of the Affordable Care Act, Republicans have tried to repeal it more than 70 times over the last 15 years. And so we are just trying to get our Republican colleagues to take yes for an answer. We've said repeatedly, Let's find a bipartisan path forward. Let's reopen the government. Let's make life better for the American people. But let's address the health care crisis that our Republican colleagues have created, and we can start by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
Has he talked to any of you about a pathway forward? I mean, has he engaged either of you on our leadership about how we might resolve this health care crisis?
Absolutely not. And it is astounding when we have 60% of American families telling us they have a hard time affording the basics for their families. This is about lowering people's costs, whether that's housing, groceries, utility bills, and affording health care. Health care. This should be something that Republicans should have come and negotiated with us, but they wouldn't do that. They showed so little regard for the American people. Not only did they make this extreme bargain where they took away their health care, Medicare, Medicaid, the ACA tax subsidies, medical research, all to pay for permanent tax cuts for the very wealthiest Americans. They couldn't even, while they were home, not doing their jobs, swear in a duly elected member of Congress because they would rather not do that than actually have to talk about the fact that they are shielding those in the Epstein files. The outrages and the disdain and arrogance that they look at the American people with is truly hard to take in.
I mean, I took the train down here today, and I got an earful from a lot of people on the train. And they're quite frankly puzzled at, like, the priorities of Washington right now. They don't understand, you know, why billionaires and millionaires get tax cuts and the ACA tax credits can't be extended so that working families can afford their health care. They don't understand Donald Trump's obsession with redoing his bathroom in marble and gold and, you know, building a Marie Antoinette, you know, ballroom and demolishing the East Wing while they're struggling to afford groceries. I mean, well, bottom line is the president won't even acknowledge that food prices are going up. When's the last time he's ever been in a grocery store? He has no clue what he's talking about. You ought to talk to real people. But there is a disconnect, and people are furious. And by the way, this is not about Democrat versus Republican or left versus right. This is now about top versus bottom. I mean, and people increasingly feel like they do not have a voice down here, that the leadership in this Congress and this White House, all they care about are people who are well off and well connected, who can write out big checks, and who can help enrich, you know, the president and his family and those around him. And, you know, that's corruption. That is corruption. You know, I used to say during his first term that Donald Trump is the most corrupt U.S. president in recent history. This time around, I want to amend that statement to take out the word recent. This is unconscionable what's going on. And we ought to be able to come together and make sure people don't get screwed over on their health care. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
Notice the ranking member says that, quote, we own this.
You do.
If we don't go down the road that is being suggested here before us, when in fact, the current situation with respect to health care exists entirely by record of vote and record of policies as a result of my Democrat colleagues putting forward the policies that the American people are having to live under. Entirely. They broke the system, and then they come here saying that we own it if we don't throw more subsidies, pour more diesel on the fire to the fire that they started. That's what's happening right now. That's what for the American people to understand. Insurance companies.
Bail out Argentina.
Insurance companies, 1,032% stock prices up since 2010. 448% up from 2013. 85% of the revenues for insurers come from the federal government. What my Democratic colleagues are proposing is an insurance company enrichment scheme. It's literally what they're doing, is printing money in the Treasury and giving it to insurance companies. That's their solution for health care. Enriching insurance companies that are the very people that are telling the American people which care they can get and not get. There's no chance for an American to go to the doctor of his or her choice. There's no chance for them to go get care. There was no chance for my constituent who lives near Fredericksburg, Texas, to go to MD Anderson to get care because she's on Obamacare, which can't go to MD Anderson. And if the cancer that I had when I went to MD Anderson came back and I'm on Obamacare as a member of Congress, I couldn't go to MD Anderson because of the situation that my Democratic colleagues have put the American people in. Going around and preening that you're somehow caring for people more by giving them coverage for care that doesn't actually provide them care, while insurance companies get rich. $35 billion in subsidies in 2024 for people who didn't even use their plan. It's absolutely unconscionable. That is right. That is the correct word. It is unconscionable what we have done to the healthcare system, destroying it for the American people so that they can't get the care of their choice. That's what's happened. And now you hold the government hostage for 45 days and then try to come lecture Republicans about it when you've been holding the American people hostage to a broken healthcare system for 15 years. That's what's been going on. The fact is, Madam Chairman or Chairwoman, we are here today trying to proceed with, I think, reason, with 3 appropriations bills combined with a continuing resolution through January. After having tried with reason to fund the government through November 20th so that we could continue the debate on the various issues in question. But our Democrat colleagues refused to do it. And so now we've got the opportunity in front of us to extend, fund government at current levels, roughly flat, trying to stave off the inflation that is the direct consequence of the massive amount of government funding that has been going on by both sides of the aisle, but heavily being promoted from my colleagues here on the other side of the aisle, who want us to throw another $1.5 trillion at it. That's literally what they were saying. It's not a solution. That's just printing more money while trying to go run campaign ads while you shut the government down for very clearly and obviously political purposes. I yield back, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair, I wish the gentleman had that passion condemning the $40 billion bailout of Argentina, the right-wing cuckoo clock in Argentina. I wish he had the passion to condemn that.
Mr. McGovern and Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. Leader Jeffries, we just heard a fairly passionate condemnation of the Affordable Care Act. You've been here a little longer than I have. Have our Republican colleagues ever been able to produce a plan that would provide the kind of coverage for Americans, affordable coverage, that the Affordable Care Act did?
You know, it's very interesting that my colleague from Texas wanted to sit there and lecture both Catherine Clark and I, but couldn't see fit to ask us a single question, engage in a debate. Where y'all been, bro? You've been out for 7 weeks. You don't have the time to have a back and forth? We hear you rant for a few minutes, basically threaten to repeal the Affordable Care Act and then don't want to defend that position? You should feel free to defend that position. You've done it 70 times. And if you think that's on the right side of the American people, then fine. That's your plan. Repeal and displace tens of millions of people. That's the Republican plan. And what I don't understand is why my colleague cut and run. I'm sitting right here. Catherine Clark is right here. Hopefully, Madam Chair, we can have a back and forth as opposed to just being lectured to. by our Republican colleagues. But I thank the distinguished gentlelady from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who, by the way, another decisive win for the American people in Pennsylvania. Last Tuesday, it was extraordinary rebuke of the extremism that we've seen from our Republican colleagues and the absence of any plan to make life better for everyday Americans.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your prior remarks regarding what we could have been doing in the House over the last few months. I mean, the Senate's taken some votes on tariffs. Maybe we could have done something with respect to tariffs here. Except I think we have a rule that would prevent us from doing votes on tariffs.
Yeah, I thank the gentlelady for raising the tariff issue, because there's so many parts to the parade of horribles that Republicans have unleashed on everyday Americans that I neglected to actually mention the tariffs. The Trump tariffs are causing costs on everyday Americans to increase by thousands of dollars per year. This is an affirmative effort to make life more expensive for the American people. My colleague from Texas, before he cut and run, he also said that, you know, we have a fiscally irresponsible situation in this country, and that because Democrats want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans, somehow that's problematic. You know what's problematic? The fact that Republicans, with the one big ugly bill, enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped health care away from millions of folks. In that same piece of legislation, cut $186 billion from SNAP, the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, literally stole food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. And all of that was done to enact massive permanent tax breaks for GOP billionaire donors. And in the process, as if that wasn't bad enough, skyrocketed the debt by trillions of dollars more per year, saddling our children and our grandchildren, and making it more complicated for them to experience the American dream in their future. So we are not going to be lectured by anyone on the other side of the aisle about fiscal responsibility when the bill that you just passed, jammed down the throats of the American people in a partisan way because Donald Trump ordered you to do it, is the most fiscally irresponsible piece of legislation ever in this country's history.
Thank you. Whip Clerk, like you, when I've been in the district and not in DC at the hearings we've been having here, I've been meeting with constituents. Last week, I had an open house and a lunch for our federal workers. It was really interesting because I had 3 federal workers drive over an hour to my district from one of our Republican colleagues' districts because they'd been unable to have any kind of dialogue with him. I came into Congress during the first Trump shutdown, and what has been so remarkable this time around is hearing federal workers saying, yes, this is painful, but what is happening to our federal workforce, the cuts that are happening, the pain that is being inflicted on the workforce is so bad that we need you to hold out. We need you to make this situation better. So between that, between the veterans at the parade I went to this morning in my district, who said, keep fighting, this is not working for my family, and the families who are sending me the comparisons between last year and this year's health insurance, and they were paying $1,600 a month, and now they're going to be paying $600 more a month for a family of 4. I mean, the individual stories are just astonishing. I assume you're having a similar experience.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing the American people into this. You know, I'm surprised to hear my colleague from Texas having a new interest in taking on insurance companies. Where have those discussions been? Where are the plans? Where's the answer to a witness who came and talked over the last 5 weeks to Mariah Plant from West Virginia, who told us about her brother who has
special needs, who needs a lot of care, but who she is committed to keeping at home and being with people that he loves. Without Medicaid, she cannot care for him. He is a very medically complicated person, and she is so afraid of what is going to happen. And she, 29 years old, is also a small business owner while caring for her brother full-time. ACA is what gets her health insurance coverage. This plan, and let's not sell the Republicans short, they had a plan. Their plan was to come in, take $1 trillion out of Medicaid, trigger a $500 billion cut to Medicare, take away the ACA tax subsidies, and then cut medical research. So while we take it away from people in the immediate and now, we are also saying to the future, good luck. As one researcher who recently lost her lab due to federal funding cuts under the big ugly bill said to me, all the hopes of the patients I've been working with are now in a freezer. Now in a freezer. She said, I'll be okay. I'll be able to relocate, probably to Europe, to be able to continue her research. But that plan that they have is to take all of that funding and give it to the very wealthiest Americans in a permanent tax break. And they couldn't wait to get us back here. We had to come back on July 3rd to make sure that we did that in time. But we've sat here for 54 days without a single hearing, a single negotiation, a single offer, and the one most moderate of proposals, to have a one-year extension and a bipartisan commission to look at ways we can work on this system and make healthcare work for people, rejected, out of hand, and no comment. And I just want to say that it's a little hard to be lectured to about the pain that is being inflicted on the American people when we have heard nothing from our Republican colleagues as this administration saw their shutdown as an opportunity to fire another additional 4,000 plus federal workers to the 200,000 they have already let go, to threaten furloughed federal workers they might not get their pay after this shutdown concludes. Where was the outrage? And going on and lecturing our air traffic controllers that somehow they're not patriotic enough to be working without pay. And then we just go through the parade of horribles on the split screen. People so concerned. Their spouse may not be able to have the cancer treatment continue they need. They may not be able to manage their diabetes, get that inhaler that their child needs, and the continuing medical care to survive. And nothing, as the president takes down the East Wing to build a ballroom, hosts a Great Gatsby party with a burlesque show thrown in, $40 billion to bail out Argentina. And then we get to SNAP, where this president and the loyalists in Congress sat on their hands and made up excuses. Well, they took food away from hungry kids, seniors, veterans, disabled people, and said, we legally can't give this out. They knew that was not true then, and they have taken it all the way to the Supreme Court in order not to feed hungry kids. It went from let them eat cake to let them eat nothing. How dare you lecture us when you are willing to let hunger in this country be a political weapon? Thank you. I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And would you agree with me that the gross premium is set by the insurance carrier and doesn't have anything to do with the subsidy?
Who are you asking that question to?
Either one of you.
What
gross premium.
What I'll say is that tens of millions of Americans are at risk right now of their premiums, copays, and deductibles dramatically increasing because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And these are people all across the country. In fact, in the 10 states that would be most impacted by the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, all 10 of them are run by Republicans.
Mr. Jeffries, if I may.
We're talking about West Virginia.
I'm going to reclaim my time. I wasn't trying to be smart with the question. I'm going to just read from KFF, which I think most of us who study healthcare use KFF. And by the way, I was an insurance broker for 20 years. I've got 4 professional designations in employee benefits. I don't have them anymore, but I had them when I was in business. And my degree is actually risk management and insurance. My father was a surgeon, so I actually saw all sides of it, and I live in rural America. And if you want to talk about rural health care, one of the key issues that we could fix is there are 425 hospitals in urban areas today that claim rural status. So when we put money out there for rural hospitals, the urban hospitals step in and they take that money. In 2017, there were 3. Today, there are 425. So there's a lot of gamesmanship in the system. But according to KFF, and we can get rid of PBMs, there are a lot of things. There's a lot of agreement on how to reduce the cost of health care that I'm baffled that 90% of the members of Congress would get rid of PBMs, and yet we can't get that passed and signed into law. But the gross premium, just for the American citizens watching, and I wasn't trying to ask a trick question, Mr. Jeffries, the gross premium is going up 26%. That is what the insurance companies on average are raising their premiums from 2025 to 2026. Now, certainly if the subsidies go away, you're going to see a bigger share of the premium. But the American citizens that are covered under the Affordable Care Act aren't paying the gross premium. They're paying the gross premium minus the subsidy. So there's, I mean, if we're honest, the biggest part of the rate increase is coming from the insurance companies going up 26%. Their costs didn't go up 26%. I don't want to get into a debate. I wasn't trying to be smart. I'm just telling you, if you want solutions, there's solutions, but the solution comes in two areas. One, dropping the cost of health care in the country by getting the middlemen like PBMs out. 2 is you got to put competition back into the insurance industry, which means you're going to have to allow some smaller companies in that aren't big enough to do business nationwide. And you're going to have to give the American consumer the option to change plans and not be stuck with the plan they buy January 1. The thing I've never understood about what y'all did when y'all wrote the Affordable Care Act is when you buy your contract January 1, if it doesn't work for you, you got to stick with it for another 12 months. I mean, you should have any system that's going to work will have more insurance carriers with more competition and portability for the consumer so that they can move from carrier to carrier. We did it with no loss, no gain in the mid-90s. No loss, no gain was the provisions that we put in so that we stopped the carriers from games they were playing, if you would, however you want to put it. We stopped the carriers from doing a lot of things they were doing with no loss, no gain. There are a lot of things that can be done to fix it, but what you can't do is pretend that the Affordable Care Act works. It just doesn't. It's going to have to be rewritten.
Well, Representative Scott,
when you get serious about rewriting it, Mr. Jeffries, I promise you, there's a lot of us that'll work with you.
Well, I appreciate your observations, and I will say, listen, we agree on this side of the aisle that we need PBM reform. In fact, there was an agreement to engage in aggressive PBM reform until Donald Trump and Elon Musk killed that agreement.
It was actually
in
Mr.
December.
Musk.
Well, you know,
It's not elected.
It was actually Musk that was posted.
Well, whoever it was, Republicans apparently decided to pull the plug on that PBM reform. So we agree.
But Mr. Jeffries, you're from New York, correct?
That's right.
So I'm from Georgia. So I trust the Georgia state legislature to determine what our no loss, no gain or pre-existing conditions clauses and portability option should be. And so that's one of the things as we go forward that we'll be pushing for is flexibility at the states. I'll yield. It's getting late, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark. And I think you've eloquently described the stakes for the American people with respect to the health care crisis that Republicans have created. I have a particular question about a different provision of the CR. But before I do, I don't know if you care to expound with respect to Representative Scott's questions or anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Representative Scott, raising the questions and giving us an opportunity to respond, unlike his prior colleague. And the thing that I would say is we agree there's a broken healthcare system in the United States of America, and we need to fix it. The problem that we confront right now is that tens of millions of Americans who are in open enrollment as we speak are going to see their health insurance premiums skyrocket to levels of unaffordability. That's the crisis that is immediately in front of us. These tax credits expire on December 31st of this year. And our Republican colleagues saw fit with great urgency to renew massive tax breaks for your billionaire donors on July 3rd of this year, while at the same time enacting the largest cut to Medicaid in American history and causing hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers, including in rural parts of Georgia and this country, to close. And that is why we believe this is a Republican health care crisis that needs to be decisively addressed with the fierce urgency of now.
And I couldn't agree more, Leader Jeffries. I want to talk about another provision that I described earlier as, I think, insidious. You and I, 4 years ago, Mr. McGovern, many of us were on the floor of the House on January 6th. There's a provision in this bill, this payday provision, for 8 Republican senators connected to January 6th, and I suspect you share the same outrage that I have about it. I wonder if you and Whip Clark might talk a bit about it.
Yeah, I'll yield to Whip Clark initially on it, and then we'll certainly have more to say.
This particular provision would be outrageous in the best of times. To say that we are going to use our appropriations process to put in specific personal payments to 8 specific senators in relation to an investigation, this is guaranteed money, as our colleague from Georgia pointed out. It is outrageous. And I heard our colleague, and I appreciated his comments and his candor about it. But what struck me was his reluctance to act in this moment. This is exactly the moment where we are not Democrats or Republicans, we're Americans who have identified something wrong, a payout in a bill when Americans are waving their hands and saying, we're not making it in this economy, we're not making it in this system. We have to hold ourselves accountable. And if we cannot reject and demand that that get out and proceed quickly with our work, then I would question what you think you're doing here. I don't think we have heard a single person try and muster any defense of this payout that was snuck into this bill. And the fact that at minimum we're going to pay U.S. sitting senators $8 million while we dismantle health care for people, while they can't afford to buy meat and coffee and groceries, they can't afford their electric bills. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? We have to be able to say no to this. This is blatant corruption and payouts that were snuck in, and we have to do this now. There's no excuse in the world for not acting.
Thank the distinguished gentleman for that question. It's extraordinary. And, for the American people, it's important to understand. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar slush fund that is in this bill for 8 Republican senators who apparently believe they're part of the House of Lords, because that's something that would be done. If you think you're a lord, not someone who is subject to the rule of law. That's extraordinary to me. And unfortunately, it appears that despite how outrageous this provision is, my Republican colleagues are prepared to vote for it here before the Rules Committee and tomorrow on the House floor, while at the same period of time can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. It's shocking and it speaks for itself. And the American people are going to reject. This is real-time corruption that's on full display. A multi-million-dollar slush fund for 8 Republican senators that every single House Republican is apparently prepared to sign off on. And if you vote for it, you own it.
Well said, Leader Jeffries. With that, I'll yield to the chairman.
Yeah,
Ranking member.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Scott cited KFF, and I just kind of did a little search here. He cited KFF as saying that there is a 26% increase in premiums. I just want to share what KFF said as to why rates are going up, and let me quote them. The amount insurers charge for ACA marketplace premiums is rising for several reasons, including but not limited to increasing hospital costs, the rising popularity of expensive GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic, and the threat of tariffs. These factors are similarly cited by insurers selling employer coverage. However, an additional factor driving up the amount insurers charge for ACA marketplace premiums is the expected expiration of the enhanced premium tax credit, end quote. I thank the gentleman.
I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back, and I now recognize myself for my time of questioning. I would refer everybody to my prior comments. We have to get the government back open. There are things that are not ideal in this bill. There are things that are highly suspect that were put in by the Senate. But if we try to fix it at this point in history, after 40-some days of a shutdown, we have no choice but to send it back to the Senate, and they will not be back until Monday. My people cannot suffer anymore. As I said before, my district has an average take-home pay of less than $51,000, and I'm 409th out of 435 in the nation. We don't need any more suffering. We can't take any more suffering. I have to vote to open the government back up, notwithstanding it's an imperfect process and notwithstanding there's things that I would like to vote to change. Because it has taken this long, we cannot wait any longer. And I yield back and now recognize Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, Republicans keep saying, and placing, I think, what would be described as a false choice, which is what we just heard, that you cannot fund the government and extend the tax cuts. You cannot fund the government and remove that reprehensible provision, which I am calling a payola, and still move forward on funding the government. They have a choice. I have an amendment, and we will ask each of the Republicans on this committee, are you going to vote for millions and millions of dollars to go to those 8 senators and not a dime for enhanced tax credits for people's health insurance? And so I wanted to ask you, Hakeem, Leader Jeffries, also Hakeem, I wanted to ask you to,
I still go by Hakeem.
You still go by Hakeem. So is it possible, like they have the power to do this? Why is it that they think that they cannot act? Because this is something that is possible. So I'd love for you to talk about this choice that they keep providing us that says we can't do that, we can't do this, we can't do that. Why can't we vote to fund the government, vote to extend the tax credits, vote to remove that horrendous provision?
It is absolutely the case, and I thank the distinguished gentlelady from the great state of New Mexico for that question. It is absolutely the case that this corrupt provision can be removed and should be removed. It can be struck if the amendment is made in order here before the Rules Committee, the amendment that you are offering, the amendment that I know will be discussed and debated. No one can defend this provision. And in allowing it to happen, you know, it's bad enough that Donald Trump publicly proclaimed that he's got two titles, that he's the president and the Speaker of the House. But now the Republican-controlled House of Representatives wants to act subservient to the United States Senate. When I read the Constitution, we're separate and co-equal parts of the legislative branch. It's in Article 1. In fact, the House of Representatives is the first amongst equals, first institution mentioned in Article 1. And by the way, we've got the power of the purse. The House, we were given that power by the framers of the Constitution. The Senate wasn't. The Senate was given the confirmation power. And it's bad enough that we've already given away our authority to the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, who brags about him being the Speaker of the House. But now we're letting 8 senators conducting themselves like they're the House of Lords airdrop at the 11th hour this corrupt provision, and now our Republican colleagues are claiming there's nothing we can do about it? I mean, that's extraordinary. We've said in the House, and I'm proud to be part of the People's House, that we don't like to be jammed by the Senate on policy. And we should never be jammed by the Senate on policy. But now you're allowing the Senate to jam House Republicans to enrich themselves. I mean, that's unconscionable. That's unpatriotic. And that's un-American.
Thank you, Hakeem Jeffries. And, you know, earlier we also heard some of the representatives in this committee sort of attack the Affordable Care Act. They contested Rep. Clark's. You're pointing out how important these subsidies are for Georgians and how their costs will increase. And if you look at the news articles coming out of Georgia, one of them from one of their WJBF says, marketplace enrollment in Georgia has doubled since the enhanced credits took effect. The Georgia Recorder headline says, expiration of the ACA tax credit spells disaster for rural Georgia. And the fact that the ACA and these tax cuts pushed enrollment to new highs. 24 million people, more people signed up. And these are the things that we're worried about. And when they attack the ACA, I think about, and they attack these tax credits, I think about the women. You pointed out some of those impacts, but think about the women who are going to be negatively impacted when they allow these tax credits to expire and when those Medicaid cuts go into effect. Rep. Clark, can you talk about what that means for American women and families if the Republican policies go into effect?
Thank you for the question, and I'm sure that your experience has been very much like mine. We were talking about the Kaiser Family Foundation numbers. On average, the ACA premiums are going up over $1,000, $1,026 in a monthly payment. And you think about the mom that I met at a food bank just a few days ago, and she had really narrowed what she was eating to a few crackers a day because she wanted to make sure that her children, when she was unsure that that SNAP benefit was coming, and she's already working 2 jobs as a single mom to keep food on her table, to keep the lights on, to try and keep a shelter, and trying to hide all of this from her kids so they can go to school and learn and not be anxious. That is hard. That is sacrifice. And we talked today about to veterans who said to me, fight on, fight on. To this morning in Arlington, Massachusetts. And we talked in our comments about veterans today about sacrifice and what it means to put it all on the line for your country. That is what we ask hardworking Americans to do all the time. Get up, work hard, and try and get ahead. And they are telling us this system doesn't work for us. I would join any one of my colleagues in working on overhauling our healthcare system. It wasn't working well for people before they took an axe to all of it and all of the supports. But when we're here on Veterans Day, talking about sacrifice and courage, if we cannot find the courage to at least speak out, and as the leader said, when we're not going to find a dime in this budget to give people health relief, when we are not going to talk about restoring the almost $200 billion cut to SNAP that was made before they politicized it as a weapon, we certainly owe those who don the uniform of our country to be able to stand up and say, we have identified a wrong in this budget in creating a personal fund for 8 select senators, millions of dollars that could flow to them. And we can't stand up and demand that we do better, then it's time to think of something else to do, if that's the kind of decision. Because what's hard is to be a single mom in this country and trying to make it, trying to get that little bit of breathing room. And we can certainly look them in the eye and say, we are fighting for you, and we are not going to stand for blatant corruption in this CR.
Thank you for fighting for the women of America and for all the families of America, wherever they happen to live, Republican or Democratic districts. And with that, if there is nothing else, as the last Democrat on the panel, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark for testifying before us today. I'm just curious, rewinding back to March of 2021, when these enhanced premium tax credits were created, could you walk us through, in this committee, through the thought process as to why they were set to expire at the end of this year?
Well, actually, we'll correct the gentleman's time frame because, as you probably recall, the original Affordable Care Act tax credits were part of the American Rescue Plan. That lapsed at the end of December in 2022. As part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was enacted in 2022, that extended the Affordable Care Act tax credits for an additional 3 years, which is why the amendment that we're offering today would extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years under current policy baseline. That's been the Republican policy. In fact, you all just use current policy baseline to jam the one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. Current policy baseline where you ripped Medicaid away from 14 million Americans. Current policy baseline where you enacted the largest cut to SNAP in American history. And most egregiously, current policy baseline as part of your one big ugly bill to provide massive tax breaks for your billionaire donors. And you made it permanent. And now, what we've seen over the last several weeks is the Republican refusal to even extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for working class Americans for a year. So that's why we're in the situation that we're in. And Republicans continue to refuse to take yes for an answer. We're trying to help you help your own folks, because the states that will be most impacted if the Affordable Care Act tax credits expire, West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, South Carolina, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Those are the top 10 states impacted if the Affordable Care Act tax credits expire. So this is not a partisan issue for us as House Democrats. It's a patriotic issue because we're fighting to protect the health care of everyday Americans, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent. You're a hardworking American taxpayer, and you can't afford to have your health insurance premiums skyrocket by thousands of dollars a year.
Thank you for that. And a question I have, you mentioned things should be bipartisan issues. I'm curious, this bill before us is a bipartisan bill. 8 Democrat senators crossed the aisle to send it over to the House. I'm curious, what's your message to those 8 Democrat senators who bravely crossed the aisle to send this bill to us?
Our message, our fight right now is that there are at least 25 different House Republicans, because we're in the House of Representatives right now, 25 House Republicans who in different ways have said, yeah, we need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And now is the opportunity for members of the House Republican Conference to actually mean what they say. And we're giving them this opportunity. If you make this amendment in order, let's debate it on the House floor. My friends on the other side of the aisle have been literally gone for 7+ weeks. We should have ample opportunity, and I appreciate, Madam Chair, you giving us the opportunity to testify here today. The distinguished gentle lady from the great state of North Carolina by way of Brooklyn, the Bronx.
Manhattan. In there.
We get them all in. But let's debate these issues. We've been saying it week after week after week. We'll find a bipartisan path forward. Let's reopen the government, but let's do it in a way that addresses decisively the Republican health care crisis.
Thank you. I'll yield to my colleague and friend, Mr. Roy, before I yield back to the chair.
I think my friend from Georgia, I know I had to step out and call my children a little bit ago, so I stepped out, I think my name was invoked a couple times, that's fine. We do that around here in response, and I made some statements. I just wanted to stipulate the record a couple things. One, I wanted to ask consent to enter the record the editorial board of Washington Post for November 1st, 2025, entitled "The Unaffordability of Obamacare Comes Home to Roost," subtitle "ACA Subsidies Are a Band-Aid for a Fundamentally Broken Healthcare System," in which they go through an outline. This is an editorial board that
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, that had commented that the Affordable Care Act has been anything but affordable. And in going through the analysis in this editorial, I won't go through the whole thing here for the sake of time, but it's making the case for how we got here and walking through the whole process in terms of the mandate and then in terms of sort of a backdoor into it through the subsidies with the 400% POP, which we've already talked about earlier. We then went from the 15% rate, which is historic for private plans and was true for Obamacare, and now we're at a 35 to 40% rate in terms of these plans that were not being used, yet massively subsidized. So as the editorial points out, the late economist Milton Friedman has said nothing is as permanent as a temporary government program. And that's what I think needs to be stipulated here, is that this was put forward as a temporary program during COVID and is being asked to be extended to do the work of trying to basically put a Band-Aid on it, to use the Washington Post terms. As they say, quote, "The solution offered by Democratic leaders is to keep shoveling more taxpayer money into a pit of ever larger subsidies, even though the national debt is $38 trillion and growing." That is the Washington Post editorial board. And I would just close by saying we have significant solutions to health care that we have been putting forward and proposing, from any number of possibilities involving expansion of health savings accounts, direct primary care. We had provisions of direct primary care that we put in the big, beautiful bill, which I believe will have serious benefits, being able to use insurance for direct primary care. I've got direct primary care doctors throughout my district, which are helping people, helping musicians, helping people that can't get access to doctors through their insurance companies, the ability to be able to have greater transparency and be able to go to places like the Surgery Center of Oklahoma, where you get a $14,000 knee replacement instead of $65,000 through the insurance plans, being able to have expansive use of things like MediShare and health sharing ministries that allow people to defray costs. We've got lots of people coming up with creative solutions to be able to afford health care, because right now they're denied the ability to afford health care because we broke the system after World War II with wage controls, and then we had this employer-foisted product that is now making it impossible for people to afford care. And what we ought to do is eliminate that tax disparity. We ought to make it to where you have same tax treatment, whether you're getting it from your employer or whether you have it yourself. If your employer wants to give it to you, you should go to a health savings account. You should be able to go to the market and shop. And you ought to have varied solutions, including short-term limited duration plans, which we should bring back, and other ways in order to get costs down so you have more competition. There are lots of ways we can address this if we'll sit and debate it. But what we shouldn't be doing is demanding that in order to proceed, as we've gone forward with short-term CRs and now 3 appropriations bills to keep government going and moving forward, we should debate those in a full open debate on healthcare. Happy to do that. Happy to do that anytime. But I don't think it needs to be done as in the context of offering an amendment here to do, as I said, the Washington Post said, the solution is to keep shoveling more taxpayer money into a pit of ever larger subsidies, even though the national debt is $38 trillion, and which, by the way, will continue to drive the cost of healthcare up. I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
And I yield back to the chairwoman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to follow on with that, but I do want to set the record straight just a bit. Wikipedia is wrong. I was born in Manhattan.
All right.
I was baptized at Mount Carmel Church. My grandparents moved to the Bronx, and I spent some time with them. So my mother, though, was living in Brooklyn when she met my father there. So I do have most of the boroughs covered.
That's a beautiful thing. But you strike me as someone from the boogie down Bronx.
I took the train at Pelham Bay, walked through the park in the days when you could walk through the Pelham Bay Park and get on the subway. Anyway, I want to follow on with what my colleague from Texas was talking about from the Washington Post. The Affordable Care Act is really a misnomer. It's never been affordable, as the Washington Post said. It's just never. And let's be clear, the ACA subsidies will still be present in the individual market next year, despite all the things you all have been saying. The enhanced premium subsidies, which go directly to insurance companies and were justified as COVID relief when they were authorized, are expiring because Democrats insisted on a take it or leave it, no reforms approach. COVID is over. Democrats themselves were responsible for sunsetting these provisions, are responsible for setting up the sunsetting of these provisions at the end of December 2025. Republicans had nothing to do. We never voted for the Affordable Care Act. Yes, we voted to repeal it 70 times. We always had an alternative to it. We've heard over and over tonight that there were no alternatives. That is not true. Much of what has been said tonight is not true. We'll deal some more with that tomorrow. But we should not be rewarding our colleagues for taking the entire government hostage by rubber stamping a COVID-related program. COVID is over. Our Democrat colleagues would have the public believe that the only way to stabilize the individual insurance market is to flood it with subsidies. But again, We have a long history of offering market reforms like associated health plans, which have been you've fought against tooth and nail. We've supported HSAs, which you've fought against tooth and nail. You never seem to want the American people to have any control over their health care. It's always forcing people into government-controlled health care.
Would the gentlelady mind yielding just for a moment? Not for an entire back and forth. I just wanted to ask a question. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and Donald Trump has taken a my way or the highway approach from the very beginning of his time in office. And so I'm just wondering why Republicans haven't seen fit. We can agree we have a broken healthcare system. We as Democrats want to fix it. But throughout the entirety of this year, unless I'm missing something, where's the Republican action on addressing the health care of the American people, other than ripping Medicaid away from 14 million folks?
Well, I wasn't going to address every point you made. I said that earlier. But we did not rip away Medicaid from a single soul. That's another lie that you all have been putting out. We did not take Medicaid away from a single soul. We said that a million times when we passed the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. We never took one person off of Medicaid. What we've done over and over and over again is to attempt to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. I hope when you say we have a broken healthcare system, you're including in that, Mr. Jeffries, that we have waste, fraud, and abuse.
Am I to believe that the one big ugly bill loved and cherished Medicaid?
We have waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, we look forward to continuing that support when the shutdown's over and the American people aren't being held hostage. We've said that a million times since you all shut down the government. We've said that. Let us get through the appropriations process. We had November and December to work on this after we got through the appropriations process. But no, that wasn't good enough for you all. And I wish we were in control. I truly wish we were in control.
Who's in control?
I will tell you, we have a majority of one in the House, and you know, and I know, that it takes 60 votes in the Senate. We have 53 Republicans.
Is that majority of one Donald Trump?
Democrats refuse to infuse a lick of accountability into the subsidies that they legislated. And again, you decided to sunset that. Per the CBO, in 2025, when we talked about Kaiser Family, now we're talking about CBO. In 2025 alone, 2.3 million ineligible individuals received these temporary credits, a broken healthcare system. The Biden administration took a hatchet to eligibility safeguards, weakened eligibility verification, reduced tax reporting, and allowed insurance brokers to game the system by switching enrollees' plans monthly. This led to phantom enrollees, millions of people who never actually received health care. For context, $35 billion was spent on approximately 4.6 million phantom enrollees in 2024 who never received health care. That's been alluded to here earlier. I think that the last thing we should be doing is rubber stamping this giveaway to insurance companies. The biggest subsidies in this country right now are given to insurance companies for people who aren't getting health care. We do want to fix the health care system in this country. We need to fix the waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare, waste, fraud, and abuse in the Unaffordable Care Act. We want to work on it. Let's get the government back. Let's work on appropriations, and let's let the appropriate committees be working on health care. Let's not muddy the water. This has been an obfuscation exercise tonight by saying over and over, we got to do health care. Mr. Cole said over and over, it's not an appropriations process. It's other committees. So you all are trying to take away the American people's attention from what we're here to do tonight. And we've spent a lot of time on it.
Madam Chair?
With that, I yield myself back.
I mean, have you heard from anybody in your district who has seen their health premiums double or triple? I mean, and what do you tell these people?
I heard that.
You're on your own, tough luck, and, you know?
Mr. McGovern, I'll answer.
Okay.
No, I have not. But I heard when Obamacare was put in effect how horrible Obamacare was. Mr. McGovern, I'm answering your question. I heard how awful Obamacare was when it went into effect. I hear from people all the time, not just now, but for the last several years, how their insurance premiums have gone up over and over again. So,
you know the approval rating of the Affordable Care Act is like 65%, and Donald Trump's approval rating is at 37%. I'm happy to go down to your district. We can do a joint town hall together and listen to people tell us their health care stories. But I can't go back to my constituents and just tell them,
McGovern,
screw you, you're on your own. We're not going to help you out.
Mr. McGovern, it's my time. And I yield back. And I thank our witnesses for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, Ms. Dexter, Ms. Randall, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Ansari, and Mr. Subramanian. You all know the rules. Your written testimony will be put in the record. We ask you to speak for no more than 5 minutes. And I'll just call out names in the order that we saw you come in. So Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, my classmate.
Oh, now it's on. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, my 109th Congress classmate. Good to be with you again, Ranking Member McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening on my amendment to the appropriations package before the committee. As the ranking member of the Milcon VA subcommittee, it should be not lost on anyone that we are here on Veterans Day, considering a bill that not only unleashes brutal health care cuts on millions of Americans, but a bill that also underfunds critical Medicare for veterans subjected to toxic exposures. After Republicans have been AWOL for 7 weeks, it's quite a slap in the face to veterans on this, of all days. As you all know, the PACT Act is the most significant expansion of veterans' benefits in a generation. It's a sacred promise we've made to them, yet like so many other broken promises, we already see Republicans reneging on our commitment to veterans who put their very lives and health on the line to serve our country. During committee consideration of the Milcon VA bill this summer, I secured bipartisan support for my amendment to restore $51.7 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund, or TEF funding, that was also requested in the President's budget. And let me be clear, despite what some senators are claiming, advance funding the TEF is not a slush fund, nor is it illegal. It does nothing more than provide what we promised toxic exposed veterans who we passed the PACT Act to support, that we would provide certainty that funds will be available when they're needed for veterans subjected to toxic substances. It's a legal mechanism our subcommittee uses to ensure consistent, predictable funding for veterans' medical care. As a glaring and obvious example of why we do this, look no further than the last 42 days, where our Republican colleagues shut down this government because they refused to deal with preventing a healthcare crisis created by them. Once rare, these cruel shutdown games are now all too common. This is, after all, the third one for Trump, and we're not through the first year of his current term. It should go without saying that our brave men and women who have served must never be left exposed to such partisan cruelty and budgetary conflicts. Our bitter political divisions must never stand in the way of veterans being able to continue to receive quality care. The final Milcon VA bill before us today stripped out this funding. While President Trump and Republicans have no problem cutting veterans' medical care to pay for tax breaks for their billionaire donors, I do not share this cold-hearted view. This result was not a finished conference product. It was unilaterally decided in the Senate and sent over to the House. That is why my amendment is simple. It adds back in the TEF advance funding that was agreed to by this chamber mere months ago. Advance funding the Toxic Exposures Fund was in the President's budget and agreed upon by the House. We advance fund health care like the TEF, so there are no gaps in funding as Congress negotiates from one fiscal year to the next. To deny this funding on Veterans Day would, of course, only offer one more symbolic act of Republican cruelty. After all, we're mere days from Thanksgiving, and President Trump still brutally attempts to withhold food assistance from our most vulnerable veterans, children, and seniors. Please make this amendment in order to ensure that the guaranteed seamless funding that we promised veterans in the PACT Act is there. To add insult to injury, for the winter holidays, Republicans in Congress are about to pull on their Grinch masks and snatch health care from millions of families nationwide to start the new year. I know, Chairwoman Fox, you know this quite well. You have 62,000 people in your district who will see their health care costs rise if Republicans let critical ACA tax credits expire. Because of this and the big ugly law that Republicans passed while Americans slept, as many as 38,000 people will actually lose coverage in Chairwoman Fox's district from that cruel act. Yet none of us will be spared. In my district alone, the health care horrors are even more bleak if this bill passes. There are 203,000 people about to be clobbered with huge increases in health care coverage, and 82,000 people that I represent will lose coverage from combined big ugly law and ACA price hike impacts. Tragically, the tear-jerking stories of lost coverage, denied care, delayed diagnoses, and needless deaths will haunt every single member who votes for this bill. It didn't have to be this way, of course. Instead of vacationing for nearly 2 months, House Republicans could have sat down to negotiate a bill that would avoid all this pain. They could have crafted a bill that fulfilled the promise to lower costs that President Trump and all of our Republican colleagues made to voters a year ago. Instead of covering up the Epstein files and fleeing Washington, Speaker Johnson could have held hearings to prevent this health care shock to our system. But Donald Trump and Republicans broke their promise to lower costs. And this Republican bill is about to cause tens of millions of Americans to endure huge premium increases that will crush them financially. If we don't restore advanced TEF funding, well, we can add it to the list of broken Republican promises, but this one, of course, will break a pledge we made to veterans on Veterans Day. And while we are breaking our promise to veterans in the PACT Act, we are creating an actual slush fund to line certain senators' pockets with millions of taxpayer dollars. I hope you all will not break that or any other promise we've made tonight or tomorrow. And this bill is not the final word. Mark my words, House Democrats will fight on to lower health care costs. We'll throw our bodies in front of every Republican push to make health care more expensive for tens of millions of Americans, and we'll continue to fight to protect veterans exposed to toxins. Those are promises we made, and we intend to keep them. Above all, we'll make sure every Republican complicit in having this wrecking ball into America's health care system are held accountable for the harm they inflict on all of our hardworking families. Thank you for the time. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Dexter.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I did not spend 20 years taking care of the sickest patients in our community to come to Congress and let their health care system be decimated. I came here to fight for my constituents, the people behind every statistic and policy debate, who just want to be able to see a doctor that they can trust, afford their prescriptions, and keep their families healthy and safe. Letting the Affordable Care Act tax credits expire this year means Republicans in this chamber are complicit in forcing tens of thousands of Oregonians I represent to make impossible, deeply offensive choices. One constituent wrote to tell me, quote, "I just got notice that my Marketplace plan is going up from $568 a month to $1,221 a month next year, an increase of $7,836 a year." Another, a 62-year-old living in Portland, wrote, quote, "I received an email from my plan saying my rate without ACA support will go from $139 a month to $1,083 a month starting December 31st. That's an 8-fold increase, and it equals $11,328 per year. Families and seniors in my community cannot afford price hikes like this. They will be forced to make impossible choices between keeping their health insurance and putting food on the table or paying their rent. And as a doctor, I can tell you what will happen. People will go without. They will go uninsured. They will delay care. They will skip medications. They will get much sicker and potentially be financially ruined as a result. That's not speculation. It's what I saw in practice for 2 decades. People suffer in silence until it's too late. And then we all, taxpayers and community members, pay the price. And even in instances when a patient doesn't get sicker, putting insurance out of reach has consequences. When we make healthcare unaffordable, healthy people drop out. They leave behind the sickest. That raises premiums, and we end up in a vicious cycle of rising costs that hurt every American looking to access care. I know firsthand the consequences of inaction. So I'm proud to join my colleagues in introducing an amendment to extend the ACA premium tax credits to ensure health coverage is not put out of reach for more than 111,000 Oregonians who rely on this critical support. And if Republicans' refusal to extend the ACA premium tax credits wasn't bad enough, my community is still reeling from the devastating impacts of Medicaid cuts and trying to understand what they're going to mean in the big, ugly betrayal bill. In the wake of its passage, I heard from a single mother in Parkdale who said, quote, "The cost of everything is still rising, and if I lose my benefits, I won't be able to afford my rent, food, or clothes for my children and myself. When I am home in my district talking to Oregonians, this is what I'm hearing time and time again. The cost of living is too damn high. People are doing everything right, working hard, playing by the rules. They're raising kids, starting businesses, going to school, paying taxes, struggling paycheck to paycheck just to get by. And they are still just one bad policy decision from losing it all. I refuse to accept this as our destiny. I choose to believe in the ability of this institution to do better by the people it serves. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to show courage and not leave behind the working families who are desperate for relief. This is a moment for moral clarity. Do the right thing. First, extend the ACA tax credits. We can and must fix this system, and we cannot abandon our constituents today while we talk about how to make it better. Number 2, repeal the harmful provisions of H.R. 1. Commit to giving every family in this country a real chance at achieving the American dream. And before I close, I wanted to thank Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz for her leadership in advancing a critical amendment to restore the $51.7 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund that has been stripped out of this package. For over 7 years, I was honored to care for veterans at the Denver VA, where I walked past a sign each morning that read, "The price of freedom is visible here." As a pulmonologist, I was often the specialist trying to address the breathing challenges of my patients exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxins. It is unconscionable to me that today, of all days, Democrats have to fight to ensure our veterans poisoned on the front lines get the benefits and care they deserve. We must ensure all Americans, including and especially our veterans, get the care they need, not just to survive, but to actually thrive. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify on this funding package sent to us from the Senate. I'm glad to be here today, testifying in committee after the Speaker canceled votes and has kept us out of session for 53 days and counting. Americans deserve a government that works as hard as they do. And while some of my colleagues on the other side stayed home, I was here in DC, along with my Democratic colleagues, for much of the past 7 weeks, willing to meet and negotiate with the other side. During this time, I also held virtual town halls with my constituents, where I heard from hurting federal workers who were still encouraging us to keep fighting to make sure we protect everyone's health care. I also heard from hundreds of neighbors who shared their personal experiences with Medicaid, Medicare, and with the ACA, programs my Republican colleagues cut when they called us back from the district to pass the big ugly law. I visited food banks and met with families who were uncertain if they were going to get their SNAP benefits and be able to keep their kids fed. Today, I want to share with you some of the stories that I've heard over the last 42 days. Andrea from Fife told me that losing the ACA credits will impact her family significantly. Andrea makes a bit too much to qualify for Apple Health, Washington's Medicaid program. She's pregnant, and without the ACA credits, she'll be swimming in medical debt from healthcare bills she can't pay. She's the only one who provides for her and her children. It's for Andrea that I'm here today introducing an amendment to permanently extend the ACA credit so that she and millions of others across the country don't have to worry about whether they can afford to take their kids to the doctor or get prenatal care. And let's not forget that this healthcare crisis is not just about the Affordable Care Act. It's one that started unfolding in July when Republicans passed the big ugly law absolutely decimating Medicaid and our rural healthcare systems. Carrie from Hoquiam told me that her son has schizophrenia and has struggled with addiction. Without Medicaid, there's no way he would be able to afford the medication that keeps him sane and out of a mental hospital and alive. Brooke from Port Orchard told me that her dad, who lives with them, needs a host of medications to manage his depression, insomnia, high blood pressure, but without insurance, they cost more than $350 a month. With Apple Health, they're free. It's for Carrie and her son, for Brooke and her dad, that I'm here before the committee today to submit an amendment to undo all of the big ugly law's Medicaid changes. Many of the individuals I spoke with about Medicaid have also shared with me the importance of SNAP to their families. Brittany from Port Orchard told me that Medicaid has helped her and her siblings' children. They rely on their Apple Health coverage, and their health is already suffering this year because of the SNAP cuts and their ability to afford healthy food. We know that without access to nutritious food, families can't stay healthy. For Brittany and her family that I'm introducing an amendment to undo the cuts to SNAP from H.R. 1. I represent 27,000 federal workers, and I want to share with you Kevin from Tacoma's story. Kevin was impacted by the most recent reduction in force, a RIF, as we call them here, at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. His federal career spanned 18 years with HUD and 2 years with AmeriCorps. He said to me, as you can imagine, I'm sad and frustrated to see that career come to a premature end. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to fight for my job and return to my career of serving the American public. It's for Kevin that I'm offering an amendment to not just reverse this administration's illegal reductions in force during the shutdown for the duration of this CR, but to prevent this lawless administration from undertaking any more RIFs for the rest of the Trump presidency. Our dedicated civil servants deserve better than to live in constant fear of whether they will receive their next paycheck and whether they will still be employed tomorrow. Madam Chair, on behalf of those 27,000 federal workers, on behalf of the 115,000 SNAP recipients in my district, and on behalf of the millions of Americans across the country who stand to lose their health care, I urge you to make these 4 amendments in order. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm here to speak in favor of my very important amendment, which is very similar to the amendment introduced by Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Whip Catherine Clark to extend the ACA premium tax credits for 3 years. It's an amendment I enthusiastically and strongly support. Right now in Oregon and across the country, costs are up. They're up for housing. Costs are up for groceries, for childcare if you can find it, for utilities, and costs are up for healthcare. And unfortunately, without this amendment, healthcare costs are about to skyrocket for thousands of Oregonians and for millions of Americans. I think about Teresa, who lives in rural Clatsop County, Oregon. She's a small business owner of a wonderful produce and flower farm. I've been there. It's wonderful. Like many small business owners, Teresa purchases her coverage on the Oregon Healthcare Exchange. Because of Republicans' refusal to protect healthcare, her premium will soon be going from $230 a month to $1,077 a month. She doesn't have an extra almost $800 a month. This is unconscionable, it's unacceptable, and it's also unnecessary. Teresa's about to turn 60. She works a tough physical job. Running a small family farm is challenging, even in a strong economy. But she won't be able to afford her premium, but she can't afford to be without health care. One illness or one injury could threaten her health and her livelihood. Teresa could be forced to close her family business, a business that plays an important part of the North Coast economy in Oregon. And Teresa's not alone. Americans across the country are receiving similar letters about dramatic premium increases, forcing them to make impossible decisions. If they keep their coverage, how will they pay for food and housing and childcare? They can't. Continuing the tax credit is what the public overwhelmingly supports. I've been in this room for a bit this evening, and I've heard a lot of conversation about the Kaiser Family Foundation. They found that about 3/4, 74% of all U.S. adults say Congress should extend the enhanced tax credits for people who purchase their insurance through the ACA marketplace. At least half of adults across parties continue to support the extension of the tax credit. More than 9 in 10 Democrats, 3/4 of independents, and half of Republicans. Colleagues, we know that too many Americans are struggling to get by because of high costs. And Madam Chair, you were talking about pandemic. No, we're not suggesting that there's still a pandemic. What we're suggesting is that this president ran for office saying he was going to lower costs. Costs aren't lower. Costs are going up. And with this amendment, the continuing resolution under consideration, this will, without the amendment, the CR will add to their burden. More people will struggle to pay for health care. Many will go without. And that means, as Dr. Dexter explained, they will delay getting critical care. They will end up in emergency rooms. And we know that's worse for health outcomes and it's more expensive. So Teresa and everyone in the United States, they should feel secure, not fearful when they get sick. They deserve better. And we can make things better by adopting this amendment to extend the enhanced premium tax credit for 3 years. Now, I want to note that it's been interesting to listen to the conversation in this room about insurance companies. It's about time somebody was talking about insurance companies profiting. I think it's good that we have that conversation. But in the meantime, until we have a plan to address it, we cannot let these costs go up, and people are getting these costs right now. This is November. It's almost the middle of November. These increases are going into effect very soon. We don't have a plan. You don't have a plan to address that before. So let's increase and continue these credits so that people do not have to pay more. Finally, I do want to mention as well the outrageous get-rich-quick scheme for several Republican senators that was tucked into this bill apparently at the last minute, through which several Republican senators will be getting payouts of millions of dollars. This is truly a corrupt provision that should not be in this bill. And when I think about the feeling that people have now about the government, this is going to do absolutely nothing to encourage people to trust in their lawmakers when a provision like this is put into a bill like this. So I encourage this committee, Madam Chair, to make this amendment in order to continue the provisions of the tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, but also let's work together and find a way to get this ridiculous payola get-rich scheme provision out of this bill. It's not a partisan issue, Madam Chair and Rules Committee members. This is an issue of right and wrong and trust in government. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Ansari, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back from your 8 weeks of taxpayer-funded vacation. It's good to see you, and I hope
I'm going to interrupt you.
Republicans
I'm going to
enjoy-
interrupt you, please. I am sick and tired of hearing you all say We had an 8-week vacation.
That's exactly what happened.
I worked every day. I don't know about you, but I don't want to hear
every single day
another
as well.
soul
We all worked
say
every
that.
single day, and that's exactly what happened with Speaker Mike Johnson.
You're recognized.
I hope that you all enjoyed yourselves while American families looked at their letters from their health insurance companies, terrified that their insurance premiums were going to double or triple while the House was out of session for 53 days. That is unacceptable, Madam Chair. Now, we are back here to vote on a terrible partisan spending bill that will deepen a healthcare crisis that you did create. By first stripping away Medicaid from 15 million people, that is a fact. I'm sorry that you deny that fact, but that is a fact of the matter in the bill. And by refusing now to extend the Affordable Care Act, healthcare premium subsidies that keep coverage affordable for American families. And you also did all of this while engineering the most unprecedented transfer of wealth from the working class and poor Americans to the wealthiest people in this country. That is another fact. The Republican shutdown lasted 41 days. It is the longest shutdown in American history. 41 days of unpaid federal workers and families losing access to food assistance. 41 days of families skipping meals and seniors delaying care because Donald Trump chose to use hunger and healthcare as leverage. The callousness and corruption is astounding. Donald Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson, throughout this entire time, did absolutely nothing. They did not lift a finger to try to negotiate a real solution on any of this. What was Donald Trump doing during this time? I know that he announced plans for his $350 million ballroom funded by billionaires and corporations. I know that he was traveling around the world to Asia. He hosted a huge Great Gatsby party. I don't know if anyone here was invited. The night before, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP assistance. He is acting like a king while millions of people in this country are suffering. That is unacceptable. And Speaker Mike Johnson, throughout this time, he has not just enabled this corruption, he has actively participated in it. That's why I staked outside of his office last week, to be absolutely clear about what's been happening. Mike Johnson is starving Americans and gutting health care to cover up the Epstein files. And I want to explain exactly why and how he's doing so, because the public deserves to understand it very clearly. Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva, who is from my state of Arizona, would be and will be the 218th signature on the discharge petition. 218 is the number needed to force a vote on the floor, whether the speaker wants one or not. And when Adelita is seated tomorrow, finally, after 49 days since she was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, Speaker Johnson's going to lose control. Because then every single member of Congress on the Republican side and our side will have to go on the record and answer one very simple question. Do you want to support and protect the release of the Epstein files, or do you want to protect the names of the men who were involved in the crimes? That's the vote that Speaker Johnson has been running from. There's been plenty of reporting that the White House and Speaker Johnson have been actively working throughout this entire period to threaten the 4 Republican members of Congress who are on the discharge petition, to get one of them to come off of that discharge petition, because that is their #1 priority. That's what's been happening. It is a cover-up, and Speaker Johnson must and should be investigated. Now Republicans want to move on as though none of this ever happened. We cannot rush through a funding bill that raises costs and leaves families worse off in the middle of Trump's affordability crisis. So I have amendments at the desk, first to guarantee that the American people are not forced to subsidize Donald Trump's $350 million ballroom, a private palace where his billionaire donors will be rewarded with access and influence. These amendments also require complete transparency on which corporations and ultra-wealthy individuals are financing this project and what they are receiving in return. Second, to ensure that this bill cannot take effect until ACA premium tax credits are renewed, because if and when they expire, premiums will skyrocket and people will lose health care. The corruption and heartlessness of these policies must end. I urge the committee to support these amendments in order for us to have a real debate on protecting American families and on restoring trust in government that Donald Trump is dismantling. I yield back.
Mr. Subramanian, you're recognized.
Subramaniam. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one amendment. That's Amendment 23. This is the Republican payola that we've been talking about. And it's basically to strike this provision out of the bill. And this provision would simply allow so just to take a step back, because we've been talking about it here, but people might be joining in. But basically, Republicans in the Senate put this provision in, 8 or 9 of them, of the Senate Republicans would be given a legal pathway to force taxpayers to pay them millions of dollars over phone record collections during the January 6th investigations. It's a rewards program for Republican senators. And I would walk you through it, but the Republicans on this committee seem to know it well and have walked us through it quite well. It's $500,000 at a minimum per phone line, per offense. This could go up to $50 million per Republican senator, if you think about it. And it limits the government's ability to defend itself and defend these claims on behalf of the taxpayers. And so you're basically having these Republican senators being able to make these legal claims, and then the government can't even defend itself. It's just going to be rewarding these senators with cash, 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 cash. How is that not corrupt? And this is in the middle of an affordability crisis. $50 million, that's 1,000 times the average annual salary of a person in this country. Think about that. 1,000 times the average annual salary. For Democrat versus Republican, this completely undermines this entire institution and everything about it. This is why people hate Congress, is because they think we're all corrupt because stuff like this happens. And I've heard Republicans on this committee say that they agree that it's wrong. They agree that this is a wrong thing and that we'll fix it later. Well, you have the chance to fix it right now, and this is really the only chance to fix it right now. Because the reality is, the only way to right this wrong is to strip this bill of this amendment right now and send it back to the Senate and force them to vote on the bill without this provision. Because if you make them do it later on, they're never going to strip this amendment. They're not going to unenrich themselves. That's never going to happen. So this is our only chance to right this wrong. And this is corruption. It is theft and broad daylight, and anyone voting against this amendment to strip this bill, this corrupt provision, is complicit in that corruption. So I urge you to support Amendment 23 and not aid and abet corruption. I yield back.
I'll delay my questioning. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Well, first, I want to thank you all for being here at this hour, and I appreciate it. I support all your amendments, and I think people are tired of us saying that we can't fix problems. I mean, people want us to fix problems. They want us to clean up corruption. They want us to make sure people have health care. They want us to respect our veterans. They want the Epstein files released. And we, and what's happening around here is you got a lot of people who are trying to have the, do the double talk. Yeah, I know, I'm with you, but we can't do it because of this, or we can't do it because of that. I mean, and so then nothing ever gets done. And I just want to say one thing about, there's been a lot of kind of negative talk about the Affordable Care Act, but I do want to point out, I mean, I believe we need a very different healthcare system in this country. But I do want to point out some of the good things about the Affordable Care Act. Again, it's polling at 64% favorability. Donald Trump is at 37% favorability. But just so people understand, the Affordable Care Act stops health insurance companies from charging sick people more in premiums than healthy people. It keeps those same health insurance companies from denying coverage to pregnant women, people with pre-existing medical conditions, or because of a person's medical history. It prohibits the health insurance industry from setting an annual or lifetime limit. It demands insurance companies cover most preventative services. It gives states the flexibility to expand their Medicaid programs, which 40 states have done. It provides financial assistance to working people to make health coverage more affordable. And it allows young adults to stay on their parents' insurance plans until they're 26. And those are just some of the provisions within the ACA that make it, quite frankly, popular with a lot of people. I wish the ACA went further. Some of us went during the debate, fought for a public option. We got frustrated by some of our colleagues in the Senate. But I just want people to understand that's what the ACA does. And again, I don't think, I would like to think that none of them are controversial. I don't know why my Republican friends don't like those things, but let me just say also, in addition, the last time Democrats were in control, we built on the progress made with the ACA. We allowed Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices for the first time in history, saving both Medicare and the American people billions of dollars. Democrats capped the cost of insulin at $35 per month. We made signing up for health care coverage easier and more affordable. Democrats lowered premiums by an average of $800 per person per year. In over 4 years, nearly 12 million more Americans signed up for insurance on the ACA marketplace, bringing the total up to nearly 24 million in 2025. And so, I think my Republican colleagues have made this case as they've attacked us for these, for calling for the extension of the ACA, enhanced credits, is that we have always been a champion for providing additional assistance to help make health care more affordable for people. They have been on the other side. I want to thank them for reminding the American people that we're always on the side of trying to lower their costs and not reducing the quality of their care. And I just want to say one other thing, and I appreciate the chairwoman, getting animated over the fact that the Republicans were basically not around for 7 weeks. I mean, the Speaker of the House basically abolished the House of Representatives during a time when, quite frankly, people are frightened to death over losing their health care premiums. And it really bothers me that there's not much support. So if Republicans are going to screw people over, at least they should show up. And they haven't worked for 8 weeks, they should show up. I move to adjourn, Madam Chair. People ought to show up at the hearing on health care.
Mr. McGovern has made a motion to adjourn. Question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. McGovern is going to request a recorded vote.
Yeah,
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The motion is not agreed to.
Now everybody's here. Good. Okay. I yield back.
Does any member on the Republican side wish to ask a question of the panel? No. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I wanted to thank all the witnesses for coming in, particularly to talk about the stories of your constituents, because some of our colleagues don't seem to have heard from their constituents about the really drastic price increases that they are being subjected to. And thank you for the amendment with respect to funding the toxic substances with the PACT Act and addressing a whole variety of issues that we wish we were talking about and addressing at this juncture. So really appreciate the work that everyone's put into this and hope that all the amendments are made in order so we can get full and fair debate and votes. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before my friend from Georgia steps out, my question to my colleague from Virginia here was going to be connected to something you had said previously, just in regards to this very problematic provision regarding the payout or payola, as my colleagues articulated. And I guess the question is, I appreciate the gentleman from Georgia's concerns and certainly echo those concerns and share his sentiments. And I think I want to understand, and perhaps I'll direct the question to Representative Wasserman Schultz, because I think she served the longest here on this particular panel. If we were to excise this particular provision from the bill, the Senate, I presume, could quickly hotline this bill, and the country could see what corrupt senator is willing to stand up and refuse unanimous consent to get this bill across. Is my understanding of archaic Senate procedure accurate?
Ms. Nagus, that is a correct understanding. It is Tuesday, and I feel quite certain, given how quickly the Senate seems to be able to pull their only 100 members back into session, and I will say, thankfully, remained in session for these last 8 weeks, unlike our colleagues who were on vacation. They seem ready, willing, and able to deal with the work necessary that was outside of the process of passing a CR, and certainly should be able to come back in, excise this grossly corrupt provision that will enrich and line the pockets of 8 senators, and breathtakingly, they have millions of dollars that they were willing and able to include in this bill to line the pockets and enrich senators, but they can't agree to advance fund vital healthcare funding to ensure that toxic, exposed, and poisoned veterans don't have a gap in our ability to keep that safety net underneath them. That shows you where their priorities are. If everyone is so concerned with reopening the government, which we all should be, they will get their tuchuses back to Washington, take that provision out, and pass. After we've taken it out, they can pass the bill and send it back to us.
Well, I couldn't agree more.
Send it to the president.
I certainly agree with the gentlelady from Florida, and I appreciate the gentleman from Virginia proposing this particular amendment. One final note, I guess I would say, Madam Chair, I, like everyone here in the committee room, noticed with great interest your reaction to Ms. Ansari's statement regarding House Republicans being on paid vacation for the last 54 days, and I understand that you took great umbrage at her suggestion or her statement in that regard. What I find fascinating is that none of your other Republican colleagues took any umbrage to her statement or to any other of those statements, similar statements made by my Democratic colleagues here. And of course, it's no surprise because they're not here. They're all in the back room, none of them. I mean, hence Mr. McGovern's motion to adjourn, to somehow find a way, after 8 weeks of Republicans just completely skipping town, that perhaps they might grace this committee with their presence to hear the testimony from their colleagues. So in any event, I'm certainly glad that the chairwoman is here and has an opportunity to defend the propriety of how she accorded her time during the course of this 54-day sojourn that Speaker Johnson sent the House on. But I wish my colleagues might perhaps join us so that they could defend themselves as well. But I digress. I'll keep waiting for that. Maybe there'll be another motion to adjourn in the offing here. Anyway, I yield back to the chairwoman.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it was sort of quite hilarious how they all rushed in here to vote. None of them came to work to actually sit through the committee. And in fact, most of them didn't even sit through the testimony of their own chairman of appropriations or through the ranking member. And, threw out speeches and then left. So there could be no dialogue. There could be no debate. And this is the only time that the House has to debate this bill. It feels like the Duma. It feels like the Duma. And you know what else it feels like? It feels like, back then when we were debating that big, beautiful bill that we all rushed back here to vote for. because they wanted us to make sure that we voted before July 4th for their big, beautiful bill. They could move heaven and earth to make sure we got here, but they can't move heaven and earth to make sure we get tax credits for working families, to make sure that we eliminate this payola. Yes, I started calling it payola, and I looked up when I started calling it that. I was like, when I read that, when I first read that, I said, we got to get rid of this. Because what is a payola? Is it a bribe? Like, what did these senators get in return? Like, what were they giving up? And we keep saying 8 senators. I'm going to say their names. We have 8 senators. Senators Graham, Johnson, Senator Blackburn, Senator Loomis, Senator Haggerty, Senator Hawley, Senator Sullivan, and Senator Tuberville. Let's say their names. Let's make sure the American people know who will get millions of dollars, because each violation will give you $500,000. And so they can claim violation. And when we say violation, that sounds like something went wrong. Let's make sure the American people know. These were subpoenas or inquiries by the FBI that were authorized by the courts, that were authorized by grand juries when they were looking into what happened around the January 6th insurrection. And the American people saw that this place was overrun by violent attackers. We were here. We were here. There were 140 law enforcement officers who went to the hospital. 140 police officers went to the hospital, and now we're going to pay senators, these 8 senators that I have called out, we're going to pay them millions of dollars instead of providing any money to the veterans, instead of providing any money to the children, to the families. It is outrageous, and it is horrible. And I also appreciate that you have sponsored a similar amendment, and I think there are going to be multiples of these because we all recognize how horrible they are, and Republicans recognize, but they think they have no power when they have power. How dare they? Representative Superman, why don't you say a little bit more about this concept that they can't do anything?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just say there's 8 right now. There's been a couple others that have come forward and said, wait, what about my payout? And so they're actually going to, this might expand past 8, actually. But thank you for reading the names and calling this out. But yes, all we have to do is vote for one of these amendments that we're putting forward to strip this bill of this provision and take away this corrupt scheme by these Republican senators and send it back to the Senate and put it on the floor for them to vote for. Are they going to continue the shutdown so that they can line their pockets with tens of millions of dollars potentially? That's really up to them. That's really up to them, right? And so let's make them take that vote. If you truly care, if you truly believe that this is corrupt, you will vote for this amendment and you will send this bill back to the Senate if you truly believe this is corrupt. If not, then you seem to not have a problem with this. This is your chance right now.
Right. And I want to thank you, Representative, for pointing out how much money has been wasted by President Trump. You forgot to mention his golf trips. Like, he just took one, $10 million. Like, the American taxpayers are paying $10 million every time he goes, decides to go and golf, when we paid for his trip to Scotland. And it's this kind of contrast that the American public is seeing. The American public is seeing that they're not willing to provide tax credits for working families and small businesses, and you all described powerfully what that means in your communities. But they're willing to let him send $40 billion to Argentina. They're willing to let him spend taxpayer dollars on his golf trips. And you want to say something?
I wanted to talk a little about your payola issue. I remember when Republicans raged against earmarks. I mean, some of us have been around here long enough. And I mean when we had bills that had provisions that helped the specific members' constituents. And we had some Republicans that would rage against them. And what we have here is an earmark on steroids. I mean, forget about the constituents. This money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly millions of dollars, goes directly to specific Republican senators. And most Republicans are just going to say, oh, well, what can we do? We just have to move on. Trump is trying to get hundreds of millions from the Department of Justice. So now I guess we have some senators who want their cut, and my Republican friends just seem to be all okay with it. I mean, this is corrupt, and it is disgusting. And at some point, I mean, people have to be willing to stand up, develop a backbone, and say, no, we're not going along with this. I thank the gentlelady.
Yeah, it's about courage versus corruption. And what we are asking Republicans to do is to have the courage to vote against the corruption that's in this provision. We might disagree on, clearly, Madam Chairwoman, we disagree on the benefits of the Affordable Care Act. I've told you earlier, I think it's wonderful because I'm a cancer survivor and have pre-existing condition. I needed the Affordable Care Act. I love the fact that I could keep my kids. I'm also pretty much a single mom with regards to 3 kids, right, who are going to college now, getting their degrees, and I could keep them on the Affordable Care Act. You know, as my kid was working in service industry, you don't get enough money to get health care. I could keep him on my health insurance. So we might disagree about the benefits of the Affordable Care Act, but I'm hoping we don't disagree on the fact that we shouldn't be spending millions of taxpayer monies and sending it directly to 8, 10, 12 senators. And did you notice that? It only applies to the senators. Right? There were subpoenas, lawful subpoenas. Remember, these are lawful subpoenas, grand jury, court-approved subpoenas.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would you yield just to?
I would love to
Thank
yield
you.
to.
I just want to make one other point on the appropriations process, because as the ranking member mentioned, years gone by, and the chairwoman and I were in Congress when actually some members of Congress went to prison for enriching themselves through the earmark process, which was why we lost earmarks, a big reason we lost earmarks for about a decade. But now, because we reformed that process, we actually each certify that we have no personal interest and no benefit comes to us from a community project funding request. And so I mean, we're that careful now because of past abuses. And this provision literally personally enriches at least 8 senators and allows millions of dollars with the inability of the government to even raise opposition or evidence or any counter to that to that process, and for 8 senators at least to be personally enriched. I can't even understand how some of our colleagues would stand in front of their constituents after going home and voting for this and with a straight face defend that vote. It's breathtaking.
Thank you, Representative Dexter.
Thank you so much.
Pulmonologist, Dr. Dexter.
No, thank you so much. I just had a point of clarification. Did those 8 senators vote on this bill? Because it seems that they should have declared a conflict of interest and have exempted themselves from the bill.
I think they made sure that the provision made it into the bill and then voted for it. Thank you very much for bringing to the American people the issues about veterans care, about your individual constituents, about the priorities that Democrats are fighting for, and how Republicans are just spending all this taxpayer money on things that I don't think make a lot of sense. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. You're excused as a panel. Thank you very much. Ms. Salinas, Mr. Vindman, Mr. Oshevsky, Ms. Stansberry, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Berrigan, and Mr. Raskin. If we can squeeze you in, we'll bring another chair. We'll do as we did on the other panel and just go in the way I called out the names before. Ms. Salinas.
ask for support of amendment number 57. It's a straightforward amendment. It essentially prohibits the National Guard from being used for federal immigration enforcement in our state and the District of Columbia. We have seen across the United States provocation in use of ICE enforcement in cities like Portland, Oregon, where you see inflatable dolls, frogs, unicorns dancing in the streets, and aggressive action from the Trump administration, who believes that we need further escalation from the National Guard. And we've seen this in cities across the United States, in Chicago, in Los Angeles. And instead, I know our National Guard is needed for things like wildfires, natural disasters across the United States. That's what they're trained to do, to protect civil society, not to enforce immigration. And so this, again, is a straightforward amendment to basically prohibit the use of federal enforcement of immigration purposes. I also am in support of Mr. Horsford's amendment that should be at the desk to basically direct $40 billion from Argentina to be used for healthcare purposes. This is a big issue in my district. I serve on the House Agriculture Committee, and I talk to my growers in my district all the time. And while they're very upset over the use of the $40 billion from the Trump administration to prop up soybean and cattle, it's something that they're very upset about. We should have had a farm bill in 2023. They're upset over that. And they've asked me, what could we be doing? What else is going to be happening in this current Congress? And I said, well, you should also be thinking about healthcare. We have about 4 different rural hospitals in the state of Oregon that are at risk of going under. And for us in Oregon, a lot of my rural communities actually use the Affordable Care Act, and they recognize that this is something that's really big and perilous for them. And we've had hospital closures where women from rural parts of my district, actually in Congressman Cliff Bence's district, where our labor and delivery units have closed and people have had to drive much farther than 2 hours to, as they're about to have a baby, and that's a long time to drive if you're in a snowstorm. So taking that $40 billion that President Trump has used to prop up soybean and cattle, and again, my growers and my farmers are apoplectic over this, but to use it for healthcare, especially for our rural communities who are some of the biggest users of the Affordable Care Act, would be a great way to make amends to our rural communities who are in a very difficult position right now. So I support that amendment as well. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Salinas. Mr. Vindman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we're now living through the longest shutdown in this country's history. And I actually was in the Trump White House for the previously longest shutdown in this country's history. And what thing is in common between those two? Donald Trump is president. And so last week we just had elections in a very purple state here in Virginia, in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And the message was very clear that chaos and cruelty are not popular policies, okay? We're less than a year out from the midterms. And so I just want to remind my colleagues that I don't see anybody in the room right now, but that this shutdown, these policies to eliminate health care for millions of Americans, the corruption that we're seeing in the White House and now in the Senate is outrageous, and the American people are paying attention. So today's Veterans Day, and as I look around, I think I'm the only veteran member in the room, so I'm going to take a little bit of privilege here. I was at my VFW, and I was having a beer with some paratroopers and Marines and others, and I wanted to get a sense from them. What are they thinking about the shutdown? What are they thinking about the state of affairs? You know what? They want and they demand accountability. They put their lives on the line, and they fought for this country, a certain set of values. And what we're seeing from this administration, from this Congress, is complete antithesis to those values. Many federal employees live in my district, and they're American patriots that see the lawlessness in this administration. A few weeks ago, I was at a food bank and it was billed as giving fresh produce to federal employees that had been furloughed and that weren't sure when they would receive their next paycheck. And the line stretched around the building. It didn't get any shorter the entire time I was there. And every federal agency was represented. There was a guy in a TSA uniform that had come after work, DOJ, DOD, Department of Labor, everybody. And that was not, I mean, that was certainly something that was striking to me. But the thing that struck me, frankly, the most was the lady that was in line next to me that was handing out food was a Customs and Border Protection employee that was essential. So she came after work to hand out food to her friends and neighbors. And I got to talking with her. She was also a Gold Star spouse that she had lost her husband in 2008 in combat. These are the people that are being impacted by these terrible policies. So look, we find ourselves at kind of like a pretty pivotal moment, right? We have obviously American healthcare that we're seized with. That's what the shutdown was about. But something really outrageous, in my opinion. It's my first time appearing before this committee, but I really couldn't sit on the sidelines. Spent 25 years in the Army, half of it as a lawyer, as a prosecutor. I was an ethics lawyer during the Trump White House, which I will tell you was not easy. And look, we have an opportunity to actually do what's right. I heard some of my colleagues, Mr. Scott, made a pretty sort of impassioned statement about having a problem with the payola scheme. It's a quid pro quo. The senators, the 8 senators, they want payback for having supported the president. And it's only senators. And what do? The Senate had an opportunity to make a decision. We are an independent, separate, co-equal part of Congress. We have an obligation to do what's right. My colleague in the previous panel was right. People hate Congress. They have a low opinion of Congress. I mean, this reflects poorly on all of us. So how about we actually do the right thing? Let's not worry about what the Senate's going to do. The Senate can get back and vote on this thing this week in the next 48 hours if they wanted to. Let's take this terrible provision, this payola, this quid pro quo that the Senate put in to enrich itself out of this bill. It's simple as that. And I'm just going to read an extract from the New York Times article that came out about this. It says, it was published yesterday. A spending package expected to be approved as part of a deal to reopen the government would create a wide legal avenue for senators to sue for as much as $500,000 each per offense when federal investigators search their phone records without notifying them. These are extracts. The provision tucked into a measure to fund the legislative branch appears to immediately allow for 8 GOP senators to sue the government over their phone records being seized in the course of an investigation by Jack Smith, the former special counsel, into a riot. I'll call it an insurrection on January 6th, because that's what it was. Each violation would be worth at least $500,000 in any legal claim. I think I'm getting the signal here, so I'm going to wrap up. So, okay.
Can we just give a little leeway to a veteran on Veterans Day?
I'm almost done. So each violation is $500,000 according to the bill language, which we know can stretch into the millions. And it waives sovereign immunity, other defenses for the government. So, I mean, this is just a straight up payout. So how about this? I'm gonna make an offer, even though I don't see any of my colleagues here. And my offer is this, is that we know that the Republican majority is only a couple of seats. You can only stand to lose a couple of votes. If you can strip out this provision from this bill, even though I don't like many aspects of it, I will hold my breath and vote for it if you will strip out this provision. That is my offer.
Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it is good to see you. Thank you, as always, for powering through, Madam Chair. I will say it is hard to see so many empty seats to your left. I really know this is an important debate and discussion that we're having for the American people, and there's no other business being conducted. There's no other reason that members who are serving on this very important committee aren't in this room, because for millions... Well, I hope that they are listening, Madam Chair. I hope they are listening, because I have very important things from my heart that I want to share. And I'm speaking not just on behalf of the people I represent from Maryland 2nd, but for all Americans, because millions of families are being affected by the shutdown. It is the longest in our nation's history. It has been a real hardship. The unnecessary suffering must end, and the continuing resolution is a step forward. But it falls far too short of providing the relief that all Americans deserve. We can do better, and we can do better right now in this committee and in this House. We can pay our workers, feed hungry families, provide reliable public services while also protecting working families from exploding health care premiums and copays and what amounts to a massive tax increase. We can do that by reopening the government and preserving those ACA credits that we've heard so much about. We've already heard Republicans in Congress recently passed $1 trillion in tax cuts that disproportionately affects the ultra-wealthy. President Trump, we've heard already, has marshaled $40 billion in resources to bail out his buddy in Argentina, another $1 billion to retrofit a new jet. Surely we can find the resources to extend health care subsidies for 1 year, as several House Republicans have already proposed in a bipartisan framework released last week to help end the shutdown. As I mentioned, there are nearly 24 Republicans who have, one way or another, endorsed some extension of the ACAs. But I'm here before you, Madam Chair, because I am also deeply concerned in what Ranking Member DeLauro brought forward, that the so-called deal does absolutely nothing about cuts that are unilaterally being enacted by the executive branch. President Trump and this Congress have already slashed more than $9 billion from the last bipartisan budget that was passed. He's halted energy-creating jobs and jobs potential by explicitly targeting Democratic-led states and Democratic-led districts in Maryland and across the country. He's explicitly threatened funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, a project that is so important. It is probably the largest infrastructure project in the mid-Atlantic. So important. So any path forward should include one simple guarantee. The commitments we make to the American people and the commitments we make to each other should not be allowed to unilaterally be undone by the administration tomorrow. If we shake hands, that deal should stick. Without that protection, no deal is worth the paper it's written on. But I'm not just asking you to believe in me, Madam Chair. I'm asking you to agree with our Republican colleagues. Congressman Womack questioned why any Democrat would support a deal if, and I quote, "you know that whatever you negotiate is going to be subject to the knife pulled out by Russ Vought." Senator Murkowski told reporters that Democrats should be asking themselves, why am I going to be helpful if Mr. Vought and OMB are just going to do a backdoor move and rescind what we've been working on? We are an important institution. We are a co-equal branch. We should be vigorously guarding our power of the purse, not giving it away. I offer 2 straightforward amendments to do that, Madam Chair. One eliminates the President's authority to expedite the rescission package. It puts back into regular order the Senate practices that requires a 60-vote threshold. If we're going to have a bipartisan agreement to enact a budget, let's have a bipartisan agreement to remove a budget. The Second Amendment prevents those so-called pocket rescissions, specifically requiring any funding appropriated by Congress be obligated if we are within 90 days of its expiration. These amendments are simple, but they are important. They're about checks and balances. They are about restoring Congress's control over matters of spending, just as our founders intended. And I know they're not here, but they are listening, because you told me so, Madam Chair. For members who have predetermined that they will not vote for any amendments, I just have to ask them, and if they were here, I would ask them, and I mean this sincerely, Madam Chair. How egregious do the provisions have to be to change their mind? Is there a point? Is there a breaking point in terms of the self-enrichment item that I didn't even come here to talk about? But what is the point at which we say we can fix these things right here, right now, and force the Senate to do what's right? Do the things that stop having Americans have no trust in these institutions. This is why Americans hate Congress. This is why people are so frustrated with our politics today. So, and it's why I'm here asking you to support these amendments in the spirit with which they are presented, in bipartisanship and with respect for the Constitution. I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Olszewski. Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the 15 minutes remaining, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Veterans Day. I represent a very humble set of communities in New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, and like others on this panel, I had the opportunity to celebrate and to honor our veterans in New Mexico today. And so I do have to say, Madam Chairwoman, I was looking forward to coming back here and having the opportunity to debate this bill, but over the last 5 hours since I've landed in Washington and listened to this debate, I just feel sad. I just feel sad. The people I represent are humble people. People who struggle to put food on the table, who struggle to put a roof over their head. Tens of thousands of federal workers who for the last how many ever weeks it's been, haven't known whether or not their jobs are going to be there at the end of the shutdown. People who literally didn't know how they were going to feed their children this weekend. They literally didn't know how they were going to feed their children this weekend. And so I find it heartbreaking, to be honest, to come here and sit in this committee. And literally, Madam Chair, I do appreciate that you are here doing your duty, but all other 8 members of the Republican Party who sit on this panel are not even in this room. And for the last 54 days, the House hasn't even been in session. It hasn't held votes, it hasn't heard bills, it hasn't sworn in the duly elected Congresswoman from Arizona. I heard a lot of expertise today about health insurance and how the Affordable Care Act is broken, but not a single one of the other 8 people on this panel, and I know you were here, Madam Chairwoman, because I have been back and forth across this country 13 times since the shutdown happened, and last time I was here, you gavelled me down on the House floor when I tried to introduce my bill, which is the exact amendment which I'm introducing tonight to save staff.
She did that to me too, so don't feel too bad.
So I know, Madam Chair. Yes, so you get a pass. But I do have to say that, you know, for your other 200 plus colleagues, the real question that I wanted to come here and ask tonight is, where have you been? What have you been doing for the last 8 weeks? Is the literally hundreds of thousands of people in my district didn't know how they were going to pay their rent, pay their mortgages, buy gas, put food on the table, and feed their children, where were you? Where were you? And you're not even in this room tonight to even answer that question. I literally find it disgusting. I mean, it is a privilege to serve in Congress. It is a privilege. I grew up in a low-income family. I grew up in a humble family like the people that I represent, and I don't take for granted that I have the opportunity to come here every week and represent my people and show up for my people. So I want to know from our colleagues who I can literally hear laughing in the other room, where were you? Where were you for the last 8 weeks while the House was shut down and people in this country were left without food on the table? while the president was playing golf. He was demolishing the East Wing. He was throwing parties at Mar-a-Lago and giving American taxpayers to a dictator in Argentina to bail him out before his election. Where were you? But you're not even here to answer that question tonight. So I don't know what else to say except for that I will explain my amendment, which is to protect SNAP. Because while the president chose to not disperse food benefits to 42 million Americans, and I heard one of the gentlemen on the panel earlier say that he did everything he could. That is just a blatant lie, because he appealed a court who directed him to put that money into EBT accounts for 42 million Americans, and even asked the Supreme Court to intervene after a court ordered him to, because that is a lie. That is a lie. So the amendment that I am introducing today would protect SNAP benefits. It would make sure that no president, whether it's Donald Trump or any other president, could ever withhold SNAP benefits again during a shutdown. It would make sure continuity in the program, and it would reimburse states like New Mexico, who took the unprecedented action of spending tens of millions of dollars to make sure that our children would not starve, because we showed up for our people. Unlike, I'm sorry to say, Madam Chairwoman, your colleagues who are not here tonight. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Horsford, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, you know, there have been really important historic moments that have happened in this very room and in this chamber that we're honored to serve in the House of Representatives. And I think back over those moments, and I wonder what those leaders had to do to compel our colleagues to care enough to prick the hearts and the minds of the people that we serve with and the constituents that we're honored to serve. And so I think about that as we're here in this moment, a moment when federal employees are going without pay, when 500,000 Nevadans wonder whether their nutrition assistance benefits will arrive or not, like Charles Gowdy, the Vietnam-era veteran, Navy veteran that I met with this morning before I got on the plane to come here to do my job. Or the 104,000 people in my state who are about to get kicked off of their health insurance because of this big, beautiful bill that cuts their health care, and Republicans' refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, even though some of their own members know that it's necessary. At a moment like this, the Trump administration decided to give a $40 billion bailout to Argentina right out of the blue. Now, my constituents are wondering, where the hell did this money come from to begin with? Where's the transparency? No congressional consultation, no explanation to the taxpayers who have to fund it. The clear winners are the hedge fund billionaires who bet on Argentina's economy. It directly benefits them, and it sells out America. The American people get nothing out of it, even though Trump himself said we were going to put America first. Just a few weeks ago, this administration said that there wasn't enough money for health care. The 24 million Americans now stand to lose access to health insurance as a result. And somehow Republicans found plenty of money to ensure that their billionaire speculators make out. And once again, Republicans have made clear who they work for, and it's not the working people of America. The truth is, Argentina's experience since their president took office in 2023 is a cautionary tale for the United States. Their president in Argentina has cut their health care budget in half. Sound familiar? He fired thousands of public health workers. Sound familiar? Roughly 40% of Argentines now rely on a collapsing public health system and can no longer afford basic care. Sound familiar? Cancer patients die waiting for treatment, and infectious diseases spread rapidly. Sound familiar? And this was done in the name of reducing bureaucracy and waste. The same justification that we hear from my Republican colleagues. If we continue down this path, we know exactly where it will lead us. So my amendment tonight would redirect that $40 billion bailout from Argentina. It would redirect the money that Trump said wouldn't benefit the American people, and we would use those funds to extend the advanced premium tax credits for 2 years. Now, I'm like other people on this dais. I come from humble beginnings. I don't know what $40 billion looks like. I don't know what $1 million looks like. Neither do most of my constituents. Well, $40 billion that they use to bail out Argentina covers health care under the advanced premium tax credits for 2 years. This is an investment in the health and economic security of the American people. It's a far better use of taxpayer dollars than sending billions overseas. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. And I also want to just speak for a moment to this payola. And I don't know if Speaker Johnson read the bill or not. Did he negotiate the bill? Did House Republicans have a say in the bill or not? Because if so, this provision that pays out these senators, which is a corrupt provision, is on the watch of Speaker Johnson. So maybe he should resign. Maybe House Republicans who reviewed the bill, because we didn't review the bill, and this whole notion that we can't do anything now because the Senate is gone, stop gaslighting the American people. There are 2 ways for the Senate to dispose of an amendment once it's adopted by the House. One is by unanimous consent or voice vote, which is the most common, and the other is by roll call if requested. So don't say that the House doesn't have power. We have the power to do our job. You know that this is corrupt, just like the $40 billion bailout to Argentina is corrupt, and it's time that this House do its job. Thank you, Speaker Johnson, for finally calling back the House of Representatives. You don't just work for the Republican conference, you work for the House of Representatives and all of its members. I yield back.
Ms. Berrigan, you are recognized, pardon me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also am disappointed to not see other Republicans here today. I couldn't help but overhear a Republican member after she voted walking out saying the chair wants us to leave. And it only raises the question, what are they afraid of in the questions from the members? So I was going to start by welcoming Republicans for returning from their 7+ week vacation. I can't really do that because they've been instructed by the chair to leave the room. Now, U.S. House of Representatives, our jobs are we travel to Washington, D.C. We attend hearings. We vote on matters. That is part of our job. Most Americans don't get to take a 7+ week break from their jobs. They don't just get to stay home. And if I remember correctly, at one point it was Republicans who were telling people to get back to work. But instead of doing the work to address the rising healthcare crisis, House Republicans decided to walk away. And now families are paying the price. The Republican-led Senate has sent us a funding bill that fails to extend the healthcare tax credits that are critical to keeping healthcare costs down for tens of millions of working Americans. And as I have sat here through this hearing, I can't help but just kind of think about what Republicans have said here today. Republicans have said here today in this hearing is, we don't like the Affordable Care Act. We didn't even vote for it. So if there was any positive thing coming from it, it wasn't us. Republicans have said, we voted to get rid of it, and we will vote to get rid of it. And Republicans have said, We are not going to help the American people keep their health care. They've also said, and we have no plan to help Americans have affordable health care. Just think about that. If you're in California's 22nd district, which is the Central Valley, represented by a Republican, which includes communities like Visalia and Hanford, think about this. This is the Republican position. We are not going to help you keep your health care. If you're in California's 48th district, which is in central and eastern parts of San Diego County, including Fallbrook and Escondido and Temecula, Republicans there, that's what Republicans are doing here in Washington. Those members of Congress, will they take action or will they just give lip service? Because when we hear somebody say we don't like something, but then they don't actually take action, it's really just falls by the wayside. Actions are louder than words. The Trump Republican healthcare crisis will now continue without relief. These tax credits are a lifeline. They help millions of American families afford healthcare coverage. These are the same families in my district and across the country who have received notices that their premiums will skyrocket in the coming year. Lydia in my district, a small business owner from Long Beach, told me that her premiums will take almost $1,200 out of her pocket next year. That's how much her rate's gonna go up. And an educator from Long Beach I spoke with over the phone was hit with an increase that went from $383 a month to almost $1,000 a month, over 260% increase. I find it hard to believe that Republicans don't have constituents in their district who haven't received these notices. We know at least one Republican House member has said even her family member has been hit. It's clear that people in my district cannot afford these increases. The tax credits ensure that people can see a doctor when their child has a fever. They allow Americans to fill prescriptions. They provide the stability families need when medical emergencies arise. Without the tax credits, some will delay treatment. Many more people will choose to go without coverage, and we know what that means. People will get sicker, and people will die. We are in the middle of open enrollment, when Americans need to make budget decisions about what their health care coverage will look like next year. Families need relief now. They cannot wait. The crisis is entirely of Republicans' making. President Trump and Republicans can find billions of dollars to bail out Argentina. They can pay for tax breaks for billionaires. They can even find money to build a fancy new ballroom. They can even give money away in this bill to 8 Republican senators. But they can't be bothered to spend $1 to help Americans keep their health care costs down. They're willing to let Americans shoulder the burden of higher premiums and less access to care. We cannot and we must not allow that. House Democrats have fought for weeks to protect Americans' right to affordable health care. We've been clear. Reopening the government must include a bipartisan agreement to extend these tax credits. We will not give up. Our constituents depend on it. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Last time I checked, you were in charge. You own this vote that will increase the health care costs of tens of millions of hardworking Americans. To support this bill as written would be to abandon people who voted us here, and to support the corrupt slush fund in the bill to pay 8 Republican senators. I want to know if there is a backdoor agreement for a kickback to people who support this. I urge my colleagues to reject this legislation and insist on any agreement that gives the American people what they deserve, affordable health care. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin, you and Mr. Olszewski are anchoring the table from Maryland. So you're next, and then Ms. Hayes, I'll recognize you after that. Mr. Raskin.
The Free State will stand in the breach, Madam Chair. Thank you for your indulgence, and Mr. McGovern, thank you as well. Like Ms. Leisure Fernandez, whom I woke up this morning, I think at 7:30 when I learned of this provision. I've got an amendment to delete Section 213. This $1 million jackpot provision is one of the most blatantly corrupt provisions for political self-dealing and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress. And we're watching it happen in real time. You know, it was said that the Roman Senate was so corrupt, so drenched in bribery and private self-enrichment, that the senators were actually as corrupt as Julius Caesar and as Caligula, the tyrannical maniac. I don't know if the Republicans in the Senate today are as corrupt as Donald Trump, but they're on the path, and they're right behind him. If this were to pass, this astounding provision would give 8 Republican senators a personal payday of at least $1 million each, paid for directly by the U.S. taxpayers at a time when we're throwing millions of people off of their health care. I want to associate myself with the eloquent remarks of Mr. Vindman, but I want to make one dissenting remark. Section 213 is actually about $1 million, not $500,000, and I'll tell you why. It's retroactive to 2022, which is extraordinary. It's an ex post facto civil law. It allows, quote, any United States senator, not any U.S. citizen, mind you, not even any lowly member of Congress, mind you, but any senator to receive $500,000 from the taxpayers if the Department of Justice subpoenas their phone bill without giving them notice, that's $500,000, and then an extra $500,000 if the Department of Justice seeks a lawful non-disclosure order from a federal judge. That's a cool $1 million they're handing to each of these senators. Case closed. It's over. They want this pirate's treasure simply for having their call records turned over by the phone company in response to a lawful grand jury subpoena. That happens tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times a year. So are our MAGA colleagues dealing themselves $1 million payout, suddenly civil libertarians saying they want to change the law so grand jury subpoenas can't go out for any Americans unless they're notified first? No. It's not for all Americans. It's not even for the second-class citizens over in the House of Representatives, those present and those absent in the other room. It's not for any of us. It's for 100 Americans. They get special privileges under this criminal justice right. It's a right for those 100 people to say, if a grand jury subpoenas us in a lawful investigation, and if a judge orders non-disclosure, they get $1 million. Wow, that's incredible. Now, why are they doing it? Well, this multi-million-dollar self-care package is designed to soothe the feelings and feather the nests of senators who Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and the other 77 people they pardoned yesterday, or maybe it was the day before yesterday, worked to enlist in their criminal efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, which I don't need to tell you, Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, as determined not just by the House and the Senate, but also by 60 federal and state courts that rejected every fraudulent claim of electoral corruption and fraud. Well, following this evidence, including many calls made by Giuliani and the president to U.S. senators who were on the floor on January 6th, they said, well, the grand jury looked and saw the evidence. The president was in touch with all these senators. They wanted the pen register for them. It's not a phone tap, which is what they're lying about over there. No contents of the call were revealed, but it was a record of the calls. It's like your phone bill. And the grand juries do this all the time. But now they're saying that really hurt their feelings. They don't think U.S. senators uniquely should be subject to such treatment. They want $1 million payout because of that now. It's extraordinary. Now, I doubt it even is consistent with equal protection. I think it violates equal protection. It does not pass the lowest level of equal protection scrutiny, which is rational basis. On what rational basis could we say that the grand jury and a federal judge could send out precisely these orders for the pen register to all Americans, members of the House, members of state legislatures, governors, mayors, but not the U.S. Senate? Come on. I mean, is this the Hunger Games? Is this the Roman Senate? I can't believe it. We are the people's house, Madam Chair. I know you agree with me about that. We're the people's house. So they want to treat us like the House of Commons, and they're the House of Lords. And they're going to deal themselves all kinds of special entitlements and privileges. Well, let's be the Rules Committee. I once served on this great committee. Be the Rules Committee, not the Fools Committee. Don't roll over and play dead when the Senate decides that they want to deal themselves with this stuff. That provision is an insult to the House, it's an insult to the taxpayers, and it's an insult to the U.S. Constitution and the people of the United States. This must be deleted. Regardless of how you feel about everything else, this provision must be deleted. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody here. I had 2 delayed flights and a train to get here because I wanted to make sure I was on this committee to say the exact same thing the last time I came before this committee, to fight for support for SNAP for the 42 million people who rely on this benefit. One of the good things about riding the train was that I had the opportunity to listen in on this committee, Madam Chair, and I heard you reference many times the working families tax, I don't know what it was, but that's just it. I don't know what that is. I never voted on that. What was presented before the House was the one big beautiful bill that cut $187 billion from SNAP. What was voted on in the House was a farm bill that went after SNAP. What was voted on and presented in the House was the debt ceiling that went after SNAP. This is a program that has been under attack at every turn and now is no different. But I'm going to give the president the benefit of the doubt, because what he said over the last couple weeks was that he really wanted to feed hungry children. He just didn't have the legal authority to do so. Went back and forth to the court and said, no, I want to do this. I just don't have the authority to do it. The court said, absolutely you do. Appealed it again. I want to do this. So what I'm asking today is I have introduced an amendment, amendment number 24, that clarifies that the contingency fund that is set up, that the emergency SNAP benefits that are set aside are in fact intended to cover an emergency such as a lapse in government funding. So that if this ever happens again, the president doesn't have to go to the Supreme Court. The Secretary of Agriculture doesn't have to ask for clarification on what the procedures are. This bill, just like the last appropriations package, set aside $6 billion in emergency contingency funding to cover benefits. The fact that we had to fight all the way to the Supreme Court for those benefits to be released is egregious. You can call it what you want, but it was using hungry people as a bargaining tool. This is Stalin-era tactics. And I don't think that that is what the president intended. I don't think that's what Republicans intended. So I believe that in this moment, we can correct that to make sure it never happens again, to make sure that it is clear that the Congress, let her listen to me while I'm talking. You can talk to her when I'm done. Make it clear that the Congress has set aside this money so that if we are ever in this situation again, hungry families, hungry children, hungry veterans who already are at risk of losing eligibility for this program once the provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act go into kick in. We have millions of families that are already at risk of losing benefits. But those children who are not Republican or Democrat, who didn't vote for any of us, who are 39% of the participants who are at risk of not receiving benefits so that they don't suffer. My amendment says that the contingency fund that is set aside be used in an emergency, that we clarify that a lapse in government funding does count as an emergency and that those funds are released immediately so families don't have to wait for the president to appeal to the Supreme Court over and over and then threaten states with punitive damages if they don't undo releasing the benefits that they've already released. I ask that this committee make that amendment in order. I mean, of all the egregious things that are a part of this, the fact that hunger was used as a political cudgel in this moment is unconscionable. We can talk about healthcare, we can talk about so many other things. But the fact that starving children was used in order to, and I guess I hope what the American public took away from that is the people who were affected by that, the people who care deeply about that, are the Democrats, because the Republicans didn't give a damn about it. I yield back.
Thank you. I have no questions. Mr. McGovern?
Yeah, well, I want to thank this entire panel for being here. Look, I was raised to believe that government should be a force of good to help people, not to hurt people. And I think of late, government has become, everything that I believe it shouldn't be. And so many of my constituents have been hurt. They're being negatively impacted by the ACA premium, the ACA tax benefit not being extended. They've been hurt by the SNAP, withholding of SNAP. I mean, and here's the deal. And I appreciate Ms. Hayes being very diplomatic, saying that she didn't think the president intended it to be this way. But I just, you know what? I think he did. And that's what really bothers me. I mean, because he had the authority before the federal courts intervened. And not one a ruling, but two rulings. And then he decided he would appeal. And I was trying to think, like, who would do that? I mean, all the ICE agents got paid, right? Right, yeah. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, all the ICE agents get paid, and, no questions asked. But, he's withholding SNAP benefits. I mean, look, we just heard about the corruption going on in the Senate where where senators can get up to $1 million if they say that a court looked at their phone records, who they called. I mean, that's it. And yet we can't extend the ACA tax credits so that 24 million people can afford their health insurance, so that they don't have to live through a nightmare of not having insurance and they have kids, or somebody who's sick and, is afraid to go to the hospital because they had to give up their insurance because they couldn't afford it. And so they're putting off getting seen by a doctor, and all of a sudden something gets much, much worse. I mean, like, what's going on in this country? I mean, $40 billion to this right-wing cuckoo clock in Argentina, but the administration can't find it within their heart to make sure that 40 million Americans get the SNAP benefits that they're entitled to. I mean, I think, I say this all the time, the more I hear Republicans, the more I hear the speaker talk about this issue, the more I come to the conclusion that we just don't share the same values. I mean, I believe that food ought to be viewed as a fundamental human right. I think you do too. I think health care ought to be viewed as a fundamental human right, and I think you do too. And for whatever reason, we're having these arguments over whether just regular people, struggling people, can get benefits, quite frankly, that they should be entitled to. We argue over that stuff, but nobody argues over, $1 million, a special, giveaway to certain, U.S. senators, or tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, or big corporations get all these little sweetheart deals, or $40 billion to bail out Argentina. I mean, this is like a Twilight Zone episode. This is crazy. This is nuts. And I think people have had it. And I said earlier today, I don't really think this is about Democrat versus Republican or left versus right. It's just about people just don't want to be ignored. They see, the president tweeting about the golden marble in the Lincoln bathroom and this new Marie Antoinette, ballroom, that he's building, while they're worried about, are they going to get food for the week? Will they be able to afford health care? Will they have to go without health care? Their rents are going up. Groceries are going up. He was on 60 Minutes saying they're not. When's the last time he was in a grocery store? And, I don't know how many of you saw this, but the USDA actually sent out a notice to grocery stores, basically telling them that they cannot offer food at a discounted rate for people on EBT. I mean, how the hell did you want?
I did. I just want to say that for many of the American people, they think that this is something that just started on November 1st. These attacks against SNAP have been going on for years. And when people realize the work requirements, the exemptions have been changed, when people realize that the age of a minor child went from 18 to 14, when people realized the administrative costs and burdens that are shifted to the state and all of the cuts that
That's
are
in the
going
new
to be
ugly- the big
triggered
ugly bill,
by
yeah.
the one big beautiful bill, $178 billion in cuts to SNAP. So this isn't new. So for everyone who's thinking, I mean, even today, after my state released the benefits, you still have, not like other things where you can pay retroactively. You can't feed somebody from last week that was hungry.
You're
We
right.
still have lines outside of churches, outside of food pantries. The fact that last week we saw uniformed service members in line at food banks before they reported for duty on the base should be egregious to everybody. At the same time, it'd be one thing if that was happening in isolation, but it's happening against the backdrop of permanent tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals, a ballroom being built, a Great Gatsby party, $40 billion in subsidies to a foreign country. All of these things are happening at the exact time where the president, literally today, I'll find the money to give bonuses to TSA agents who I feel like were loyal. Where are you gonna get the money? I don't know, I'll find it. But when it came to feeding hungry children, you didn't even have to look for the money. The money was right there. It was right there, and the president decided that he would not use it.
And I will say, I want to push back on right-wing, social media for posting a lot of really, a lot of lies about SNAP and about who's on SNAP. I mean, there was something circulating that 59% of the people on SNAP are not Americans. I mean, it's just crazy. But you get all these followers, or or people just need to work. Well, the majority of able-bodied adults on SNAP who are able to work actually do work. Some work 2 jobs, and they still don't earn enough, and they qualify for SNAP. Children, senior citizens, veterans are on SNAP, and the idea that rather than making sure that people in need get the food benefit that they're entitled to, they get demonized, and all this false information gets put out there. But again, food and health care should be things that, we all should come together on. And it really bothers me that we can't, which makes me conclude that we don't share the same values. And I don't know, how things get turned around. Maybe they don't get turned around until the next election. But I don't think people can wait. People are going to lose their health care like now. And so I support your amendments, and I look forward to working with you. But I appreciate you being here at this late hour. It means a lot. Thank you.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to thank this panel. I mean, it is late. You are the last panel, but it feels like we saved the best for last. No offense to everyone who came before. But, I mean, you have spoken with such passion and such heart and really laid out what the problem is with this bill. I mean, we always say our budgets reflect our values, and I think as the ranking member has just illustrated, we're talking about very different values here. Mr. Horsford, when you talk about the fact that the decision was made to send 2 years' worth of Affordable Care Act tax credit money to prop up hedge funds in Argentina, rather than extending the tax credits. Once again, we have this administration putting its thumb on the scale for the billionaires as opposed to for American families. Representative Vindman, I really appreciated you talking about what you have heard from veterans and from federal employees in your district, because I've been hearing the same thing in my district, that they do not like the country, the direction this country is going under this administration, and they want accountability. They don't want corruption and chaos. So it dovetailed so neatly with what I have been hearing from my constituents. And with respect to the accountability, Mr. Raskin, I was glad that you laid the connection between this crazy payola provision in the Senate bill that would basically direct taxpayer funds into the pockets of folks who were at least aligned with the president's efforts to undo the 2020 election, But you made the connection to the fact that just yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago now, all these pardons were issued to these fake electors and to Mr. Giuliani and other people who participated in those schemes. And again, it goes to accountability and the accountability that the American people have the right to demand. So I would love it if you would address that.
Well, Ms. Scanlon, you and I have been on this for a long time now, ever since January 6th happened. And some of our colleagues mentioned the fact that this was a mass violent assault on the police in order to drive us out of the House chambers, the Senate chambers, in order to get to Vice President Pence, where they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," in order to try to force him or someone in his position to rebuff and repudiate electoral college votes of tens of millions of people from lots of states out there, including Pennsylvania, including Michigan, including Arizona. And these officers have gotten nothing from the Republican House majority, nothing. And they were wounded, they were injured, they were hospitalized, they were disfigured, they were disabled. No fun for their families. A lot of them were forced out of their jobs because they were so disabled they couldn't work anymore. What have they done for them? Nothing. In fact, we did get a vote for a plaque for them. It was supposed to have been put up in March of 2023, and Speaker Johnson and the Republicans won't even put up the plaque that's already been produced to honor those officers, much less give them a dime or give their families a penny, and they want to give $1 million payout to each of these Republican senators because the American justice system had the temerity to treat them like all other American citizens, which is if your number appears on the name of somebody involved on the call list of somebody involved in a criminal conspiracy, yeah, they want to know who else you were talking to. And that we're all subject to that. If they want to change that and give $1 million payout to people who have had their phone records disclosed to a grand jury, they're going to be spending billions of dollars on the American people. But those senators don't want to make that a right that all of us have. They want to make it a right just for them to have.
Well, just on that point of what is an appropriate remedy, I mean, supposedly the reason they installed this provision is some sort of discomfort with the investigation that the special counsel, Jack Smith, was doing. But hasn't Jack Smith been asked to come and testify before Congress? Couldn't he allay their fears if they would just let him testify in public?
None of those senators has gone to court to try to bring an action because there's no cause of action because their rights weren't violated.
Right.
There's no remedy because their rights weren't violated. Meantime, if they think it's bad that their phone records had to be disclosed because the grand jury wanted to see it, what do they think about the fact that our colleagues are being prosecuted for nonsense, like Monica MacGyver, who's facing 17 years in federal prison for doing her oversight duty? How about the fact they're going after Adam Schiff? Not as a potential witness, but as a subject of a clearly selective, vindictive prosecution, the same kind that's taking place with James Comey. How come they're not uttering a peep about that? How come Adam Schiff's not getting his $1 million? Where's Monica MacGyver's $1 million? They're subject to much worse government persecution than people whose phone records were turned over because they were talking to conspirators on January the 6th.
I couldn't agree more. And just once again, thank you all for your passion. And I know I've spoken to Ms. Stansberry and Ms. Hayes multiple times in recent days about SNAP and just the damage it's doing in our communities. To have the president for the first time ever blocking SNAP payments that were clearly available. So thank you for your advocacy. And I think all of these amendments should be made in order. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would echo the sentiments of Ranking Member McGovern and the gentleman from Pennsylvania in terms of my gratitude to all of the witnesses for your testimony and for your efforts to fight on behalf of your constituents and the American people as valiantly as you have. I want to ask you, Ranking Member Raskin, a couple of questions regarding this corrupt, January 6th kickback provision that has been the subject of much discussion this evening. I have no doubt, notwithstanding the, the feigned indignation of some of my Republican colleagues on this committee earlier about this provision, that they will undoubtedly support this provision, support this bill, and do nothing to address it. And I welcome them to come back into the room. I know they're back there if they'd like to perhaps challenge that proposition. So given that, I want to make sure the record is crystal clear because, as you know, the legislative history and the intent behind this particular provision, I suspect, will become the subject of whatever future litigation unfolds as a result of this provision. I think this provision is plainly unconstitutional. Ranking Member Raskin, I am sure you are very familiar with the 27th Amendment. How does this not violate the framers' proposition embedded in the 27th Amendment that precludes the very kind of corrupt, sort of self-dealing that this legislation provides for, right? As you know, we're not allowed to, members of Congress, the Congress as an institution cannot increase the salary of members of Congress, senators or members of the House, before an intervening election. And this provision clearly, I assume, is an attempt to subvert that, if not the plain text of the 27th Amendment, at least the spirit of it.
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct when I read this was if they want to vote a pay raise for themselves and for other members of Congress, they should put it on the table and we should move it forward. But this is a hell of a way to do it. But I'll tell you, the 27th Amendment is parallel to a number of other provisions in the Constitution. We've talked a lot about the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause. The Domestic Emoluments Clause in Article 1, Section 9 says that the salary of the president shall be fixed. It shall not be increased by $1 by him deriving other revenue from the federal government or state governments, and it shall not be decreased either. That's the president's salary, and the 27th Amendment adopts very much that same approach to our salaries, which we should not be increasing our own salaries, even if it's for a tiny subset of the overall Congress. So I would say between that and the Equal Protection Clause, this thing's a constitutional loser. I mean, the Equal Protection Clause, you know, there is strict scrutiny and heightened scrutiny when you're discriminating on the basis of race and gender and so on, but every law has to pass some minimal rational basis scrutiny. There's got to be some rational end and means adopted to it that makes sense. What is the rational end of giving 100 people a right not to be subpoenaed by a grand jury that the rest of the population doesn't have? And, you know, I don't think the House of Representatives should have anything to do with this self-dealing, but if you thought for some reason members of Congress should be treated differently than everybody else in the country, why just the members of the Senate? I mean, that's why I invoke the Roman Senate. I mean, we're at a state of tremendous decadence and corruption right now when the senators think that that's okay in order to get their vote for this terrible legislation that's been described so beautifully by our colleagues.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I do think ultimately this provision will be ruled unconstitutional for the reasons that you described. I want to read you just a short snippet here of a provision from the Senate rules. As you know, every member of the United States Senate is subject to the standards of conduct promulgated by the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Ethics. No different than House members, different standard of conduct, but nonetheless, equal force of obligations. Senate Rule 37.4 states very plainly, no member, officer, or employee shall knowingly use his or her official position to introduce or aid the progress or passage of legislation, a principal purpose of which is to further the official's or immediate family member's financial interest, or the financial interest of a limited class to which such individuals belong. This is Senate Rule 37.4 under the Senate Select Committee on Ethics.
That financial,
help me understand this, Ranking Member Raskin.
You know, Senate Rule 37.4 restates the basic premise of our whole system of government. And Madison said that no man shall be a judge in his own case, right? That's why every legislature in the country has a provision just like the Senate rule you just cited. You can't vote on legislation that is going to narrowly benefit you or a small group of people like you. Well, that seems to me to be custom made for this situation. You've got 8 U.S. senators who get together to say, hey, there could be a payday for us. Why did they stop at $1 million? In fact, they didn't. You know, the $500,000 in each category is just the floor. It's not the ceiling. It starts there. But they could have started it on their rationale at $50 million, $100 million. I mean, Donald Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million, and his own Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the guy who went over to interview Ghislaine Maxwell and pronounced himself satisfied with her answers, he gets to decide whether Donald Trump is going to get $230 million. Why? What was the injury? Donald Trump said he was injured by the authorization of a judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. A court ordered it. They never appealed it. It was never struck down. You remember they found all kinds of classified documents illegally pilfered in his bathtub, and where the pool table was, they found everything there, but he doesn't like the way he felt. It hurt his feelings. And so he wants $230 million, and now Todd Blanche is going to get to decide. So these corrupt Republican senators say, hey, if Donald Trump can do that for $230 million, all I want is $1 million for my family. So those 8 got together, decided to violate that rule, decided to violate the 27th Amendment, and decided to violate equal protection. I'm glad you're laying it out for the record.
As am I. Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you. And it strikes me in each of the testimony that we've received tonight about each of the individual amendments, there's a theme that comes through. One is deep empathy and concern and care for the people you represent, the humble people who make us cry when we think about the impacts of these policies that are being passed here in D.C. that are terrible for our children, for our families, for our veterans. But there's also another theme that came through, I think, especially as we heard, our veteran on the panel speak about patriotism. And, we heard Olszewski speak about the Constitution and patriotism. And down to, Representative Raskin, there is a sense that what they are doing is un-American. It is against the principles for which we stand as a country, that corruption should not be the coin of the land. And Representative Vindman, I think you said it so eloquently, that as a veteran, how does all of this resonate, not just with you, but with your fellow veterans and military that you know of, right? Is it a sense of what is right and this oath to the Constitution rather than to a man?
Well, what I see is today or I guess yesterday on Veterans Day, that as we hold this debate, that this is a betrayal of those values and what veterans served in this country for, and some that made the ultimate sacrifice to basically watch the Congress and the Senate self-enrich, to watch this president and this administration self-enrich themselves. It is un-American, it's unacceptable, and I will tell you that the veterans that I know, that I interact with, they see that plain as day, and the American people see that. And look, we may not be satisfied today or in the next few days, but we have seen that the American people have already said and made very clear that chaos and cruelty and, frankly, corruption are not popular policies.
But this is the history of our America. Our America has always been about struggle to make that more perfect union, and working in that struggle for that more perfect union is never about one vote, and it's never about one moment, but it is about continuing to push and to organize and to raise the issues that you all have. Because we did not eliminate slavery and abolish slavery quickly. It took us years. We did not get women the right to vote for over a century. We didn't give Native Americans the right to vote. The last case was in New Mexico in the 1960s, right? And so this concept of what we are involved in, of working towards a more perfect union, is not something that we give up on in one vote. And this vote that we're going to be taking tonight is incredibly sad and worrisome about who we are as a nation when we're going to have probably 9 votes against the amendment that when we move it, right? But we're going to have 9 votes against the amendments to protect those who are hungry. We're going to have 9 votes against the amendments to protect the Affordable Care Act and to protect Medicare and Medicaid and everything else. But that's not the end of our struggle, right? And I think that that's something that you have all done. I am going to yield to my ranking member.
No, I appreciate that because I wanted, something's been on my mind here, and I wanted to be able to say it before all of our time is out. Madam Chair, first I want to thank you for being here for most of the 6 hours that this has gone on. I appreciate it. We have our differences, but I appreciate you being here. But I just want to note that for most of the 6 hours that we've been here, not a single one of your members could be bothered to sit in this room and listen and debate us. And they've been sitting home for 8 weeks, so you think they'd want to come here and defend this continuing resolution or defend the process or defend the policy that everybody seems to be so proud of. Instead, they spent the entire hearing sitting in your office, I guess just hanging out instead of working. But that's just a continuation of the same old laziness and failure to show up, to show up that we've seen for the last 8 weeks. And I got to tell you, again, I think if we're not listening to each other, if we're not in the same room, even when we're disagreeing with each other, we're not going to find common ground. And it really kind of bugs me because I think there's so much at stake in what we're doing here today. And again, people are really disappointed that we have not had a formal session. We've not been in session for close to 8 weeks. And again, the issues we're hearing about today are so enormous and so important. But I just wanted to say that for the record, and I thank you for yielding me the time.
Well, thank you. I mean, we could have had the conversation of Representative Scott about this amendment if we would have been here. We could have had the conversation with the 14 members who want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit subsidies. We could have had the conversation with the people who care about feeding the hungry. And it's not just those who receive the SNAP benefits. It's the grocery stores. It's the farmers. It's the others. And I'll give you some time to address that.
Well, no, I just wanted to say the fact that we're not even considering a single one of these amendments is a metaphor for the idea that there's a trust deficit and that our Republican colleagues have not shown themselves to be reliable legislating partners. We're in a moment right now where we're being asked to come back and we can decide, we can work these things out later. How can we trust that we'll have conversations and work these things out later when literally our first day back, no one is even here? Our first day back, we're not even having serious debate about, well, you know what? This is a good amendment. Let's offer it up. Let's have a vote on it. The fact that all of this was done as a take it or leave it not even you can't even call it a negotiation. You vote for it or you leave it. That's the only option, and we're supposed to accept sick children, choose between sick children and hungry children, and that's supposed to be a choice for us. I refuse to accept that. And the fact that my Republican colleagues are not even here, as Mr. McGovern said, to have a debate. You mean to tell me of all the amendments that were presented, there's not one that the Republicans are open to saying, you know what, there's a good point there. Let's spend some more time on this. It says that you don't want to work with us. That's the takeaway right now. You don't want to work with us. You don't want to feed children. You don't want to talk about health care. You don't want to do any of these things. Tonight, the last 50 some odd days is a metaphor for the environment that we are operating in right now, and the fact that everything was contingent upon a promise of a future conversation when we can't even have a right now conversation tells us everything we want to know about what is happening. And I hope the American people are paying attention to this, because when Democrats were in the majority, the things that we fought for were healthcare subsidies and feeding people and making sure we took care of people. When Republicans were in the majority, the things that they fought for were permanent tax credits for the wealthiest individuals. And that's just facts. That's not a narration. That's not an opinion. That is just the facts about what was passed under each Congress. The fact that the PACT Act, some of the provisions are being rolled back, while the protections in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act remain the same. The fact that the Republican majority is doing all they can to rebrand that says that you know that it's bad. You know that it's bad. There was nothing beautiful about it. So I thank you all for everything. You know, people are watching, people understand. One of the things about being at home for so many weeks in a row was that I really had a sense to talk to people all over the district, and it is clear that the American people are on the side of healthcare, they're on the side of feeding people, they're on the side of taking care of their neighbors, and nothing that this Congress does in this moment is going to change that.
Thank you very much. And I would also point out that it's about 73% of the American people want us to extend those tax credits, and that includes Republicans and independents as well as Democrats. One last quick question. Representative Raskin, the $8 million and the fact that these 8 senators were specifically singled out, not singled out, they got special treatment, right, by having this retroactive. But this money, that's the floor, because all the senators going forward can seek this kind of payment, correct? So $8 million is just a floor. It's going to go way higher.
Absolutely. And this is a special right and privilege that they have now dealt to the 100 Americans, the Americans who are in the U.S. Senate, against all other 335 or 40 million people in the country, including all other elected officials. So
it's a money spigot that only flows to the senators. That's like a visual of how I see this. There's a special spigot that those 8 get, but the money spigot only goes to the senators in this instance. And with that, I think, unless there's anything else, I'll go ahead and yield back.
Thank you for yielding, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. The panel is dismissed. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, the Continuing Appropriations, Agriculture, Legislative Branch, Military Construction, and Veterans Affairs and Extensions Act of 2026. The rule makes an order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and the Senate amendment. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee.
Thank you very much. You have now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee add a section to the rule providing expedited procedures in the House for consideration of a Senate-passed measure extending the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits. Speaker Johnson has not committed to holding a House vote on a Senate deal to preserve 4 million people's health care and prevent premiums from skyrocketing for over 20